After defeating Voldemort, Harry sat in the headmaster's office on the second floor, telling Ron, Hermione, Kingsley, and McGonagall how he had won. He trusted everyone in the room with the truth, and he held nothing back from them. By the time he was done, the room was silent as the occupants tried to come to terms with his incredible tale. "So, that's really the Elder Wand?" Ron asked, staring in awe at the wand in his hand. "Ronald," Hermione scolded, slapping his arm. "He's not keeping it. Right, Harry? Don't be daft. He has the most powerful wand in the world. He can't just get rid of it. Just think of what we could do with a wand that never fails," he said, staring off wistfully. "That's exactly my point," Hermione argued. "It's too dangerous." "Ron may have a point, Hermione." Kingsley jumped in, surprising the bickering pair. "You don't?" Ron asked. "He does," asked Hermione. "Voldemort may be gone, but many of his Death Eaters are still free. Having that wand on our side could save hundreds of lives," Kingsley said in his deep, rumbling voice. "We would need to keep it quiet," McGonagall added. "No one outside this room can know he has it." "I still don't think it's a good idea to keep it," Hermione said. "Hey, maybe you could find out how it works," Ron said to her. "Maybe you could figure out how to make more of them." "Well, if he's going to keep it, I suppose it couldn't hurt to study it," she admitted. Snap! Four heads snapped up to stare incredulously at Harry, and the two have the snapped wand in his hands. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall gasped in horror. "No one should ever have this much power, Professor," he told her softly. Turning, Harry tossed the broken wand into the fireplace and then set it alight with his recently repaired holly wand. A chuckle from the wall had all of them turning to look up at the portrait of Albus Dumbledore hanging on the wall. "How fitting," he said. "The only man to truly deserve the Elder Wand is the one to bring about its destruction." Harry gave him a small smile. "I suppose it's for the best," Hermione agreed. "Perhaps we should all get some rest," McGonagall said. Nodding, Harry made to head for the door, but stopped when he heard a loud rumble behind him. In the fireplace, the flames had turned an unnatural purple and flared dangerously high. Suddenly, the flames exploded outwards, and Harry barely had time to raise his arms to shield his face before they enveloped him. "Harry!" Hermione screamed. The deep purple inferno surrounded Harry before it seemed to be sucked back into the fireplace, taking him with it before they vanished into nothing. Harry felt himself tumbling forward uncontrollably while a sharp tingle passed over his entire body. As suddenly as the fall started, it stopped, and he was thrown backwards out of the fireplace. The wind was knocked out of him as he landed hard on his back and rolled to stop. His whole body ached and tingled in an extremely odd and uncomfortable way as he heard people surrounding him. "Good heavens, are you all right?" he heard McGonagall ask. "I think so," he said, pushing himself gingerly to his hands and knees. "What happened?" "We were hoping you could tell us," Dumbledore said. "I don't think the wand liked being set on fire. Maybe it'd explode dash." Harry stopped mid-sentence as he climbed to his feet with McGonagall's help and came face to face with a very much alive Albus Dumbledore. Just as he was starting to wonder if this was some sort of trick, he heard the cry of a phoenix as Fawkes flew in the window and landed on his shoulder. That, more than anything, convinced him this was real. Someone might have been able to look like Dumbledore, but they could never have fooled Fawkes. "Could you tell us your name, young man?" Dumbledore asked, stroking his beard as he watched Fawkes on his shoulder curiously. "Harry Potter," he answered, wondering what could have happened that not only was Albus Dumbledore alive, but also didn't know who he was. "Any relation to James Potter?" the headmaster asked. Yeah, he's my father," he said. "That's impossible," McGonagall said with a disapproving look. "James Potter just finished his 5th year. It's impossible for him to be your father." "What?" Harry asked, a weight like lead settling in his stomach. "What year is it?" Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged a look before Dumbledore finally answered him. "It's 1976, the 28th of June, to be precise," he said. "Well, that's not good." Harry said as he collapsed into a chair. It took over an hour of explanation and a genealogy test before they fully believed he was who he said he was. After that, one thing led to another, and he ended up explaining his entire life story. "That's quite the life you lived, Harry," Dumbledore said while pulling his watch out of his pocket. "Perhaps we should take a break for dinner." "Is it that late already?" McGonagall asked, turning to check the clock on the wall. "I told you it was a long story," Harry said. Standing up, they left the office and walked the familiar path down to the Great Hall. "So how do I get back?" Harry asked as they walked. "I'm afraid I don't know," Dumbledore told him gently. "I figured you were going to say that," Harry said with a sigh. "I will do what I can, but as far as I'm aware, there is no way to travel forward in time, only back," Dumbledore said. Harry stopped and leaned against the wall to stare out of one of the windows. It was odd, he thought, to see a sight so familiar, yet knowing everything was different. Admittedly, a part of him was excited to meet his parents when they were alive and happy. If only he could. "I can't change anything, can I?" he asked quietly, having long ago learned that lesson from Hermione. "Actually, I believe you can," Dumbledore said, causing him to spin around and look at him in surprise. "Are you sure that's safe, Albus?" McGonagall asked. "Not entirely, no," the headmaster admitted. "As I said before, no one has ever successfully traveled back to a time when they themselves did not exist. There was not even a trace of them. Now, perhaps they were simply destroyed during the trip, but I have another theory." Harry nodded and motioned with his hand for him to continue. "What if they went so far back that their mere presence made irrevocable changes to the past?" Dumbledore said, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. "Conventional thinking would say that in such an instance, time itself would be destroyed and the universe would collapse until it imploded. Since we are all still here, it's safe to assume we can rule that out. I believe it's far more likely that magic has simply started time over." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. "I believe that if a person were to go back far enough in time, the past they left behind becomes so uncertain it no longer exists," Dumbledore explained. "If the past you left no longer exists, there can be no paradox. You can live your life any way you choose." "Okay, so what's the bad news?" "They're always bad news," Harry said. Dumbledore sighed and looked at him sadly. "The bad news, as you put it, is that if the past you left no longer exists, there is no way for you to go back." "So I'm stuck here," Harry said defeatedly. "I'm very sorry, Harry. As I said, I will do my best to help you find a way back, but I do not wish to give you false hope," Dumbledore said softly. Harry was so mentally and emotionally drained from the past few days, he felt oddly detached from the situation for the moment. Pushing off the wall, he continued to the Great Hall. "So what do I do now?" Harry asked. "You said you missed your 7th year, correct?" Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded. "Then, might I suggest finishing your schooling? We could even put you in 6th year with your parents if you wished," he said. "Can I think about it?" Harry asked. "Certainly," Dumbledore said with a nod. "Do you think we should change his name?" McGonagall asked, to which Dumbledore shook his head. "I don't believe that will be necessary. The Potter family is old enough that a lost line re-emerging would not be unlikely. It would be best to keep things as simple as possible," he said. They reached the Great Hall, and Harry was grateful there were no students this time of year. At the head table, he saw quite a few familiar faces, but there were some he didn't recognize. Dumbledore introduced him, saying he was a new student who had been homeschooled. Harry stayed mostly silent as he picked at his food, his mind completely overwhelmed. After dinner, Dumbledore pulled him aside and gave him the bad news that he couldn't stay in the castle. Fortunately, Harry still had his moke skin pouch on him, which held a large amount of gold and a couple changes of clothes, along with a few other things. Dumbledore got him a room at the Three Broomsticks for the night and told him to come back the next day so they could go over a few things. Nodding, Harry left and made his way towards Hogsmeade. When Harry entered the pub, He found it looking nearly identical to what he remembered. However, Rosmerta was a different story. While she had always been an attractive woman, now, in her early 20s, she was an absolute bombshell. He smiled to himself thinking about how Ron would have reacted to seeing her. "What can I do for you, dearie?" she asked, folding her arms on the bar and leaning forward so that the cleavage of her large breasts bulged out of the top of her corset. "I'm Harry Potter. Dumbledore said he booked me a room here," Harry said, valiantly keeping his eyes on her face. "Albus didn't tell me he was sending over someone so handsome," she said with a smile before turning to grab a key off the wall. "Room 4. Breakfast starts at 6. If you need anything else, just give me a yell." "Actually, could I get a bottle of fire whiskey?" he asked, digging into his moleskin pouch for some gold. "I'll need to see your wand first," she said, holding out her hand. Harry handed her his wand so she could check it for the trace. When it came up blank, she nodded and handed it back to him before bringing up a bottle of fire whiskey and 2 glasses from below the bar. 12 sickles, she said. Harry handed her a galleon. "Keep the change." "Ah, aren't you sweet?" she said with a smile. "Everything okay? You look like you've been through the ringer." "It's a long story," he said tiredly. "Well, if you need to talk, the bar's open till midnight. I might not be able to help, but I'm a good listener," she told him with a winning smile. "Thanks, Rosmerta," Harry said with a brief smile. Grabbing his bottle of fire whiskey and the glasses, he waved to her and walked up to his room. Closing the door, he threw himself down into the comfy, wing-back chair and poured himself a glass. What was he going to do now, he asked himself. The next morning, Harry woke up and showered before getting dressed. When he went downstairs, Rosmerta welcomed him brightly and served him a full English breakfast. With only a couple of other people in the pub this early in the morning, she sat down to talk with him a little bit. Harry stuck as close to the truth, but in the end told he very little about himself. Rosmerta, thankfully, didn't pry too much. He found to be quite a bit more flirtatious than the Rosmerta he knew, but he just put it down to them being much closer in age. After thanking Rosmerta for the breakfast and leaving a generous tip, he made his way back to the castle and up to Dumbledore's office. When he walked in, he was surprised to find Narcissa Malfoy, or Black, as she was still called, sitting across from Dumbledore. "Ah, good morning, Harry." Dumbledore greeted him. "Have a seat while Ms. Black and I finish our discussion." Harry nodded and took a seat near the fireplace. On the table in front of him, he found a Muggle magazine on knitting and Confectionery Connoisseur Weekly, which was a magical magazine all about the latest sweets. "I'm sorry, Ms. Black. The fact of the matter is, I still don't have a defense professor to replace Professor Green," Dumbledore said. "Once I find a replacement, you're more than welcome to retake your finals, but I doubt they'll have time to tutor you before the start of the year." "Would it be possible for one of the other professors, like Professor Flitwick, to tutor me?" Narcissa asked. "I'm afraid he's in Switzerland visiting family for the summer," Dumbledore said. While Harry tried to ignore the conversation, it was impossible not to listen. Clearly, Narcissa needed help with her defense grade. If the problem with reliable defense professors in this time was anything like what it was in his own, that wasn't surprising. Normally, he would just ignore her plight, especially give who she would eventually give birth to. However, after Narcissa lied to Voldemort for him, part of him felt like he owed her. "I can teach you," he offered before even making the conscious decision to speak up. Narcissa turned to him and raised a perfectly manicured eyebrow. "Are you good at defense?" she asked. "I got an O on my OWL," Harry said with a shrug. From what I understand, Harry is quite gifted at the subject. Dumbledore interjected. "Very well. Thank you," she said. "Are you available today?" "I can meet you at the Three Broomsticks in a couple of hours," Harry said. "I shall see you then," she said with a nod before turning back to Dumbledore. "Thank you for your time, Headmaster." "You're quite welcome, Ms. Black," he replied before she stood and left. "That was quite generous of you, Harry." "I sort of owe her," Harry said. "She lied to Voldemort for me." "Then perhaps she's not as lost as I had feared," he said hopefully. "Now, we need to come up with a backstory for you." In the end, they agreed that sticking as close to the truth would be best. Harry was descendant from a squib line of the Potter family. When his parents were killed by an unknown dark wizard, he moved in with his aunt and uncle, who decided to homeschool him because of their resentment towards the magical world. When his aunt and uncle decided to move to France, Harry stayed behind to attend Hogwarts. It would be up to Harry to fill in the details if and when he needed to. Fortunately, Dumbledore was willing to take his word on his OWLs, and he didn't need to retake them. By the time they were done, Harry made it back to the Three Broomsticks only a couple of minutes ahead of Narcissa. "Hello, Harry," she said when she met him at one of the tables where he was waiting. "I don't think I properly introduced myself, Narcissus Black." "Harry Potter," he said, shaking her hand. "Potter?" she asked, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Any relation to James Potter?" "Distantly," he said with a small smile. "Are you ready to get started?" At her nod, he led her outside and down the street to a small clearing on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. "Okay, first, let's see where you are," Harry said. "Let's have a quick duel." It felt almost like being back in Dumbledore Army to be focusing on teaching someone else. It quickly became clear that, while Narcissa was perfectly fine at casting spells, she lacked the knowledge of when and how to use them. However, as they dueled, Harry noticed something odd about his magic. Spells came easier and hit harder than he had ever been capable of before. The first time one of his stunning spells hit her shield, it knocked her back a couple of steps, surprising both of them. From then on, Harry was very careful to put less power behind his spells. "Okay, let's take a break," he said a couple of hours later. Narcissa nodded as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "How about we grab lunch at the Three Broomsticks?" he asked. Again, Narcissa nodded, and they walked off towards the pub. "Your spell casting is fine. You just need to work on getting better at using them. Learning a few extra spells would help you, too. I take it your last defense teacher wasn't very good?" he asked. "The man was a fool that barely knew which end of the wand to hold," she said scathingly. "Ah," Harry said, nodding. "Well, it shouldn't take long for you to learn what you need to. Is that all you needed help with?" "I'd like to start learning nonverbal casting, if you don't mind," she said. "Sure, I can teach you," he said just as they reached the Three Broomsticks. For the next week, Narcissa met him every morning, and they spent at least a couple of hours practicing defense against the dark arts. True to his word, Harry spent some time at the end of their lessons teaching her nonverbal casting. Every day, they had lunch together, and he spent some time getting to know Narcissa. Throughout their conversations, he couldn't help but notice that she seemed to be flirting with him more and more. It was also something that he noticed happening more and more with Rosmerta as well. Normally, that wouldn't have bothered him. In fact, with how attractive both women were, he would have been flattered. However, an earlier discussion with Dumbledore had him wondering if it was entirely natural. 3 days after he first noticed the changes in his magic, Harry decided to go to the castle and ask Dumbledore about it. "What can I do for you, Harry?" he asked when Harry entered his office. "Sorry to bother you, sir, but I've noticed my magic seems different lately," Harry said. "Really? Different how?" Dumbledore asked. "Spells just feel easier, more natural now. They come out stronger, too. And this morning, when I reached for my glasses, I knocked them on the floor. When I summoned them, I realized I'd used a pencil instead of my wand," Harry explained. "That is quite odd," he said, stroking his long gray beard. "Do you mind if I cast some diagnostic spells?" Harry shook his head. Dumbledore stood to walk around the desk, reached into his pocket, and pulled out the Elder Wand. Before he could cast a spell, the wand flew out of his hand and landed neatly in Harry's. Both of them stared at the wand oddly before Harry handed it back to him. Dumbledore took it and rolled it between his fingers as he examined it over his half-moon glasses. Then, strangely, he handed it back to Harry. "It no longer recognizes me as its master," the headmaster explained. "But I didn't win it from you," Harry said in confusion. "And yet, it still sees you as its master," he said. Perhaps it has something to do with the way you gained its allegiance in your time. Dumbledore reached into his pocket again and pulled out a second wand, presumably his original. Waving the wand over Harry's head, he muttered a series of long incantations under his breath. Harry felt his skin tingle as a purple glow surrounded him. After nearly a minute, Dumbledore stopped and returned to his seat. "Did you find anything?" Harry asked anxiously. "While I can't claim to be an expert, it seems to me that you absorbed some of the magic from the Elder Wand when it sent you here," he said while staring at his steepled fingers. "That purple glow you saw was a visual representation of your magic. It also happens to look identical to the magic used to create the Deathly Hallows." "But what does that mean?" Harry asked. "As often seems to be the case with you, I don't know, Harry. Although it doesn't seem to be harmful," he said before looking up at him with twinkling eyes. "I must say, it's quite refreshing having you around. Not to sound immodest, but it's not often I don't have an answer." Harry gave him a deadpan look, causing Dumbledore to chuckle. After that discussion, Harry had begun to wonder what other effects it could be having. Could the magic of the Hallows be affecting people around him, or was he just paranoid from girls trying to slip him love potion because he was the chosen one? He wondered. Of course, that wasn't the only thing on his mind lately. The chance to change the future, to save hundreds, if not thousands of lives, weighed heavily on his mind. It took him a little while to realize just what kind of opportunity he had. While a part of him was sick of fighting and just wanted to let someone else take care of things for once, he knew his conscience would never let him. He was honest with himself enough to realize he was just putting of the inevitable. Eventually, he would have to fight Voldemort, and that meant returning to Hogwarts and working with Dumbledore. Despite his past accomplishments, he knew he could win alone. For now, though, he was going to make the most of his brief break from the action. After just over a week of lessons, Narcissa was getting quite proficient at dueling, and she was just starting to get the hang of nonverbal casting. During their talks at lunch, he learned that their past teachers were even worse than what Harry had had to deal with. At least some of his teachers were competent. Here, it seemed all of them had been relatively useless. "What do you think I'm doing?" Narcissa asked at the end of another morning of lessons. "You're doing great," Harry told her. "Is there anything else you think I should learn?" she asked. "I need to make sure I pass my OWLs." "Well, you might want to study up on specific defenses against magical creatures. That's a big part of the test," he said, thinking back on his own test. "You could try and learn the Patronus charm. It's not on the test, but being able to cast it will probably get you extra credit." "That's a really difficult charm, isn't it?" she asked, looking doubtful. "It's tricky more than difficult," Harry said. "Once you find a happy memory that works, it's not that hard. Would you be willing to work with me later in the year? I like to just focus on getting into OWL level defense right now," she said. "Sure," he said with a shrug. Harry reached out and pulled open the door to the 3 broomsticks for Narcissa. As they took a seat at an empty table, Rosmerta came over to take their order. "Afternoon, you two. How are the lessons going?" she asked. "Very well. Harry is a surprisingly good teacher," Narcissa said. "He's such a sweetheart, isn't he?" Rosmerta asked with a smile. "Yes, definitely a Hufflepuff," Narcissa answered with a smirk. "Hey now, nothing wrong with Hufflepuffs. Good tippers, that lot," Rosmerta said with a wink. "So, what'll it be today?" "Have you decided if you're going to Hogwarts yet?" Narcissa asked after Rosmerta had left. "Yeah, I've decided to go in his 6th year. I just need to tell Dumbledore," he said, taking a sip of his butterbeer. "Good. It'll be nice to have some intelligent conversation next year," she said before smirking. "Even if you do end in Hufflepuff." "What makes you so sure I'll end up in Hufflepuff?" Harry asked. "You're hardworking, friendly, and you help people with asking for a reward or payment," she said, listing things off on her fingers. "Or I could be slowly gaining your trust to use you later in my plans for world domination," he said with a smile. "If that's true, then you can consider me your faithful servant, my lord," she told him. Harry shook his head as he smiled. A moment later, Rosmerta showed up with their meals. "So, what do you plan on doing after Hogwarts?" Harry asked as he tucked into his fish and chips. I'd like to be an enchantress, if my husband will let me, she said. What do you mean? Harry asked in confusion. Sorry, I forgot you didn't grow up in a magical world. My family is very traditional, so my father expects me to find a suitable husband before I graduate. If I don't, he'll pick one for me. Unfortunately, most wizards from older families like mine don't want their wives to work. They think it makes them look weak, she explained, shaking her head. That's horrible, he said. Narcissa shrugged. That's just the way my family is. I'm hoping to find a husband that my father will approve of that will let me work, but so far, I haven't had any luck. I'm starting to think some members of my house are chasing away anyone that might be interested in me. Why would they do that? He asked, his brow furrowed. My family is quite wealthy, and many of them are from families my father would approve of. My father is already in talks with the Lestrange and Malfoy families about my sister, Bellatrix, she told him. And you're not interested in any of them? Harry asked. I have no interest in being relegated as a trophy wife that sits at home with nothing to occupy my time, she said forcefully. I'm sorry, he said. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. It's a bit early for a proposal, isn't it, Mr. Potter? She asked. What? No, that's not what I... Harry broke off as she started laughing at him. Realizing it was a joke, he shook his head and smiled as he relaxed. Actually, there's something you can help me with. Do you still have a room here? She asked. Yeah, Harry said. Could we talk there in private after lunch? Sure, he said with a nod. They made small talk for a little while longer as they finished lunch. As they stood up and walked over to the stairs, Harry made the mistake of looking over at Rosmerta. She gave him a knowing look and a wink as she watched him leave, making him realize how things might look. Blushing lightly, he turned away and moved a bit quicker up the stairs. Once they reached room 4, he unlocked the door with his key and invited Narcissa inside before closing the door behind her. So what did you dash? Harry's question was cut off as Narcissa wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips. Just as he was getting over his surprise and started kissing her back, she pulled away from him. You're cute when you're confused, she said with a smirk. What? He asked. Consider this a thank you for teaching me defense and my way of having a little fun in case I do end up a trophy wife, she said. Before Harry could say anything else, Narcissa kissed him again. This time, he wasn't surprised, and he kissed her back, his hands wrapping around her waist. Her hands ran down his shoulders to the front of his shirt where she started undoing the buttons of his shirt. While she was doing that, Harry pulled her shirt loose from the waistband of her skirt. Narcissa pulled back to push his shirt off of his shoulders before grabbing his hand and leading him over to the bed. Pushing him down onto the mattress, she smirked as she straddled his waist on her knees and ran her hands up his bare chest while bending over to kiss him. Harry worked at the buttons of her shirt quickly, popping them open with nimble fingers. Slipping his hands into the opening, he rested his hands on her sides and slowly slid them up to her bra-encased breasts, which filled his hands perfectly. Narcissa moaned into his mouth before pulling back to sit up on his legs, a small smile on her lips. As her full, round ass ground against his rapidly hardening length, she shrugged off her shirt and reached behind her back to unclasp her black bra. As the bra fell forward, he got his first look at her fully, perky breasts, capped with dark pink nipples. Grabbing his hands, she brought time up to her breasts before falling forward again, tossing her long, dark hair over her shoulder with a smile, and kissing him again. Harry gently squeezed her breasts as they kissed, his thumbs rubbing over her nipples as they stiffened under his touch. Narcissa moaned and ground herself against him as his erection pressed firmly against the front of his pants. Harry moved his hands down to her hips before suddenly rolling them both over so that he was on top. Sitting up on his knees, it took him a few seconds to find the zipper on the side of her skirt before he could unzip it. Narcissa lifted her hips as he pulled off her skirt, and the black panties underneath, revealing tight, bald slit. As he leaned down to kiss her again, she shoved his shoulders, pushing him onto his back. Giggling at the surprised look on his face, she went to work on his belt. Quickly she pulled them, along with his boxers, down off his legs. Harry's erection leapt up eagerly to slap against his stomach. Once she had his pants off, Narcissa crawled up over his legs. Bending down, she placed a kiss on his shaft before running her tongue from the base all the way up to the tip. Harry hissed, and his cock pulsed with excitement, causing Narcissa to smirk up at him. Placing one more kiss on the underside of his head, she continued crawling up until she was sitting on his waist, her damp slit hugging his length. Grinding her hips back and forth a few times, she raised herself up and reached back to place him at her entrance. Sitting back down slowly, hairy girth stretched open her tight, slick walls as she descended with a low moan. Harry reached up and grabbed her breasts as she bottomed out, wiggling her hips slightly. With her hands on his chest for support, Narcissa began bouncing up and down on him, gradually gaining speed. "Oh, Merlin," she said with a moan. "Is that proposal still open?" Harry smiled and reached up with one hand to stroke her cheek. Turning her head, she kissed his palm before sitting up straight and increasing the depth and speed of her riding, her breasts bouncing and trembling with her movements. Moving his hands down her waist, he lifted his knees behind her to plant his feet and started thrusting up into her in time with her bouncing. Harry groaned as he plowed into her tight, hot depths while moving one of his hands to her mound. With his thumb, he started rubbing circles above her clit, causing Narcissa to inhale sharply. "Oh fuck," she gasped. Narcissa let out a high-pitched whine as she shook on his lap. Leaning forward to place her hands on his chest again, her nails dug into his skin as she let out a trembling moan. Her hips bucked wildly as her smooth thighs quivered. While a squeal, Narcissa came, her hips grinding back and forth furiously as she rode out her climax. When she collapsed forward onto his chest ashort, while later gasping and panting, Harry wrapped his arms around her and smoothly rolled them over. Narcissa groaned as he began thrusting into her, her legs wrapping around him as her hands threaded through his hair. She pulled him down into a needy kiss, moaning into his mouth as her body rocked slightly from his powerful thrusts. On her chest, her perky breasts jiggled back and forth, her engorged nipples occasionally rubbing against his muscled chest. Harry felt his climax approaching and started plowing into her core with rough, desperate thrusts. Narcissa ripped her lips away from his, her nails raking lightly across his back while she gasped and moaned into his ear. With his face buried in the crook of her neck, the smell of her shampoo filling each heavy breath he took, Harry was pushed over the edge by her clutching depths. Groaning, his cock swelled and pulsed as he filled her core with his hot cum. That was enough to send Narcissa crashing over the edge once again, her body trembling under his as she moaned. When his peak had waned, Harry rolled over onto his back. Moments later, Narcissa rolled over to rest her head on his chest. A couple of minutes later, Harry nearly started laughing as the realization hit him. He had just shagged Malfoy's mom. Chapter 2. After a few of Narcissa's daily visits, she and the rest of her family left on a week-long holiday to France. Without her constant companionship, Harry quickly found himself with little to occupy himself with but thinking about what he should do now that he was stuck in the past, something he had actively avoided doing since tumbling out of a fireplace in 1976. On top of that, he was now certain that the way the Elder Wand had brought him back by exploding was affecting him. His magic was stronger and came easier than ever before. Sometimes, he found himself not even needing his wand at all to cast simpler spells. People also seemed to act differently around him now, and it wasn't just because he was no longer famous. Women, especially, suddenly seemed to be taking a greater interest in him. It wasn't just the constant flirting from Rosmerta, whose first name he'd learned was Rosalind, or the extremely enjoyable nights he spent with Narcissa either. Even complete strangers, witches he considered way out of his league, acted as if they were drawn to him. After the second married witch sat down to flirt heavily with him, while her husband sat next to her angrily, he'd even gone to the library to see if there was such a thing as a male Vila. As it turned out, there wasn't. If a Vila had a daughter, they were 100% Vila. An interesting piece of information that helped him understand Fleur a bit better, but did nothing to help him now, in Harry's mind. That was why he was currently on his way back to Hogwarts to talk to Dumbledore. If there was anyone who could make sense of this, it would be him. While Harry didn't trust the old man as much as he used to, he didn't really have any other choice. As his feet led him down the all-too-familiar path to the headmaster's office, Harry found himself lost in thought, contemplating the conversation he was about to have. With Dumbledore, you had to make sure to ask just the right questions and listen carefully. Often what he didn't say was just as important, if not more so, than what he did tell you. A weary sigh left his lips as he rode the spiral staircase up to the office. Would it be too much to ask to just get a straight answer for once, he asked himself. Still lost in thought, Harry didn't even bother to knock before pushing the door open and walking in. It wasn't until Fawkes trilled happily from his perch that Harry realized what he had done. His cheeks flushed lightly when he noticed that Dumbledore wasn't alone. A gorgeous, full-figured blonde who looked to be in her mid-20s was sitting across from the headmaster, looking as if she had just stepped off the cover of Witch Weekly. Sorry, Harry said lamely. I was a bit distracted, forgot to knock. That's quite all right, Harry, Dumbledore said amusedly. Connie and I were just finishing up if you'd like to take a seat. Right, said Harry before he turned to the blonde. Connie smiled at him and nodded in acceptance of his apology, then turned back to the professor. Harry, rather than taking a seat, walked over to Fawkes and began stroking his feathers. The phoenix leaned into his touch, warbling contentedly. As I was saying, Dumbledore continued, you're more than qualified to take the post. I confess myself curious, however, as to why you only wish to take the post for a year. Most who would step away from a life of law wish to do so on a more permanent basis. In your case, one might think you were merely taking a sabbatical. I had an incident with the head Auror, Jacob Brookstone. He doesn't much like the idea of witches doing a job as dangerous and difficult as that of an Auror, Connie explained. It's his belief that we should all be wives and mothers, not dark wizard catchers. He's made unwanted advances towards me numerous times, all of which I've rebuffed. The last time, he tried to take a few liberties, and I ended up putting him in St. Mungo's for a few days. Because of his position and the power his family holds, Madame Bones was forced to give me a choice. I refused to give him the satisfaction of quitting, so she suggested I take a year's leave. I knew you'd been owing her about Exorus looking for work, and figured I was the next best thing. I see, Dumbledore said, steepling his fingers with weary look. It's sad to see things have improved so little after so much hard work. Sitting back in his chair, Dumbledore stared thoughtfully out the window for several seconds, the only sound in the room the light, calming, quiet trills coming from Fawkes as Harry scratched his feathers. Normally, I'd be reluctant to hire a defense professor who only intends to stay for a year, Dumbledore said eventually. However, as I've yet to have one last longer than that for quite some time, I believe I can make an exception. Have you chosen books for your classes? Yes, Connie said, handing him several sheafs of parchment. I've already outlined a basic lesson plan for each year. Excellent, said Dumbledore before standing up and extending his hand. Everything things seems to be in order. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor Hammer. Harry's ears perked up at the name. Connie Hammer had worked alongside Amelia Bones for years and was a highly skilled and formidable witch. He remembered fighting shoulder to shoulder with her against the giants during the Battle of Hogwarts. Sadly, he couldn't recall if she was still among the living at the end. Between her looks and her skill, defense against the dark arts was certainly going to be a very interesting class. I'm afraid the castle has done a bit of rearranging since your last year. The defense classroom is now on the 3rd floor in the old vacant hallway. Do you know the way? Dumbledore asked, breaking Harry from his thoughts. No, I'm afraid not, Connie answered. I can show you, said Harry, speaking up for the first time. Ah, most kind of you, Harry, said Dumbledore, smiling pleasantly. Yes, thank you, Connie said with a smile. Giving Fawkes one last stroke along his plumage, Harry walked over to the door and waited for Connie to gather her things. A few moments later, they left the office together and headed for the grand staircase. So, I take it you're the time traveler the headmaster told us about? Asked Connie as they walked. Harry stumbled slightly in surprise and looked at her sharply. He told you about that? He asked sharply. He told all the professors yesterday. Don't worry, she said quickly at his flabbergasted look. All of us were sworn to secrecy. I think he knew it would be easier to hide it from the students if all the teachers knew that, and he was trying to interest me in taking the job. Last year's professor wasn't very impressive, from what I hear. I have to admit, it did make me quite curious about you. Harry sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. While he could admit Dumbledore had a point, he would have liked to have at least been asked about it first. It was his life, after all. Mentally, he added it to the list of things he needed to talk to the old man about. So, I expect you'll be one of my students? Connie asked, changing the subject. Yeah, that's actually partly why I came to talk to Professor Dumbledore, Harry told her. I've decided to start my 6th year here. You look a bit old to be a 6th year, she said curiously. I am, but I was pretty distracted with the war during my actual 6th year, and I missed my 7th entirely, he explained. I could probably pass my newts now if I took them, but when Dumbledore offered to let me come here, I decided to make the most out of it. That's a wise decision, said Connie with an approving smile. Most wizards your age think they're ready to take on the world. I like to think I know just enough to know I don't know enough, Harry joked. Connie giggled and looked over at him, her striking, pale blue eyes glittering. Then you're already far smarter than wizards twice your age, she told him. How are you at defense? It's my best subject, Harry said with a modest shrug. Good. Then I hope to see you do well in my class, she said with a smile. You wouldn't happen to be staying in the castle, would you? No. I'm staying at the Three Broomsticks until school starts. Why? Harry asked curiously. I've never really taught outside of tutoring some of the cadets, and honestly, I'm a bit nervous about teaching such large classes, Connie admitted. If you have time, would you mind stopping by the castle and helping me practice? I can offer you some extra credit. Sure. I've been looking for something to keep me busy anyways, he said. When do you want to start? Give me a couple of days to get set up, and I'll send you an owl, Connie said. Nodding, Harry turned left at the top of the stairs and led her down to the corridor where they took a right. Here you are, said Harry, pointing to the second door on the right. Turning the knob, he pushed the door open to find the defense classroom looking exactly as it had in his time. There were 5 rows of 6 desks, all facing the blackboard at the front. The familiar white dragon skeleton hung overhead, and a spiral staircase at the back led to the professor's private quarters. Hasn't changed a bit, said Connie, echoing his thoughts. Well, I should get back and talk to Dumbledore, Harry said. Send me an owl when you need me. I'm in room 4. I will, she said, smiling gratefully. Thanks for all your help. Anytime, he said, smiling back. A few minutes later, he was back in Dumbledore's office, sitting across the desk from him with Fawkes perched on his knee. As he ran his fingers through the bird's soft feathers, he told Dumbledore about the odd things happening to him. When he finished a short while later, the professor sat back and stroked his beard while he gazed past him and out the window. Most curious, indeed. I wonder, he said to himself before focusing on Harry. Tell me, Harry, how much do you know about the Deathly Hallows? Just what the story says, Harry said, although I don't think they were actually created by death. Nor do I, the professor agreed. While I've never had the opportunity to examine the ring or the cloak, I have studied the Elder Wand extensively. It is my belief that the Peverell brothers were extremely gifted wizards who used an ancient and highly controversial form of magic to create the Hallows. Although I cannot truly ever know for sure, I'm certain sacrificial magic was used in the creation of the wand. They killed someone to make the wand? Exclaimed Harry, aghast. He was suddenly very conscious of the weight of the Elder Wand in his pocket, and it left him feeling dirty, tainted for having it on him. Sacrificial magic is a very old and varied form of ritualistic magic. Dumbledore explained, a sacrifice does not necessarily have to be a life, and it usually isn't. Most often the person performing the ritual will give up an object of great sentimental value to them. Even when it does require a life, Some people are quite willing to sacrifice themselves to help their loved ones. Imagine you lived a long and full life, and you knew your end was near. You could simply wait to die, possibly in great pain, as your loved ones watched helplessly. Or you could say your goodbyes and use what little time you have remaining to power wards, remove a curse, ensure fertility for your descendants, or any number of things that come to mind. Only the darkest and most vile dark rituals require an unwilling sacrifice, and only the worst of those require the taking of a life. Like a Horcrux, Harry interjected. Precisely, Dumbledore said with a nod. Now back to the Hallows. While the wand and the ring in particular may seem dark, given the bloody history behind both of them, I do not believe a dark ritual was used to create them. I am certain, however, a very powerful sacrifice was used in the creation of all three. Whether the story of death gifting them the Hallows was created by the brothers themselves to conceal the magic they used, or simply a myth that arose years later, we may never know. But how would it affect me like it is? Harry asked. Magical artifacts grow and change over time, much like this castle. The Hallows, being very old, very powerful, and having been passed from one person to the next for generations, have taken on a life of their own. The Elder Wand in particular, being used to channel magic cast by many of the most powerful witches and wizards to have ever lived, would make it especially powerful. Have you ever had need of a specific spell you had no prior knowledge of, and found that the wand guided you into casting it perfectly? He asked, raising a gray, bushy eyebrow. Yeah, a few times, Harry admitted. Legend says the Elder Wand is unbeatable, yet I know this to be untrue. Of course, the wand most often changed hands through duplicitous means, but it has been lost and won before in duels past. What if the wand is not unbeatable in the sense that the wielder cannot lose, but in that there can be no better wand? What if the wand retains the knowledge of every spell it has ever cast, and then guides the wielder into using those spells, even if they have no knowledge of them? Bloody hell, Harry breathed. Reaching into his pocket, Harry pulled out the Elder Wand and spun it between his fingers, staring at the intricately carved elderberries along the shaft. The wand hummed at his touch. For a brief moment, he could feel the limitless potential beneath his fingertips. An endless well of spells and knowledge, just a thought away from being made a reality. It thrummed with the beat of his heart, seductively whispering promises of power and glory. Clack, clack. Harry dropped the wand as if it had burned him, the fabled Hallow falling with a clatter to the stone floor. His breathing was heavy, and his hands trembled at his first true glimpse of the power within the Elder Wand. Impressive, said Dumbledore quietly. I can see why the wand has chosen you. I've never met a witch or wizard who could resist the temptation. I've seen what that kind of power does to people, Harry said softly before shaking his head. But you still haven't explained why it's affecting me. I'm getting there, said Dumbledore. As if intentionally testing Harry's patience, the headmaster pulled out his wand and waved it in an arc. A full tea tray, including biscuits, appeared out of thin air. The tea poured itself into cups before one floated over to each of them. Dumbledore took a long sip, set down his cup, and wiped his mustache. Where were we? Ah, yes. Now, keep in mind, this is only a theory, he said, to which Harry waved impatiently for him to continue. The Elder Wand sees you as its true master for a number of reasons. First, you bested its previous master. Then, you possessed all three Hallows simultaneously, something which likely hasn't occurred since they were originally created. And finally, you conquered death through sacrifice, twice. Perhaps even being a descendant of the Peverils has some effect as well. To the Elder Wand, it sees you as a brother. What do you mean? Harry asked curiously. The Deathly Hallows were made, as a set, to conquer death, something you've done on more than one occasion. Once as a child, and then again as an adult. The Hallows were forged through a powerful sacrifice, much like yourself. First, your mother's sacrifice protected you from Voldemort. and then your own sacrifice vanquished him for good. There's also Peveril blood running through your veins. You didn't control the Hallows simply through possessing them or winning them in a duel. You earned their loyalty. The wand sees you as its true master, and yet it did not wish to be destroyed. Dumbledore explained. Tell me, Harry, what were you thinking when you destroyed the wand? I was thinking about all the friends I'd lost and how I wanted to make sure it could never happen again. Harry said, as I told you earlier, powerful artifacts take on a life of their own as they get older. I believe that as the wand was destroyed in an attempt to preserve itself and to serve its master, it granted your greatest wish. You were thinking about the people you lost and your desire to protect those around you. So it sent you here and gave you its power. Dumbledore concluded. It gave me its power, Harry exclaimed dumbfoundedly. So what? I'm the Elder Wand now. No, the professor said with a smile. Though I do not think it would be entirely inaccurate to refer to you as a fourth Hallow. You what? Harry yelled. Fawkes took to the air and sang a calming song as Harry jumped to his feet and began pacing back and forth. Please, calm yourself, Harry, Dumbledore said soothingly. I realize this is a lot to take in, but it does not change who you are. You have simply been blessed with a very powerful gift. What about the way I'm affecting other people? Harry asked worriedly. Well, I've always heard women are attracted to powerful men, he said with a shrug, earning him a glare. I am sorry, Harry. Contrary to popular belief, I do not have all the answers, especially when it comes to women. I'm afraid it's just something you're going to have to learn to live with. Great, Harry said sardonically. You know, as far as problems go, it could be much worse, Dumbledore reminded him. Huffing, Harry continued pacing, though he had calmed down significantly. So, you think I know every spell the Elder Wand did when I broke it? He asked for clarification. I believe the knowledge is in you, yes, the headmaster said, stroking his beard. Of course, you won't remember it all at once. The human mind can only take so much. Most likely you'll find it comes to you as you need it, much the same way the wand works. Sighing, Harry sat back down and bit into a biscuit, the two of them sitting in companionable silence for a short while. The only sound in the room was Fawkes singing and the occasional whiz, whir, and puff from the many instruments around the office. Harry, could you try something for me? Dumbledore asked eventually. Sure, Harry said with a shrug. Where's your cloak? He asked. In my pocket, Harry answered. May I see it? Dumbledore asked. Shrugging again, Harry pulled the folded, gossamer cloak from his pocket and handed it to him. Close your eyes, please, Dumbledore asked. He eyed the old man oddly, but gave in and closed his eyes. He heard the professor moving around the office, opening and closing a number of doors and cabinets before sitting back down behind his desk. You can open your eyes now, Dumbledore told him. Now, I would like you to try and call the cloak to you. Don't summon it or use any other spell, just focus on needing the cloak. Furrowing his brow, Harry thought about how badly he wanted his father's cloak back. Feeling a tingle in his hand, he looked down to see the familiar, flowing cloak materialize in his hand out of thin air. Marvelous, Dumbledore clapped. I suspect a wand and ring would do the same. Wicked, Harry said. Not only could he always summon his wand, but he also now had a way of getting one of Voldemort's Horcruxes without having to go through the defenses around the Gaunt Shack. That would be something to deal with later, however. As much as I enjoy your company, Harry, I'm afraid I really must get back to work, Dumbledore said a moment later. Feel free to stop by any time. Sure. Thanks for the help, Professor, Harry said as he stood. Giving Fawkes on last pet, he turned to leave, only to stop halfway to the door. Oh, I almost forgot, Harry said. I've decided to start 6th year in September, if the offer still stands. Of course, Dumbledore said with a nod. Opening one of his desk drawers, the headmaster pulled out a Hogwarts letter and handed it to Harry. Before he could take it, Fawkes swooped in and snatched it in his beak. Flying in a short circle overhead, he glided gracefully down to land almost weightlessly on Harry's shoulder. With an elegant bow, Fawkes dropped the letter into his hand and chirped happily. "You could have just asked," Dumbledore said amusedly with a shake of his head. "I take it you'll be joining Gryffindor?" "Yeah. Thanks, Professor," Harry said, watching as Fawkes returned to his perch behind Dumbledore. "You're quite welcome," Dumbledore replied, just before the door closed. Turning to Fawkes, he smiled and stroked his beard. "My friend, I believe this year shall be quite interesting," he said, to which the Phoenix chirped in agreement. "Yes, most interesting indeed." Leaving the grounds, Harry walked back to his room with the 3 broomsticks, waving to Rosmerta as he passed. Up in his room, he took stock of his supplies. Not for the first time, he was eternally grateful to Hagrid for his moleskin pouch. He made a mental note to stop by and visit his oldest and largest friend when he got a chance. While he had a few school books and a handful of basic potions ingredients, he was in need to buy all new school equipment, including robes. Fortunately, he'd had the foresight to take all of his gold out of Gringotts before the war broke out in earnest. He still had more than enough to last several lifetimes. Briefly, he considered buying a house, but decided to wait, seeing as he would be spending most of the year at Hogwarts. Throwing a few handfuls of gold coins in his money bag, he replaced everything back in his moleskin pouch and left his room. "Will you be staying for lunch, Harry?" Rosmerta asked with a friendly smile. "Not today. I have some shopping to do. I'll be back for dinner, though," he told her. "Finally made up your mind, then?" she asked, knowing he'd been debating about going back to school. "Yeah," he said. "You better still come visit me on Hogmead weekends," said Rosmerta with a faux sternness. "I will," Harry assured her. Leaving the pub, he walked down to the end of the road and apparat to Diagon Alley. Appearing in the alley behind the leaky cauldron, Harry tapped the bricks in the correct pattern and watched as they folded back on themselves. He had a moment of shock seeing the alley bustling with lively chatter and happy shoppers. The last time he had seen it, the mood was much more somber, and people stayed clustered in tight groups as they rushed from shop to shop. Shaking off his surprise, Harry smiled softly as he walked off to get his supplies. Despite being over 20 years in the past, everything looked, felt, and even smelled just as he remembered it. The only thing that seemed different were the faces, the prices, and the exuberance of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Everything was much cheaper here, though, which led to Harry splurging a little more than he intended. After getting his supplies, he decided to stop and look at brooms. Normally, this would have excited him, but here, the newest model for sale was the Clean Sweep 7. It was a good, solid broom, but nothing compared to his Firebolt. As he held the broom in his hands, he wondered if he could learn to tune it up a bit, or even build one of his own. Immediately, several spells he never remembered learning or using sprang to mind. Shaking his head, he felt a sense of unease at knowing things he shouldn't. Before he could think on it further, a pretty brunette sales which named Brenda came over to him. Harry smiled as she flirted with him, all while trying to sell him a broom he had already decided to buy. It might not be a Firebolt, but any broom was better than nothing. When the witch wrapped up his new broom, along with a free broom polishing kit, she slipped her owl address on a bit of parchment into the package with a wink. Giving her a crooked smile, he tucked the broom in his expanded pocket and left the shop. Maybe Dumbledore was right. He thought there were certainly worse problems he could have. "Come on, Mum. It's this way," he heard a girl yell. Harry turned out of curiosity, only to have something solid collide with him forcefully, knocking him flat on his back. He felt a thunk as something hit his forehead sharply, and then just a second later, the back of his head came to a sudden stop when at the hard ground. The breath was knocked out of him as a weight landed on top of him. Harry groaned dazedly while the person on top of him moaned in pain. "Oh my goodness, are you two all right?" a woman asked in concern. Catching his breath, Harry looked up just as the girl on top of him pushed herself up onto her arms. His eyes locked with a pair of beautiful, hauntingly familiar green eyes, while a curtain of long red hair did its best to shroud them from view. It took him a moment to get over the shock of seeing the same eyes he saw every day in the mirror and recognize the face staring down at him. She looked younger than he was used to seeing her, but the girl on top of him was undeniably Lily Evans. Electricity shot between them, and Harry could feel his magic unconsciously reaching out to her. His pulse raced, and his heart leapt into his throat as if it was beating so hard it was trying to escape his chest. Harry gazed at her in awe, taking in every last detail and feature of her beautiful face. For her part, Lily seemed just as enraptured with him as he was with her. He wanted to reach out, to hold her tight, and never let her go, but his muscles refused to work. All he could do was stare at her in wonder, elated and terrified all at the same time. His head and his heart were filled with so many powerful, conflicting emotions he didn't know what to do. Lily held herself over him, watching his face in a mixture of curiosity and confusion. People always told him he looked just like his father, but he had his mother's eyes. It must be quite odd for her to meet someone who seemed so familiar and yet not, all at the same time. "Lily, you can get off of him now," said an amused voice. Both of their cheeks flushed red as they were brought back down to reality. Sorry," Lily stammered in embarrassment while climbing to her feet. "It's all right," Harry murmured, sitting up. "You didn't mention anything about this one in your letters home," the red-haired woman behind Lily said amusedly. "Mom," Lily whined. "Yeah, hi. I'm Harry Potter," he said a bit lamely. "I'm Lily. Sorry for running into you like that," she said. "This is my mom." "Cynthia," her mother introduced herself. Harry held out his hand and shook hers, fighting the urge to stare at his grandmother's face for the first time. He didn't even have a picture of her in his photo album, as she and his grandfather had passed before his parents' wedding. Aunt Petunia hardly ever mentioned her parents, and she certainly never showed him any pictures of them. "You're not related to James Potter, are you?" asked Lily with a hint of trepidation. "You look a lot like him." Distantly, Harry said, fighting a smile. "I think we might be cousins or something. You know, Lily and I were just on our way to get some ice cream. Would you like to join us?" Cynthia asked. "It's the least we can do." "I don't want to intrude," he said. "Nonsense, I insist," she told him. He glanced over at Lily, wondering how she felt about it, and got a smile in return. Turning back to Cynthia, he nodded. Together, the three of them walked the short distance to Florian Fortescue's ice cream shop. Grabbing a table, Harry sat down next to Lily while Cynthia sat down across from them. A much younger Florian Fortescue came and took their order, looking both familiar and yet not. While Harry and Lily ordered quickly, Cynthia asked about nearly every option on the menu with a childlike wonder, fascinated by even the simplest items. Lily looked slightly embarrassed, but Harry smiled at her excitement. Since the day he first set foot in the magical world, he had vowed to never take it for granted. "So, do you go to Hogwarts, Harry?" Cynthia asked once the owner had left to fulfill their order. "Actually, I just transferred," he told her. "Real? What school did you go to before?" Lily asked interestedly. Harry opened his mouth to talk, but the background story he had crafted with Dumbledore stalled on the tip of his tongue. Looking at her face and gazing into her striking green eyes, he just couldn't bring himself to lie to her. Closing his mouth, he cleared his throat while palming his wand in his pocket and casting a silent Muffliato charm around their table. "I could tell you the truth, but I don't think you'd believe me," Harry told her, his lips quirking into a nervous smile. "Try me," Lily replied, lifting a single brow. "Well, the thing is, I did go to Hogwarts before, just not now," Harry said, garnering confused looks from both mother and daughter. "There was a bit of an accident, and I was sent back in time." "Is this some sort of joke?" asked Lily, her eyes narrowing. "Nope, no joke. You can ask Dumbledore if you want," he assured her. "Really?" Cynthia asked, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity. "How far in the future are you from?" "I'm sorry, but I really can't tell you too much about the future," Harry told her apologetically. "I can't risk changing things too much. Let's just say none of my friends from school have even been born yet." "You'll be able to go back, though, won't you?" she asked him worriedly. "Professor Dumbledore is looking into it, but no one's ever time traveled back more than a few days. It gets really complicated, and I don't understand all of it," but he doesn't think it's possible. Harry said sadly. That's awful. Your parents must be worried sick. Cynthia said, glancing over at Lily as if imagining her disappearing into the past, never to be seen again. My parents were killed by a dark wizard when I was a baby, he told her awkwardly. Harry felt quite odd saying that for a couple of reasons. First, he couldn't remember the last time he'd met someone who didn't already know about what had happened to his parents. Secondly, the woman who would eventually become his mother was sitting just a few inches to his left. "Oh, I'm so sorry," said Cynthia, looking mortified. "It's all right. You couldn't have known," he assured her. There was an awkward silence for a moment that, fortunately, was broken when Mr. Fortescue showed up with their ice cream. After a couple bites of their magical treats, all of the awkwardness seemed to melt away. "So what year are you going into?" Lily asked. "Sixth," he told her. "That's the year I'm in," she said excitedly. "What house?" "Gryffindor," said Harry with a smile, her enthusiasm infectious. "Brilliant. We'll be housemates," Lily said happily, only for her smile to fall a moment later. "Oh no, you'll be sharing a dorm with Potter." Harry raised an eyebrow at stress she put on the name. He knew his mom hadn't gotten along with his dad until later, but he hadn't expected her to say his name with the same level of disgust Malfoy held for Hermione. "Oh no, I didn't mean you," she said quickly, misinterpreting his look. "I mean James Potter. I can't stand him. He's an arrogant, bullying git that won't leave me alone. Please don't end up like him. I don't think I could survive 2 of him strutting around the castle." "I'll do my best," Harry said with a smile. Oddly, he found the fact she didn't like James more amusing than worrying. "So, what classes are you taking?" he asked. While Harry had learned quite a bit about his father from Sirius and Remus, he knew virtually nothing about his mother. For a long while, they talked and got to know each other. He felt an instant connection to her, a familiarity that had them getting on like the best of friends. She shared a lot of similarities with Hermione in her love of knowledge and her drive to change the world for the better, but they were nowhere near identical. As they talked, discussing classes, magic, hobbies, and everything in between, neither of them noticed the knowing smile Cynthia had on her face as she watched the 2 of them. "I hate to interrupt you too," she said nearly an hour later, "but we really do need to finish our shopping. You're more than welcome to join us, Harry." "Yeah, sure. If that's all right with you," he said, looking to Lily. "Of course," she said as she stood. Lily stood and stretched, standing on her toes as she raised her arms over her head. As a result, her large breasts jutted out right at Harry's eye level. Catching himself staring, his cheeks flushed as he quickly looked away. Running a hand through his hair self-consciously, Harry stood and followed the pair over to Flourish and Blots. Although Harry already had all the school supplies he needed, he still picked up a few other things, just so as to not feel out of place. He greatly enjoyed spending time with Lily, as he had decided to call her in his head. It was difficult to reconcile the image he had of his mother, of a loving, courageous woman capable of great sacrifice, with the happy, innocent girl he saw prancing around the bookshop. It was quite an eye-opening experience for Harry to finally see his mother as a real person. For so long, she had been an angelic, larger-than-life figure that he'd built up in his mind as a scared boy locked in a cupboard. He tried not to hold her to the level of perfection he and everyone else who had spoken of her held her to. Merlin knew his father had made mistakes. So far, however, Lily was just as brilliant and wonderful as he could have dared to hope. Harry found himself staring at her constantly to memorize everything about her. He'd ask her questions just to hear the sound of her voice. Every time she caught him looking at her, his cheeks would burn as he looked away. He knew he'd see her again. He knew he'd be spending the better part of a year sharing classes with her. And yet, he just couldn't bring himself to waste a moment of his time with her. So much had gone wrong so often in his life. The thought that this might be the only time he would ever spend with her niggled at the back of his mind like a gnat. From the knowing looks and girlish smiles Cynthia gave him, Harry knew he must have looked like a clod. Fortunately, Lily didn't seem to mind. She was just as interested in learning about him as he was about her. He stuck to the truth as much as he could and he never outright lied, but he certainly left out a lot. The fear of scaring her off kept him from telling her anything about Voldemort. Although he was never one to brag, he did find himself opening up to her more readily about his accomplishments. A part of him, a very large part, wanted nothing more than to tell her everything. While he'd spoken to her, of a sort, in the Forbidden Forest just before he walked to his death, a part of him still questioned if she had been real. He wanted her to know everything about him, and, more importantly, he wanted to know if she was proud of what he'd done. As they finished at their last stop, the apothecary, Cynthia, pulled Lily aside for a moment. "So, you and Harry seem to be getting along well," she said to Lily once they were out of earshot from him. "He's a nice guy," Lily said. "It's really interesting he's from the future, but I feel really bad for him. It must be horrible to lose everything like that and have to start over." "You think it's true?" she asked her daughter. "Yeah, I do," Lily said, biting her lip as she glanced over at the dark-haired young man. "There's just something about him that feels so familiar. You know, he probably feels really alone, being trapped here. Why don't you invite him over for your birthday party this weekend?" Cynthia suggested. "You can introduce him to some of your friends." "That's brilliant," she exclaimed quietly. "Why didn't I think of that?" "Probably because you were too busy looking at his bum," Cynthia said teasingly. "Mum," Lily hissed, her face flushing as red as her hair. "He likes you too, you know. He certainly did his fair share of looking at you," Cynthia said, repressing a laugh. "Can you stop, please?" her daughter begged before hiding her face in her hands. "Oh, fine. Ruin my fun," she said dramatically. "Now, are you going to invite him to your party? We've been gone for 6 hours, and your father is probably getting worried." "6 hours?" asked Lily in surprise as she checked her watch. "Yes, now go," Cynthia said, nudging Lily's shoulder. As she walked over to Harry, Lily felt suddenly nervous for some reason. Making sure her hair was straight and taking a deep breath, she came to a stop beside him. "Hey, Harry," she asked. "Yeah," he said as he turned to her. Lily felt her stomach flutter as he looked at her with his bright green eyes and crooked smile. I'm having my birthday party at my house this Saturday, and I was wondering if you wanted to come," she asked. "Yeah, sure. I'd love to," he said brightly. "Great," Lily said with a smile. Digging in her bags, she pulled out a quill, ink, and a sheaf of parchment. Jotting down her address, she blew on it to make sure the ink was dry before folding it in half and handing it to him. "Here's my address. The party starts at 2. Do you need a ride?" she asked. "No, I'll just apparate," he said. "That's so unfair," Lily pouted. "I can't wait to learn how to apparate this year." "It's convenient, but it's really not that fun," he told her. "Really, what's it like?" she asked curiously. "It feels like you're being sucked through a really small, cold tube," he said, his face scrunching up at the thought. Before Lily could say anything else, her mother finished paying for the potion's ingredients and walked over to them. "Sorry, Harry, but we really need to get going," her mom told him with a sympathetic look. "Oh, okay," he said. Though he hid it well, Lily could still see the disappointment in his eyes. "It was really nice meeting you. Will we see you at the party?" her mother asked. "Yeah, I'll be there," Harry said before his eyes lit up. "Did you guys drive here?" "No, we took the bus." "Why?" she asked. He smiled mischievously and glanced at her, then turned back to her mother. "How about I apparate you home?" he asked. "Apparate?" her mom asked while Lily perked up. "It's a form of magical teleportation. Can we, Mom, please? I've always wanted to see what it's like," Lily said rapidly in her excitement. At the mention of teleportation, her mom looked just as enthusiastic about the idea as she did. "You won't get in trouble for it, will you?" her mother asked. "No, I'm of age and I have my license. Don't worry, I've done this hundreds of times. It's perfectly safe," Harry assured her. "Well, if you're sure," she said. "Yes. Thanks, Mom," Lily said, hugging her mom tightly. Harry chuckled and led them back through the alley to the entrance. As the brick wall folded closed behind them, he took out his wand. "Here, let me shrink your bags. It'll make the trip easier, and I can enlarge them when we get to your house, he said. Lily nodded as her mother looked at her in askance. Setting their bags down on the ground, Harry shrunk them with a lazy wave of his wand. While it was a simple bit of magic, the fact that he did it on over a dozen bags at once and silently, with such ease, was pretty impressive. She smiled at the look of awe on her mom's face as she picked up the miniature bags and delicately tucked them into her purse. "All right, ready?" Harry asked, to which they nodded. "Take my arm." Lily grabbed hold of his right arm, while her mother took his left. She felt that thrill of nervous excitement she always got when experiencing a new kind of magic. "Just focus on holding onto my arm, okay?" he asked. "On three. One dash." Suddenly, Lily felt as if she was being sucked into a vacuum hose. She nearly panicked when she couldn't take a breath, and her hand clamped onto Harry's arm like a lifeline. Just as suddenly as it started, she came to an abrupt stop. Sucking in a sharp breath, Lily bent over with her hands on her knees, her stomach roiling. "Deep breaths. The nausea will go away in a second," he told them. "That was far less pleasant than I thought it would be," her mother said. Harry chuckled, and Lily looked over to see her mom in the same position she was, her pale face slowly regaining its color. "You get used to it, but I'd never call it fun. I much prefer flying," he said. "I can see why," her mother said. Feeling her stomach calm, Lily looked around and realized she was standing in her backyard. "Let's go inside," Lily said. "I need a glass of water." Humming in agreement, her mom straightened up and opened the door. Lily followed her in to find her dad and sister sitting at the kitchen table. "Why are you coming the back door?" Petunia asked, her nose wrinkling at the oddity. "Harry brought us home," her mother said as she headed straight for the sink. "Harry?" her dad asked curiously. "Lily's new friend." "Oh, Harry dear, you can come in," she said. Lily turned back to find Harry waiting just outside the door. "Hello," he said a tad shyly, pulling one hand out of his pocket to wave before jamming it back in. "Harry, this is my husband, Gerald, and my eldest daughter, Petunia." "This is Harry." Lily ran into him in Diagon Alley. "He teleported us home," she explained before gulping down half a glass of water. "It's called operating, Mum," Lily corrected her. "Okay," her dad said slowly. "Nice to meet you, Harry." "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Evans," Harry said before turning to her mom. "Do you want me to enlarge your bags now?" "All right. I almost forgot," she said, pulling the shrunken bags out of her purse. Although, it would have been quite something to see Lily try and read her new books with a magnifying glass. Harry chuckled, and, as he pulled out his wand, Petunia yelped and leapt out of her chair. He froze with his wand hovering over the bags and looked at her oddly. "Oh, stop being such a drama queen," Lily said, rolling her eyes at her sister's overreaction. "You're not allowed to do magic outside of school," Petunia hissed at Harry with a glare. "Actually, you can use magic when you turn 17, Harry told her calmly. With that said, he waved his wand, and the bags grew back to their normal size. "Neat," her dad said. "I don't suppose you could fix my chair while you're here?" Although it was clearly meant as a joke, Harry smiled and shrugged his shoulders. "Sure. Which chair?" he asked as he walked towards the living room. "I was only kidding," Gerald said, Cynthia glaring at him. Rolling her eyes, she followed after Harry, with Gerald and Lily right behind her. "He means that ugly brown one, but you really don't have to," she told him. "I don't mind," Harry said with a smile, pointing his wand at the lumpy, worn chair that Lily's dad loved. They watched as it mended itself until it looked brand new. Her dad walked over and sat down, wiggling to get comfortable. "Oh, that's nice," he said with a smile. "I suppose I'm stuck with that ugly thing for another 20 years, her mom said with a sigh. "I could change the color," Harry offered. "I meant my husband," she replied with a teasing smile as her husband harumphed good-naturedly. With a loud, disapproving huff, Petunia stomped up the stairs. "I'm sorry about her. Petunia's not a fan of magic," her mom said apologetically. Lily snorted quietly at the understatement. That's okay, Harry said. I should probably get going anyways. I promised Rosmerta I'd be back for dinner. Oh, okay, Lily said, feeling a surprising amount of disappointment. So I'll see you Saturday? Definitely, he said with a smile. After saying goodbye to her parents, he disapparated silently from the living room. Her dad raised his eyebrow. That's how you got here? He asked. Yes, and it's far more unpleasant than it looks, her mother said. I'm going to go put my things away, Lily said, heading for the kitchen. Dinner will be ready soon, her mother called after her. Okay, Lily yelled back. Gathering her bags, she raced up the stairs and closed the door to her room. Setting her bags down, she laid down on her bed as thoughts of a dark-haired boy with green eyes danced through her head. There was just something about him that drew her to him. From the first moment, they quite literally ran into each other, and their eyes met. She felt comfortable around him in a way she'd never felt with anyone else. Lily wasn't quite sure what she felt for him, but one thing was for certain. She couldn't wait to see him again. Back in Hogsmeade, Harry sat down in the Three Broomsticks and ate his dinner quietly. His emotions were a chaotic mess. He was beyond elated to have met and made friends with Lily, but it was his other feelings towards her that were causing him grief. It was so easy to see her as just a beautiful, smart, funny girl and forget just who she was to him. A part of his mind tried to convince himself that it was all right, that she wasn't really his mother, while another part told him he should be disgusted with himself. Harry had no idea how he was supposed to feel, and there really wasn't anyone he could turn to for advice. Even the people he knew and trusted that were still around saw him as a virtual stranger. Rosmerta noticed his troubles and did her best to get him to talk, but he knew he couldn't without sounding insane. In the end, she fell back on what worked on most of her other patrons when they had problems she couldn't solve: alcohol. Admittedly, Harry wasn't much of a drinker, never really having had much opportunity to do so. Now, though, he gladly accepted and allowed the burning liquid to numb his troubled mind. He spent most of the night at the bar, trading humorous stories with Rosmerta when she wasn't busy with other customers as he steadily sipped his drinks. As day turned to night, the amount of flirting between them increased, as did the number of times his eyes dropped to her enticing cleavage whenever she leaned on the bar. From the pretty smirk on her lips, he thought she was doing it on purpose. Eventually, the pub emptied and Rosmerta closed up for the night. Instead of sending Harry off to his room, she pulled up a chair and a drink and talked to him some more. She sat so close that their shoulders continually rubbed together. Thanks to the alcohol, Harry ended up telling her nearly his entire life story. Everything from the Dursleys to his death to flying back through time. The only thing he didn't talk about was Lily. Through it all, Rosmerta listened supportively. By the time he was done, he felt as if a massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He felt lighter and freer than he had in years. I always knew you had a story to tell, she said eventually. It's all in the eyes. You're an old soul in a young body. I just had no idea it would be that incredible. Rosmerta poured another glass of mead for both of them. While Harry felt good and buzzed, she hardly looked affected at all, aside from her slightly rosy cheeks. You're a good man, Harry Potter, she said, patting the back of his hand. Most men would have gone mad or dark if they went through a tenth of what you have. Let me ask you something, though. Do you think this happened for a reason? What do you mean? Harry asked. You've been to hell and back, quite literally. What if this is fate's grand way of giving you a chance to fix things, save the people you lost? She asked. If you were given the choice to stay in your time and rebuild after the war, or go back and stop it all from happening, even if it meant you'd lose everything, what would you do? Harry was silent for a long time as he thought over her words. He knew the answer almost straight away. He just didn't want to say it aloud. You'd go back and stop it, wouldn't you? She asked when he still didn't answer. He sighed. Yeah, I suppose I would. I just want to be the one to make the choice, you know? All my life, I've never had a choice. It's like the world just expects me to do the right thing. What about me? What about what I want? What do you want? Rosmerta asked. I want to be happy, he admitted quietly. I want a family, a big family. Then do it, she told him. You fought so hard for everyone else. It's about time you fought for yourself. Find yourself a good woman and keep her close. Hell, you could probably get away with having a few women to keep you happy. I can't do that, Harry said, shaking his head. Why not? Rosmerta asked. As long as you're happy. And they're happy, who cares what anyone else thinks? It's okay to be a little selfish, Harry. What's the point of fighting for everyone else if you end up miserable and alone? He had to admit she made a good point. There was just one problem. I don't even know where to start, he admitted. You seem to do fine with that girl you were with last week, she said with a smirk, causing Harry to blush but smile at the memory of his nights with Narcissa. Rosmerta tipped her glass back, and the rest of her mead poured down her throat. Setting the glass down, she rested her hand on the inside of his thigh, her fingers brushing his cock. How about I give you some pointers? She asked huskily. Tell me, Harry, what do you want right now? Harry swallowed thickly as he hardened under her soft touch. Whether it was her speech, or the alcohol, or a combination of the two, he was feeling particularly confident tonight. Maybe she was right, and it was time for him to be a bit more selfish. I want to take you upstairs and see how loud I can make you scream, he said with such confidence that it surprised even him. I was hoping you would say that. Rosmerta purred sultrily. Harry shivered at her seductive tone, and his rigid shaft pulsed against her fingers. Nibbling on his ear, she stood up and took his hand in hers. Tugging him out of his seat, she led him up the stairs. His eyes were glued to the swaying of her wide hips and round ass as she walked in front of him. As they walked into his room, and Harry closed the door behind him, Rosmerta led him over to the bed and pushed him into sitting on the edge. Hiking up her dress, she straddled him on her knees, leaving her breasts bulging out of the top of her bodice, directly in front of his face. Harry couldn't help himself. Wrapping his arms around her waist, he buried his face in her lush cleavage, nuzzling and kissing at the firm, smooth mounts. Rosmerta moaned and ran her fingers through his hair, holding him in place. After letting him enjoy her breasts for a while, she tugged his hair, tilting his head up. Bending down, she pressed her lips to his in a slow, passionate kiss. Harry's hands explored her back and bum over her dress. Pulling her head back a long moment later, she smiled down at him, her blue eyes sparkling brightly. Scooting back, Rosmerta climbed to her feet. With a snap of her fingers, the laces holding her bodice together untied themselves and loosened. Slipping her arms through the short, puffy sleeves, she slowly pulled the dress down over her chest. Rosmerta's ample breasts bounced free, jutting straight out despite their size. Even the slightest movement caused them to bounce and tremble. Her thick red nipples and wide, light pink areolas dancing enticingly. Pushing the top of her dress down past her thin waist, the neck caught on her wide hips. Shaking her hips side to side, Rosmerta shimmied the dress down over her round, plump ass before letting it fall to the floor. Harry could only stare in awe at the buxom, curvaceous blonde standing in front of him, completely nude. Her voluptuous figure was the most incredible thing he had ever seen. With a predatory smile, she stalked forward a couple of steps before dropping to her knees. Immediately, her nimble fingers went to work on his belt, button, and zipper. When she tugged at his waistband, he lifted his hips so she could pull them down his legs. Rosmerta licked her plump red lips as Harry's towering pillar of flesh came free and snapped to attention. Wrapping her hand around his hot, thick shaft, she eyed him hungrily before looking up at him with lust-filled eyes. Maintaining eye contact, she opened her hot mouth and wrapped it around his sensitive tip. Her lipstick left bright red streaks down the sides of his shaft, showing her progress as she descended further and further. Harry moaned and threaded his fingers through her curly blonde hair, his fingertips lightly scraping her scalp. When a majority of his length was glistening with her spit, Rosmerta opened her throat and took him to the base with shocking ease. Harry gasped at the feeling of her tight throat enveloping his entire length. Staring into his eyes, Rosmerta shook her head side to side, her petite nose rubbing into short, curly hairs covering his groin. Sealing her lips tightly around his base, and leaving a bright red mark of her achievement, she dragged her full lips slowly up his shaft, sucking hard as her tongue massaged the underside of his cock. Reaching the tip, she stopped and moved back down, swallowing the entirety of his length once again. "Fuck, Rosie," Harry groaned. Chuckling around him, she bobbed her head up and down in short, sharp movements several times before pulling all the way off of him with a smirk. "As much as I love sucking your beautiful cock, and I really do," she told him, "I really need you to fuck me." As Rosmerta stood, Harry quickly stripped off his shirt. Shoving his shoulder, she pushed him onto his back and straddled his waist again, this time with his damp, rigid cock pressed against her steaming core. Reaching up, Harry cupped her magnificent breasts, caressing them as she ground her slick lips along his shaft. Shifting around until his head was pressed against her entrance, Rosmerta threw her head back and moaned salaciously as her lips stretched around his girth. "Oh, Merlin." "Yes," she hissed. Slowly, she sank down onto him, her sweltering depths conforming around his considerable size. When her ass came to rest on his thighs, she leaned down and kissed him heatedly. After taking a moment to adjust to his size, Rosmerta raised and lowered herself on his cock, her tight lips clinging to his shaft. Pulling her lips away from his with a loud moan, she sat up, giving him a glorious view of her bouncing tits as she rode his length. "Harry," she moaned sultrily. Gripping her hips, Harry helped her bounce while bucking his hips, driving his towering erection into her fluttering core. With every gasp and moan that left her lips, Harry felt a primal urge to make them louder. When Rosmerta came unexpectedly, her body trembled and her hips jerked in an unsteady rhythm. Clouded in alcohol and lust-fueled haze, Harry rolled her over onto her back and pulled her to the edge of the mattress so that he was standing on the floor. With his hands on her shoulders, his hips hammered forward with powerful thrusts. Rosmerta, still in the midst of her climax, clawed at the sheets as his relentless pounding prolonged her orgasm. Harry grunted and groaned in pleasure as she spasmed around him, swiftly driving him closer to his own climax. Although he could feel himself nearing his peak, he just couldn't tip over the edge. Rosmerta, on the other hand, has a wild look in her eyes as she seemed to go from one climax to the next. The bed under her was soaked, and her arousal drenched his shaft and thighs, adding a wet slapping to the cacophony of moans, groans, and gasps filling the room. On the bed, Rosmerta writhed, her body jerking back and forth, her jutting tits bouncing wildly with each savage thrust. With a feral growl, Harry climbed at a torturously slow pace towards his own peak. Sweat dripped down his face as his lungs burned from his furious thrusting. Collapsing on top of Rosmerta, he hugged her body tightly, her tits squashed against his chest as his energy waned. Wrapping her arms and legs around him, she muttered nonsensically while her nails dug into his skin. Finally, Harry tipped over the edge. His cock swelled inside of her a moment before a torrent of cum hosed her depths. His hips jerked forward, driving his pulsating length deeper into her core as he filled her. It was easily the longest, most intense orgasm he had ever experienced. By the time he was done, he nearly passed out on top of the still quivering blonde under him. Minutes later, when he'd regained some of his strength and his senses, Harry climbed onto the bed properly. Dragging the pillows and blankets over to them, Rosmerta curled up to his side as he got comfortable. Holding her close, he closed his eyes and fell into a peaceful doze, his mind blissfully blank. Chapter 3. Now, who can tell me the best defense against an inferius? Professor Hammer asked. Harry threw his hand up in the air and waved it around eagerly in a perfect imitation of Hermione during her early years at Hogwarts. Oh, pick me, he chanted quietly. Connie shook her head at his antics, her short, blonde hair whipping around her face, but he could see a smile tugging at her lips. Besides the two of them, The room was empty. Harry was currently helping the new defense against the dark arts professor practice her lesson plan. Over the last few days, he'd spent quite a lot of time helping her get ready for the upcoming school year. "Yes, Mr. Potter," she called. "The best defense against an inferi is fire, preferably lots of it." Harry answered. "Correct." She nodded, then looked down at her notes. "Well, I think that covers what I wanted to start with for 7th years. At that point, I'd spend some time explaining spells that can produce fire and effective ways to use it. What do you think?" "It seems fine to me, but do you plan to go over dueling at some point?" he asked. Connie nodded. "I'm going to go over dueling for most of the school term with the 5th through 7th years, and I'll touch on it quite a bit for the lower years as well. I just want time to get a feel for the students' abilities before I jump into it." "Probably a good idea," Harry said with a smile. "Honestly, you'll do great. You're already better than half the teachers I've had, and you haven't really even started yet." "I'm not sure if that's a compliment," Connie said with a teasing smile, remembering the tales he'd told her of his former teachers. "Well, you haven't tried to kill me yet. That counts as a win in my book," he said with a grin. Connie laughed and shook her head at him. At first, Harry hadn't been too happy about Dumbledore telling the teachers that he was a time traveler. Now, though, he felt glad that he had more people to talk to. And he really couldn't be upset after telling Lily and Rosmerta on a whim. Besides, he'd never liked keeping secrets anyways. "We still have the whole year ahead of us," she teased. "By the way, shouldn't you be leaving soon?" Harry checked his watch. "Yeah, you're probably right. Do you want me to stop by tomorrow?" "I think I'm all set for my classes, but you can if you want to." "I certainly wouldn't mind the company," Connie replied. "All right, I'll see you tomorrow then," Harry said. With a wave and a smile, he left the classroom and made his way back to the 3 broomsticks. Grabbing his present for Lily, he said a quick goodbye to Rosmerta, who gave him a smile and a wink and stepped outside. Silently, his body twisted and vanished. A moment later, he reappeared behind a shed in Lily's backyard. Not sure who else had been invited, he walked around the house to knock on the front door. "Harry, come in, come in," Lily said excitedly as she answered the door. Lily surprised him when she hugged him the second he stepped inside. Harry hugged her back and smiled as she led him into the kitchen. Even before she introduced him to anyone, he recognized a few of the faces looking back at him, besides her parents and Petunia, who was scowling in the corner. "Hey girls, this is Harry." "Harry, this is Molly Pruitt, Amelia Bones, Marlene McKinnon, Alice Fortescue, Mary McDonald, and Dorcas Meadows," Lily announced. "Hello," Harry said a bit nervously. He'd known Lily's friends would be there, but he felt a bit intimidated surrounded by so many beautiful girls. Molly and Amelia were both incredibly curvy redheads with massive chests, though Molly's hair was more orange than Amelia's auburn hair. Marlene was the shortest of the bunch, with long, dark hair and a bust to compete with the 2 gingers. Alice had long blonde hair, a thin, athletic figure, and a bright, welcoming smile. Lastly, Mary looked a lot like Lavender Brown from his time with her curly blonde hair and buxom figure, while Dorcas resembled Katie Bell, with her dark hair, bright hazel eyes, and athletic body. Ruthlessly, Harry squashed the voice in the back of his head that told him how great Lily looked, especially in a tight t-shirt over her large breasts and even tighter jeans hugging her wide hips. "So, you the new transfer student?" Amelia asked. "Yeah," Harry said. "Wow, I didn't know we had those. What school did you go to before?" Mary asked with a curious smile. "I didn't. I was homeschooled by my aunt and uncle," he answered. "That must have been boring. I couldn't imagine being stuck at home with my family all day," Dorcas said with a grimace. "Trust me, you're going to love Hogwarts." "I'm sure I will," Harry said with a smile as he glanced at Lily, whose eyes sparkled. Over the next couple of hours, Harry slowly relaxed as he talked with his future classmates. Before he knew it, they were gathered in the living room and passing their presents to Lily. Seeing her closest friends giving her some rather mundane gifts like books, honeydew sweets, and clothes, he felt a bit nervous about giving her his present. In his excitement over his idea, Harry hadn't considered how it would look. Still, he couldn't stop now. With sweaty hands, he handed her his wrapped gift. Lily took it from him and ripped it open excitedly. Under the animated wrapping paper was what looked like a Muggle film projector, except instead of reels, a crystal ball sat on top. The girls crowded around Lily, staring at it curiously. "What is it?" Alice asked. "Air. It's a memory projector," Harry said nervously. "A what?" said Dorcas, tilting her head to the side. "A memory projector. It's where it's kind of like a pensieve, but simpler. You copy a memory, put it in the crystal ball, and then tap it to project the memory on a wall," Harry explained. "I've never heard of that," said Molly, looking at the device doubtfully. Well, that's because I made it," he admitted. Everyone in the room turned to stare at him. "You made this?" Lily's mother, Cynthia, asked. "I've been working on it for a while," Harry admitted. "I wanted to make it for my best friend, so she could show her parents her memories of Hogwarts and magic, but she moved to Australia before I could finish it. So, I figured Lily might like it." That was only a small lie. He had gotten the idea for Hermione to help explain things to her parents when she returned their memories after the war. While they'd been on the run, Harry had taken to designing magical instruments to pass the time, something he found surprisingly enjoyable. Even more surprising, it was something he was pretty good at. "That's amazing," Cynthia said excitedly. "Go on, Lily, give it a try. I've always wanted to see Hogwarts." Lily nodded, setting the projector down, facing a blank stretch of wall. Harry showed her how to extract a copy of memory by pressing her wand to her temple before slowly pulling it away while thinking of the memory she wanted. Placing the silvery strand on the crystal ball, where it was absorbed, she tapped it with her wand. Everyone went silent as they excitedly watched the projection spring up on the wall. Lily's parents, Cynthia and Gerald, were especially enthralled as they watched an 11-year-old Lily board the boat with Alice and Dorcas to make the trip across the lake. Some of the girls began talking about their own memories of the trip and pointing out some of their classmates as the trip progressed. Harry, along with most of the people in the room, burst out laughing when Sirius Black accidentally knocked Peter Pettigrew into the lake. He truly looked like a drowned rat as Hagrid pulled him out of the water. There were oohs and ahs as the castle came into view. Harry glanced around and smiled at the odd look on Cynthia and Gerald's faces. Petunia, who was still hiding quietly in the corner, stared wistfully at the scene before them. For the next few hours, Lily and her friends took turns sharing fun and humorous memories of their time at Hogwarts. They tried to get Harry to show some of his, but he declined, joking that they would be too boring. Not only would it give away his secret, but he was also far too excited to watch Lily's memories. Eventually, the guests began leaving one by one. By the time it grew dark out, Harry was the last one to leave. Lily followed him to the door while Petunia disappeared upstairs, and her parents cleaned up in the kitchen. "Thank you so much for the memory projector, Harry. I've always wanted to show my parents what Hogwarts is like," Lily said with a bright smile. "You're welcome," Harry said as he ran a hand through his hair. Leaning forward, Lily kissed him on the cheek and hugged him tightly. With one last wave, they said goodbye, and she closed the door, both of them with an uncontrollable grin on their faces. Turning around, Harry spotted someone watching him from a window in the house across the street. Severus Snape scowled furiously at him before his face disappeared and the curtain fell back into place. He'd completely forgotten Snape lived so close. Sighing, Harry walked around the side of the house and disapparated the moment he was out of sight. The final week of summer passed in a blur. On the morning of September 1st, Harry woke early with Rosmerta's naked body curled up against his side. Over the last week, he'd practically moved into her room at the back of the pub, enjoying her company every night. Quietly climbing out of bed, he made his way to the bathroom for a shower. Just as he was rinsing his hair, the curtain opened and Rosmerta stepped in behind him, her arms wrapping around his middle. "You weren't going to leave without saying goodbye, were you?" she asked coyly. "I wouldn't dream of it," Harry replied. Spinning around in her arms, he pulled her under the spray of water and kissed her passionately. Rosmerta moaned against his lips as he pulled her wet, voluptuous body against him, her soft breasts flattening against his chest. In seconds, Harry's cock was rock hard and throbbed excitedly against her thigh. Reaching between them, she ran her fingers teasingly over his length, her fingertips tracing lines along his shaft. Grabbing her by her plump behind, Harry picked her up and pressed her back against the tiled wall. Rosmerta squealed laughingly while wrapping her arms and legs around him tightly. He wasted no time in setting her on top of his cock and driving into her welcoming depths. "MMH, I'm going to miss you," Rosmerta moaned as she clung to him tightly and kissed his neck. "Then I'll just have to come visit," Harry said as he started fucking her against the wall. "You better," she said before breaking off with a moan. "Oh, Merlin, fuck me." Grinning, Harry did just that by pounding her against the wall. Rosmerta's nails raked across his back as she threw her head back with a wanton moan. Leaning back slightly, he watched as her huge breasts, glistening from the water, bounced and jiggled enticingly on her chest. Desperate to feel them in his hands again, Harry pulled out of her and set her feet on the floor. Spinning her around to face the wall, one hand grabbed her tit while the other pressed between her shoulder blades, forcing her to bend over. Rosmerta braced her hands on the wall and wiggled her ass teasingly as Harry slipped back inside of her. Reaching his hands around her body, he groped and squeezed at her incredible tits as he started thrusting into her again. A groan left his throat at the way her tight, hot folds hugged his length as it hammered in and out of her depths. Grabbing her hair with one hand, he tugged her head backwards so that he could kiss her again before moving his hand to her shoulder and fucking her even harder. "Harry," Rosmerta moaned. Smiling, Harry gave her a playful slap on the ass as he continued pounding her from behind. Leaning against her back, he reached around and started rubbing her clit. In just a couple of minutes, Rosmerta squealed and trembled as she reached a surprisingly quick climax. Now that she was taken care of, Harry focused on his own peak, his hands caressing every inch of her glorious figure while he continued hammering at her fluttering core. "I'm close," he warned her. Suddenly, Rosmerta pushed back against him and then pulled her hips forwards so that he fell out of her. Spinning around, she dropped to her knees and smiled up at him as she stroked his damp length furiously. Moments later, Harry came with a groan, covering her face and chest in long white streaks. As his climax waned, she took his sensitive tip into her mouth and sucked him clean. "How do I look?" she asked playfully while striking a pose. "Well, you definitely get better tips," Harry said. Laughing, Rosmerta stood up and rinsed herself off. 2 hours later, Harry arrived at King's Cross Station. Nearing the pillar between platforms 9 and 10, he spotted a young blonde girl standing nervously next to an equally nervous and lost-looking couple. He might have missed them if he hadn't heard the owl on top of her trunk hoot as he neared. "First year?" he asked them with a friendly smile. "Yes," the mother answered, still looking nervous. "Do you go to, Hogwarts?" Harry finished. "Yes," she said, looking relieved. "The professor told us the platform was between 9 and 10, but—" "Yeah, it does seem odd at first," Harry said, smiling at his own memories of his first time. "It's easier than it looks, though. Here, I'll show you. What's your name?" The blonde girl bit her lips and looked at him nervously at the question. "Oh, I'm sorry. This is my daughter Jessica, my husband Paul, and I'm Christina Clearwater," the woman said. Harry smiled at the familiar name, wondering how they might be related to Penelope. Smiling at Jessica, he held out his hand. "I'm Harry Potter. You want me to show you how to get onto the platform?" he asked. Nodding shyly, Jessica took his hand and followed him over to the pillar. "All you have to do is walk straight through that," he said, pointing to the brick pillar and causing Jessica to look at him incredulously. "I know, but trust me, it'll work. Best to go at a run if you're nervous. Here, watch." Checking around for muggles, Harry walked up to the pillar and then leaned against it. He sank through the bricks, causing the family to stare in wide-eyed wonder. A moment later, Harry reappeared with a smile. "Come on," he said, waving her on. Swallowing nervously, Jessica grabbed her trolley and ran at the wall. She cringed just before impact, the exact way Harry had his first time, but passed through without issue. "You're sure she's all right?" Christina asked nervously. "She's fine," Harry assured her. "You can go through too." Looking at her husband, who shrugged, they clasped hands before running at the wall. Harry smiled as they vanished onto the platform, and then followed a moment later. On platform 9 3/4, he found Christina kneeling and hugging her daughter. "Thank you," Christina said when she noticed him. "You're welcome," he replied. "Jessica, if you need any more help, just let me know, okay?" "Okay," Jessica said, smiling shyly. "Thank you." Waving goodbye, Harry made his way onto the nearly empty train. Staring out the window, he watched as more and more families appeared. He watched with a wistful smile as parents said goodbye to their children for the next few months. So engrossed in his people watching, he startled a bit when the door to his compartment flew open. Whipping his head around, he spotted Lily and Alice in the doorway. "Mind if we join you?" Lily asked with a smile. "Not at all," said Harry, smiling back. As the train began to fill, Marlene and Dorcas joined them in the compartment. Shortly after the train began to move, Lily had to leave for the prefect's meeting, along with Marlene, who was a prefect for Hufflepuff. Harry had an enjoyable conversation with Alice and Dorcas until Lily returned, red-faced and fuming with soap bubbles stuck to her hair and clothes. Harry did his best to ignore the way it made them cling to her skin. "What happened this time?" Alice asked. "Potter," Lily growled. "He and Black did something that filled an entire car with bubbles. I practically had to swim through it to get back here." Fighting a grin, Harry flicked his wand to clean and dry Lily. Blinking in surprise, she looked down at herself and then smiled gratefully at him. After complaining about James Potter for a while longer, Lily finally calmed down and relaxed. The rest of the trip passed uneventfully, and before they knew it, the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station with a puff of steam and squealing brakes. Fur's years over here." Harry smiled as he looked over at Hagrid, who looked to have changed little over the years. He half raised his hand to say hello, but remembered sadly that this Hagrid didn't know him. Jessica, surrounded by a gaggle of other first years, smiled brightly and waved when she spotted him. Harry waved back, causing Lily to look at him curiously. "I help her get onto the platform. She's a Muggle-born," he explained. Lily gave him a soft, almost proud smile as they walked towards the carriages. "Harry," a voice called out. Harry turned and saw Narcissa, flanked by her sisters Andromeda and Bellatrix, walking over to him as the students milled around in small groups while waiting for the next open carriage. Harry had wondered how he would feel meeting the woman that murdered his godfather, questioning his ability to control his temper, but the witch he saw now looked nothing like the crazed, demented witch she would one day become. Sirius had told him that Bellatrix hadn't always been an insane, evil witch devoted to a Dark Lord, that she'd in fact been one of his favorite people growing up, but he could never really believe it until now. Without the crazed eyes and years of Azkaban marring her looks, Bellatrix was a stunningly beautiful witch along with her two sisters. Unlike Narcissa, who had blonde hair, Bellatrix had black, curly hair, while Andromeda's was straighter and dark brown. Both of them had the same striking, violet eyes and curvy, busted figures. If not for the hair and Andromeda's 2-inch height advantage, they could pass as twins. "Hey sissy, how'd the test go?" Harry asked. "Passed with flying colors. Professor Hammer seemed to think it was a foregone conclusion when I told her you taught me," Narcissa said with a smirk. "These are my sisters, Bellatrix, she's in your year, and Andromeda, she's a 7th year. All in Slytherin, of course." As Harry greeted the other two girls, he suddenly became aware of the tension around him. It wasn't like he was used to with Malfoy, where it felt as though curses could start flying at any second, but more a level of distrust between Slytherins and Gryffindors one would associate with a traditional school rivalry. Even Bellatrix, who he'd expected to start screaming invectives, remained polite, if a little tense. "How was France?" Harry asked, ignoring the tension. "Pleasant but boring. My mother refused to let us go anywhere outside the property," Narcissa said with a shrug. Why's that? Lily asked curiously. She didn't want us near the muggles, Andromeda answered with a roll of her eyes. I swear she loses more of her sanity every day. There was a moment of awkward silence that was thankfully broken by the arrival of a long line of carriages. Would you like to ride in the carriage with us? Narcissa asked Harry. It'd be nice to catch up. Sure, Harry said before turning to Lily. I'll see you back at the castle. Okay, she replied, giving him the same look Hermione used to that told him he'd be answering a lot of questions later. Lily and her friends boarded the carriage in front of them, and Harry took a moment to pat the Thestral, pulling his carriage on the shoulder when no one was looking. When Narcissa, Andromeda, and Bellatrix stood in front of the door and waited, he looked at them curiously. Narcissa rolled her eyes and gestured with her head towards the door. Getting the message, Harry opened the door for her and then held out his hand to help her in. Narcissa smirked at him as she climbed inside, followed shortly by her sisters. Shaking his head, he climbed up after them and closed the door. Andromeda and Bellatrix sat on one side, facing the back, while Harry sat next to Narcissa, facing them. So, you're the one Sissy was sleeping with this summer? Bellatrix asked bluntly. Harry mumbled, looking to Narcissa, who merely rolled her eyes. Yes, I told you that already, she answered for him. You know the boys in our house won't take too kindly to that if they find out, Bellatrix told him. I'm sure I can handle it, Harry said. Bellatrix raised a brow, smirking at him. Normally, I'd say you're getting in over your head, but something tells me you're different, she replied, an excited glint in her eyes. The rest of the trip was spent talking about classes and gossip, but Bellatrix kept glancing at him with a look he didn't quite understand. The group parted ways when they reached the castle, Harry joining Lily and her friends at the Gryffindor table, while the Black sisters made their way to Slytherin. He couldn't help but notice the way their eyes dulled and their postures stiffened when they were approached by a group of boys led by Lucius Malfoy. So, how do you know Narcissa? Lily asked the moment they sat down. I ran into her at Hogwarts, Harry said. She needed help with her defense, so I offered to help. We ended up becoming friends. Really? Alice asked in surprise. Those three have never been friendly with anyone. Surrounded by that lot, I'm not surprised, Harry said, eyeing the Lestrange brothers as they sat on either side of the sisters. They're not all bad, Lily said quietly with a hint of sadness. She glanced over at the Slytherin table, but looked away quickly, her expression going from sad to angry. Harry followed her gaze and spotted Snape, long, greasy hair covering his face as he constantly looked over at Lily. I didn't mean Slytherins, I meant wannabe Death Eaters, Harry told her. Actually, by now, they probably are Death Eaters. You really think so? Alice asked doubtfully. Voldemort, everyone around him, with the exception of Lily, flinched at the name, likes to recruit young before people really know what they're getting into. You shouldn't say his name, Alice said with a shiver. There's still a taboo. Really? Harry asked, perking up. He'd had an idea before on how to use the taboo against the Death Eaters, but hadn't had the confidence to use it during the last war. Now, though, Harry knew what he was truly capable of. You didn't know? Dorcas asked incredulously. How could you not know? It's been all over the Prophet for months. I'm not a fan of the Prophet, he muttered. Any more questions the girls had for him were made to wait when McGonagall entered with the first years. As the hat sang its song of unity, Harry's eyes scanned the head table. Connie, or Professor Hammer as he was supposed to call her now, winked at him when he made eye contact. Soon, the first years were sorted and the feast appeared. Harry hadn't paid too much attention to the sorting, only looking up when he heard a familiar name. He didn't pay much attention to Dumbledore's yearly speech either, having heard similar ones for years. When it was time to leave, Lily and Remus gathered the first years together. Even here, Remus looked old and tired. It occurred to Harry that the Wolfsbane potion had yet to be invented. Fortunately, he'd worked hard to memorize that particular potion in case his godson, Teddy, should ever need it. He felt a little guilt at the thought of stealing someone else's work, but pushed it to the back of his mind. Besides, he thought, Maybe it would lead to someone making a cure sooner. Making his way up the stairs, Harry spotted his father, James, and his other best friends just ahead of him. Sirius looked so young and free that it made his heart ache. Pettigrew as well looked far too innocent, but in his case, Harry didn't much care. Odd how he could see Bellatrix differently, but Pettigrew he couldn't bring himself to forgive. He would need to think on it more later. Pausing in the common room, Harry took a deep, fortifying breath. Now came the hard part, talking to James Potter. He knew his father wasn't the best person at the moment, not yet the man that he would eventually become. The thought of meeting him for the first time was both terrifying and exhilarating all at once. With trembling hands, he pushed open the door to the sixth-year dorm. Sirius, James, and Pettigrew all turned to look at him and froze in place, staring at him. Hello, Harry said with a small wave. Who are you? Sirius demanded. I'm Harry Potter. I just transferred here, he said. Potter? James asked. Are we related? Distantly, I think, Harry replied, trying to smile through his nervousness. You two do look a lot alike, Pettigrew said, looking between them. Yeah, Sirius said, a smirk forming on his face. Hey, Prongs, looks like we found your long-lost brother. Or son, Harry thought. Very funny, James said, rolling his eyes. All right, Dad, you should be able to look it up. What are your parents' names? Harry swallowed thickly. I don't know. They were killed when I was a baby. My uncle wouldn't tell me anything about them. They didn't get along, I guess. Oh, sorry, mate, James said, the atmosphere turning awkward. Is this bed free? Harry asked, pointing to the only bed without a trunk in front of it. Yeah, sure. Help yourself, Sirius said. While Harry took his trunk out of his pocket and enlarged it, he'd been too paranoid of someone finding his belongings from the future to let the elves take it. The marauders huddled together and whispered to each other. Harry didn't need to see the looks directed at him to know what they were thinking. The four of them were a tight-knit group, and now he was here to crash the party. Between Remus being a werewolf, their animagus abilities, the map, and their pranks, they had a lot of secrets to hide. Harry wasn't sure what to do. While he'd love to be a part of the group, it would take time for them to trust him. Besides that, his father and Sirius weren't exactly the kind of people he wanted to spend time with. He didn't hate them, not by any means, but they certainly had a lot of growing up to do. He knew this was the year Sirius would nearly kill Snape and his dad would save him. Like many times before, Harry wondered if he should stop it or let things play out. How would it change things, he wondered. A short time later, Remus joined them, looked especially worried. Again, the marauders whispered amongst themselves, leaving him feeling like an interloper. Maybe he could get moved to a different dorm, he thought. Changing into his pajamas, Harry climbed into bed and closed his curtains. Chapter 4. Harry woke early, before the marauders, and quickly dressed. He still had no idea how he was going to deal with his father. At this stage of his life, James was still quite arrogant and prone to bully those he didn't like. There was also the fact that the marauders were extremely close as he had been to Ron and Hermione. Getting them to open up and accept him was going to be an extremely difficult task, if not impossible. Maybe if it would be for the best, if he just acted normally around them for now. If he was stuck here like Dumbledore believed, then he had plenty of time to at least become a friend. Finishing tying his shoes, Harry slipped out of the dorm quietly and walked down to the common room. Morning, Harry, Lily called out. He looked over and smiled at her. She was sitting on the same couch Harry and his friends had unofficially claimed as theirs. Lounging next to her were Alice Fortescue and Marlene McKinnon. Morning, Harry greeted all three of them. Do you want to join us for breakfast? Alice asked kindly. Sure, he said with a smile. Harry followed the girls out of the portrait and into the halls. This early in the morning, it was still fairly quiet, so Alice decided to take on the role of tour guide. Down there, to the right, is the Charms classroom, she said, pointing down the hall. Professor Flitwick teaches that. On the other side of the wing is the library. Oh, and watch out for the moving staircases, they like to mess with you. Hogwarts can be a little confusing sometimes, but it's the best once you know where you're going. I'm sure I'll get used to it, Harry said, sharing a glance and a smile with Lily. Alice continued remarking on different points of interest the entire walk down to the Great Hall. It was amazing to see how chatty and outgoing she was, especially when compared to her future son, Neville. He wondered how different his shy friend would have been if he'd been able to grow up with his parents, and mentally resolved to make that a reality. In the Great Hall, all around him, Harry recognized the names and faces of people who'd had their lives affected by Voldemort. It made him that much more determined to see this war end as fast as possible. Harry, jerked out of his thoughts, he turned to find Lily looking at him worriedly. Sorry, Harry said. Just a lot on my mind. Lily looked at him with a sympathetic smile and squeezed his hand under the table. Harry smiled back and returned his attention to Alice, who went right back to telling him all about the teachers and classes, with Lily and Marlene adding tidbits here and there. As the Great Hall began to fill up, Harry began to realize just how well-liked Lily was. Practically every girl within 2 years of her stopped by. Some, like her dorm mates, Dorcas Meadows, and Mary McDonald, came to stay, but many others stopped by just to greet her. She was popular with the boys as well. He could see many of them gazing at her from time to time. That bothered him far more than it should. Even the way James looked at her with a lopsided, almost smug grin didn't sit well with him. It was a relief when the bell rang for class. As Harry followed the girls to Charms, he was suddenly stopped and then jerked backwards by the back of his robes. His hand pulled out his wand even as he stumbled to catch his balance. When he did, he found himself face to face with a grinning James Potter. Harry, mate, listen, James said, unaware of just how close he'd come to being hexed. You might not want to get any ideas about Evans. What? Harry asked, honestly confused. Well, you see, she's already spoken for, and I just want to make sure you didn't get too attached, if you know what I mean, he said with a grin while running a hand through his hair. I didn't realize you two were dating, Harry replied flatly, holding back his sarcasm. Well, now you do, James said, clapping him the shoulder, grin still in place. Glad we got that cleared up. Before Harry could get another word in, James and the rest of the Marauders marched past him. Harry stared after them, incredulous at James' attitude. If that's the way he acts, no wonder Lily can't stand him, he thought. Shaking his head, Harry followed after them. When he reached the Charms classroom, looking only slightly different than it had in his time, Lily waved him over with a smile. Harry deliberated with himself for a moment, then walked over to her. Hey, Harry, do you want to work with me today? She asked brightly. Sure, Harry said. By the way, your boyfriend tried to warn me off you on the way here. Boyfriend? She asked, her brow furrowed. Who dash? Immediately after she started to ask the question, her eyes narrowed in a sharp glare and shot to the back of the room, where James and Sirius were sitting together, laughing and joking. He told you we were dating? She asked through gritted teeth. Yeah, Harry said, glad her glare wasn't directed at him. Ugh, that dash. Lily stopped, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. You know I can't stand him. I know, but I figured I'd let you deal with it, Harry told her with a small smile. I have to share a dorm with him. Oh, don't worry, Lily said menacingly. I'll take care of him, all right. Remind me never to hack you off, Harry said. Lily rolled her eyes but smiled and nudged his shoulder with hers just before Flitwick climbed up the steps to the podium. Good morning, class. I hope you're all ready to learn because this term we'll be learning enchanting, he announced excitedly. Harry smiled as Lily's eyes lit up and she listened attentively. The course hadn't changed at all since Harry took this class, so he let his mind wander a bit. Mostly, he was wondering if he should hold back in class or not. It probably didn't matter that much, but he really didn't want the attention it would bring. Class ended with them being given a light amount of homework, where they had to write 8 inches of parchment on what enchanting was and how it was used. Briefly, Harry wondered if he could talk Dumbledore into getting him out of writing assignments. Probably not, he decided. Harry, Lily, and Dorcas went to Ancient Runes after that, a class he had really regretted not taking after it was taught to him during those boring nights stuck in a tent. He rather enjoyed it. And when he learned how useful it could be for enchanting and warding, he ended up asking Hermione to tutor him so he could get an OWL in the subject. Marlene, Alice, and surprisingly, the Marauders all headed off to herbology. The ancient runes teacher, Professor Stone, was a short, ancient-looking witch with a kind smile. She was also quite forgetful, losing both her chalk and wander in class, and she liked to go off on tangents that had nothing to do with what was happening in class. Still, it was a pleasant lesson, leaving Harry feeling like he had made the right decision to continue the subject. As Harry, Lily, and Dorcas made their way down to lunch, they passed through the Transfiguration courtyard. As they still had a few minutes, Harry left to use the bathroom, while Lily and Dorcas enjoyed the sun and cool breeze while they waited. He was only gone for a couple of minutes, but by the time he came back, Lily was shouting angrily at James. "Where the hell do you get off telling people we're dating?" Lily yelled. "Because I was going to ask you to Hogsmeade, and I knew you'd say yes." James replied with another of his insufferable grins. "I just didn't want Harry to get his heart broken when you left him for the more handsome Potter." Sirius snorted in laughter, while Peter laughed loudly, and Remus pinched the bridge of his nose. "You dash," Lily started, then paused to take a deep breath with her eyes closed. "Potter, I wouldn't date you if you were the last human on Earth." Opening her eyes, she glared at him sharply and poked him in the chest with her wand. "And who I'm friends with, or who I date for that matter, is none of your business," she growled furiously. Spinning on her heel, she hooked her arm through Harry's and pulled him out of the courtyard, Dorcas following close behind. "Come on, Prongs," Sirius said, just loud enough for them to hear. "Give it up. She's probably a prude in bed anyways." Lily huffed angrily through her nose and kept pulling him away. Harry sighed internally, disappointed with his father. He knew he was a good person at heart. The way he supported Remus proved that. And he knew he'd mature a lot sometime in the next year. But right now, James Potter was a real ass. "Lily," someone called out. "Go away," she yelled back. That didn't seem to deter the person following them, as Harry could hear their running footsteps growing closer. "Lily, wait," the person huffed. With a sigh, Lily slowed down, and Harry looked back to find Severus Snape panting heavily as he caught up to them. "What do you want, Severus?" Lily asked coldly, still not turning to look at him. Snape looked genuinely hurt at the tone, considering what had happened after their OWLs last year, where James had used Levi Corpus on him. Then Snape called Lily a mudblood when she tried to help him. Harry couldn't fault Lily for her anger. Harry was of two minds about Snape. On the one hand, he truly loved his mother and devoted the rest of his life to protecting Harry, along with being instrumental in Voldemort's defeat. On the other hand, he was responsible for Voldemort targeting his family in the first place. He hadn't cared about what happened to Harry or James. His only concern had been saving Lily. On top of that, he was just an all-round despicable person and a horrible teacher. In Harry's mind, the bad far outweighed the good. "Can we talk privately?" Snape asked, eyeing Harry with distaste. "Whatever you have to say, you can say it here," Lily said, finally turning to face him. Snape grimaced as his eyes went from Dorcas to Harry, and he hesitated. Lily turned and took a step to leave. "Wait," Snape yelled, his arm outstretched as if to grab hers, but stopped short and dropped it down to his side when she turned back. "Well?" Lily asked impatiently. "I'm sorry," Snape said, bowing his head to hide his face behind a curtain of lanky, greasy black hair. "I'm sorry about what I called you. I didn't mean it. Potter just had me so angry and dash." "Don't blame other people for your actions," Lily rebuked him sharply. "If you're just here to make excuses, dash." "No, Lily, please. I'm so sorry for what I called you. I'll never do it again, I swear. I miss you," Snape said softly, genuine sadness in his tone. "What about other Muggleborns?" Lily asked. "What about them?" Snape asked, confused. "You still don't get it," Lily sighed, shaking her head sadly. "I was hurt when you called me a mudblood, but that's not why I stopped being friends with you." Then why? Snape asked, a hint of desperation in his voice. Whatever it is, I'm sorry. An apology isn't going to fix this, Severus, Lily told him. Figure out, then maybe we can talk. Snape opened his mouth, but nothing came out as Lily turned and walked away. After a brief crisis of conscience, Harry pulled her to a stop when they were a few feet away. Lily, Harry whispered hesitantly. I think you should tell him. Lily sighed and ran a hand through her hair thoughtfully. I want him to figure out on his own, she said stubbornly. And what if he doesn't? Harry asked. Lily was silent for several long seconds. While she was lost in thought, Harry glanced back to see Snape was still there, glaring at the back of his head. Suddenly, Lily spun around and marched back over to Snape. With so many people passing through the hall, Harry put up a silent muffliato charm to give them a modicum of privacy. You calling me a name isn't why I stopped being your friend, Severus. It's the fact that you would call any other Muggle-born mudblood that bothered me, Lily told him. It's the fact that you spend time with people who openly support you-know-who. They're my friends, Snape argued weakly. They're using you because you're talented. Can't you see that? Lily yelled. I thought I was your friend. How do you think it makes me feel when I see you being friends with people who think Muggle-borns shouldn't be allowed to learn magic? Or we should be turned into slaves? Or maybe we should all just be killed? After all the times I've defended you and told my friends you were different, that you weren't like the rest of them, you turn around and stab me in the back. Lily paused to gather herself with a deep, shaky breath. Harry could hear her voice growing thick with emotion. I know you're in the same house, and you're going to have to spend time with them, but you're starting to think and act like they do. You're studying more and more dark magic, and you know how that affects people. I can handle it, Snape told her sharply. No, you can't, Lily replied angrily. You're angry and cruel all the time, and you never used to be that way. That's because Potterdash. Stop blaming other people for your actions, Severus. Lily shouted. I can't stand him either, but I don't go around hexing innocent first years and calling people mudbloods. If Potter can get to you so easily, how are you supposed to handle how addictive dark magic is? Snape grimaced, but couldn't seem to think of an argument. You want to know why I stopped being friends with you? Lily asked sorrowfully. You really want to know? It's because I don't want to watch one of my oldest and closest friends turn into a monster. Snape looked truly horrified and hurt at her words. Before he could come up with a reply, though, Harry felt a spell coming from the side before he even saw it. Without thought, his wand was out, and he'd blocked the sparking yellow spell that was aimed at Snape's side. All of them turned to see James and Sirius storming over, wands in hand. Harry wasn't sure who had fired the hex, but it had been more than just a schoolyard prank. That one had been meant to hurt. Get away from her, Snivellis, James growled. Potter, Snape growled back furiously as he pulled out his wand. Harry dropped his wand arm, but kept it ready, just in case. Dorcas sidled closer to him, her wand out but held loosely, a nervous expression on her face. What do you think you're doing? Lily asked James angrily. We saw Snivellis here make you cry, so we thought we'd come over and teach him some manners about how to treat a lady, James said, giving Lily a wink. Her hair waving despite the lack of breeze, Harry felt a large build-up of magic in Lily. Attacking someone while their back is turned, how noble of you, Lily said in a cold, sarcastic tone. Go away and bully someone else, Potter. This has nothing to do with you. Is there a problem here? Professor Hammer asked as she came around the corner. No, Professor, Lily said. We were just leaving. Lily spun around and stormed down the hall, her long red hair flowing out behind her. Dorcas rushed to catch up with her, but Harry paused just long enough to give Connie a grateful smile before following her. When he caught up to Lily, he could see the storm of emotions in her bright green eyes. He could easily tell she was angry, hurt, sad, and disappointed. I'm going to go sit down by the lake for a bit, Lily said suddenly when they reached the entrance hall. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and walked out the front door quickly. Harry moved to follow her, but Dorcas held him back. Don't, she said. It's best just to leave her be when she gets like this. Nodding reluctantly, Harry followed Dorcas into the Great Hall. Half an hour later, when Lily still hadn't returned, Harry grabbed a couple of sandwiches and stood. "Where are you going?" Alice asked. "I'm just taking Lily some food. She must be getting hungry," he told her. "All right, just don't be surprised if she bites your head off," she said only half-jokingly. "I'll take my chances," Harry said with a smile. After a short search, he found Lily sitting under the same tree he used to use when he was brooding. He smiled, thinking he was more like his parents than he'd realized. Walking up to her slowly, he sat down next to her and held out the 2 sandwiches wrapped in a napkin as she continued to stare out at the lake. "I thought you might be hungry," he offered quietly. "Thanks," Lily said, equally quiet. Taking one of the sandwiches, she nibbled on it as she continued looking out at the lake. Harry sat next to her in a companionable silence. He figured if she wanted to talk about it, she would, or it could be that she just didn't know him well enough yet to confide in him. Picking at the sandwich in his hand, he tore off a small chunk and threw it out into the lake. A moment later, one of the giant squid's long tentacles grabbed it and pulled it under the water. Harry continued feeding it until the sandwich was gone. When Lily was finished with her own a few moments later, she surprised him by leaning against his side and resting her head on his shoulder. Tentatively, Harry wrapped an arm around her waist, and they sat like that until the bell rang. Slowly, the two of them got up and made their way back to the school. "Thank you," she said softly as they walked across the grounds. "Anytime," Harry said with a smile. Lily gave him a small smile in return. It hurts that he'd choose them over me," she said quietly. "We've been friends for so long. Maybe he'll come around now that he knows why you're so upset with him," Harry offered. "Maybe," Lily said, though there was little hope in her voice. "Come on, let's get to defense before we're late." They got to the classroom just a minute before the bell rang again. As Connie took roll to familiarize herself with the students, she shifted in her chair nervously. Once she finished and looked back up at the class, Harry caught her eye and gave her a reassuring smile. She didn't smile back, but she did straighten her shoulders and seemed to gain more of her usual confidence. "Good afternoon, class," Connie said as she paced slowly back and forth in front of her desk. "I'm Professor Connie Hammer, and I'll be your defense against the dark arts teacher this year. I'm currently an Auror on leave from the ministry, and my goal is to teach you how to defend yourselves against the dark wizards and dark magic you may come across once you leave the safety of this school. I know your teachers in this subject have been hit or miss for the last few years, so we have a lot to catch up on in a short amount of time. Due to the current situation with you-know-who, the majority of what I'll be teaching you will be practical." A quiet cheer went up around the room, causing Connie to smile. "There will be homework," she said over the rumble, causing a round of groans. "But that will be mostly for your benefit. I'll teach you what you need to know for your written newts, but that will be it. The vast majority of your grade will be based on how well you are able to perform in class. Now, let's see where you're all at. Stand up. Wands out, please." As the class stood up with their wands in hand, Connie moved all of the desks and their bags over to the side of the classroom with a simple wave of her wand. Looking around, Harry could see a clear delineation between houses. Gryffindors on one side of the room and Slytherins on the other. He spotted quite a few familiar faces, mostly Death Eaters like Avery, not Snape, Rosier, and of course Bellatrix Lestrange. While Harry was busy looking over at his classmates, Connie had drawn a large, white circle on the floor. "All right, now, all of you are going to take turns dueling me," Connie said, causing several students to look at her nervously. "Not to worry, this is just to help me gauge what level you're at. There are 3 ways to end the duel. One of us is disarmed or otherwise unable to continue. One of us surrenders, or one of us steps outside of the circle. Now then, Miss Fortescue, let's start with you." Connie proved just why she was such a highly regarded Auror now, and in the future, by easily taking whatever spells her students threw at her and defeated them easily. Even after a dozen students, she'd barely broken a sweat, while each student left tired and winded. Still, while she'd never spoken to him about this exercise, Harry thought he understood what she was hoping to get from the students, and no one seemed to pick up on it. Several students, including Lily, Marlene, James, Sirius, and Bellatrix, all put on impressive displays, though none of them managed to land even a grazing hit on the lithe, agile professor. Finally, after everyone else had taken their turn, Connie called his name. Eagerly, Harry stepped into the circle and bowed. Smiling, she bowed back. On the count of 3, Connie told him as she had everyone else. 1, 2, 3. A gout of red-hot flames streamed from the end of Harry's wand as soon as she reached the end of her countdown. Eyes widening, Connie threw up a hastily erected shield to protect herself. With her vision temporarily obscured, he turned and ran to the side. His jet of flame ended, and Connie dropped her shield just as he stepped outside of the circle's edge. Smiling, Connie lowered her wand. "Well done, Mr. Potter," she said with a pleased smile. "Coward," someone muttered behind him. "Are you calling me a coward, Mr. Black?" Connie asked sharply. "What? No, not you," Sirius said quickly, then pointed at Harry. "I meant him." "And what is it that Mr. Potter's done that's so cowardly?" she pressed. "He ran away," Sirius said, as if it should be obvious. "So, if Mr. Potter were to find himself surrounded by Death Eaters trying to kill him, you think he should stay and fight to the death rather than escape?" Connie asked, continuing to grill him. "But that's completely different," James said, jumping to his friend's defense. "No, it's not," Connie interrupted, deadly serious. "Let me make this perfectly clear. I'm not here to train you to fight Death Eaters. If you want to do that, join the Aurors. I'm here to teach you how to defend yourselves should you be attacked. Sometimes that means fighting back, and sometimes that means running away to live another day. So, we should just roll over and let them win." Sirius asked disgustedly. "It's not your job to fight them." "Not yet," Connie told him firmly. "I realize that escape is not always possible, and I will be teaching you how to duel. However, I have seen too many fellow Aurors and friends die because they were outnumbered and refused to leave, even when there was nothing to gain. Too often, fighting to the last is so heavily ingrained in a person's training that they forget running away is even an option. I will not see that happen to you." Connie had gotten quite emotional during her speech, no doubt remembering the people she'd lost. While she gathered herself, Harry glanced around the room. Most of the Slytherins were indifferent, probably because they were far more likely to become Death Eaters than be attacked by them. Some of the Gryffindors, mostly the girls, seemed to grasp what she was saying, but James and Sirius simply brushed it off. They were too young and too innocent to understand what it was really like. They'd never had to fight when lives were on the line. And he hoped they never had to. "Now, let's try this again," Connie said. Waving her wand, the white circle on the floor changed to a square with only 3 sides. One line behind Connie, and one to the left and right sides of the room. "This time, I want you to try and escape. Potter, since you were the only one to understand this exercise, let's start with you," she continued. Nodding, Harry readied his wand as she gave the countdown. This time, Connie didn't hold back nearly as much. While her spells were still relatively harmless, her casting was fast and powerful. Harry was under a constant assault as he tried to make for the left sideline. Using a rather impressive bit of dodging, if he did say so himself, he got an opening just long enough to slip in a couple of spells. They were easily blocked, but they gave Harry the time he needed to escape. "Excellent work," Connie said with a smile, panting lightly as she turned to the rest of the wide-eyed class. "Who wants to go next?" The rest of defense, the whole class got a good workout and a small taste of what a real duel was like. She didn't go quite as hard on them as she did Harry, but still, only 4 people managed to make it out of the square. James, Lily, Bellatrix, and Avery. "That was great," Lily said enthusiastically as they left the room after class. "It's so nice having a good teacher from once." "Yeah," Alice agreed. "You wouldn't believe some of the terrible professors we've had over the years." "Oh, I think I can," Harry thought as he remembered some of the professors he'd endured. "Harry," a familiar voice called from behind. He turned around to see Narcissa, walking towards him just as several of the Slytherins left the classroom. Bellatrix waved to her as she left, but Avery and Rosier watched them suspiciously. "Hey, Narcissa," Harry said with a smile. "How's your first day going?" she asked. "It's been good, for the most part," he told her with a smile. Narcissa gave him just a small quirk of the lips. For some reason, she was far more reserved now that they were at school. "That's good," she said. "I was wondering, are you still available to tutor me in defense? I'd really like to learn the Patronus charm for my OWLs." "Yeah, of course," Harry said. "I didn't know you could do the Patronus," Lily said, looking impressed. "Yeah," Harry said with a modest shrug. "Honestly, it's not as hard as people make it out to be." "Can we start tonight?" Narcissa asked. "I already got permission from Slughorn for us to use the abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor." "Sure. I'll meet you there after dinner." Harry asked. "I'll see you then," she replied. With another barely noticeable smile, Narcissa took off down the hall. "Could you teach me too?" Lily asked eagerly. "Yeah, if you want," he told her. Lily smiled brightly as she began walking off towards the library. They had a study period before dinner, and Harry was actually using that time to study. Wouldn't Hermione be proud? He thought with a grin. 2 hours later, he found himself at dinner, once again enjoying the company of Lily and her friends. It was heartwarming that they welcomed and accepted him so quickly. It made him start to feel guilty for lying to them about where he was from. For a moment, he entertained the thought of just telling them the truth, but that would cause him far too many problems. The last thing he wanted was for someone to figure out who his parents were, or worse, have the unspeakables trying to study him like some sort of guinea pig. When he finished eating, he decided to leave early to see what shape the classroom he'd be using with Narcissa was in. When he got there, he found it a bit dusty and severely lacking in furniture, but it would do. Harry spent a few minutes cleaning up and putting cushion charms on the floor, just in case. "Hello, Harry," Narcissa said, giving him a genuine smile as she closed the door behind her. "Hey," Harry said with a smile, glad to see her acting more like herself. "Ready to get started?" "1 second," she said, setting her bag down on the floor and putting her hair into a ponytail. "Okay, I'm ready." "All right, now, the Patronus charm is mostly mental," Harry explained. "It's all about finding a truly happy memory and allowing it to fill you up." Harry and Narcissa worked together for over an hour until she was able to produce a large amount of mist. Like most people he'd taught, that's where progress stalled. "Don't worry," Harry said. "Everyone struggles at this point. It took me months to finally get it right. It's all about feeling the memory, reliving that happiness, and not just remembering it." Narcissa nodded, looking pleased with herself at what she'd accomplished for the day. She'd taken off her robe and tie, leaving her in just a tight, white dress shirt with the top 3 buttons undone. There was a light sheen of sweat in the small valley of cleavage she was showing, drawing his eyes to her impressive bust. "Good to know I can still get your attention," Narcissa said with a smirk when she caught him staring. "Can you put some wards on the door?" Smiling, Harry put silencing, locking, and aversion charms on the door as she stalked towards him. "You have no idea how boring it was being in France with my parents," she said, wrapping her arms loosely around his neck while his hands sought out her wide hips. Pressing her lips to his, Narcissa kissed him slowly and deeply, her large breasts flattening against his chest. Harry slid his hands down to her bum, lightly squeezing her full cheeks through her thick, woolen skirt. When she pulled back a short time later, she smiled up at him with a bright-eyed, sultry gaze. "I missed this," Narcissa whispered. "Me too," Harry said with a grin. Lifting her up, they stared at each other hungrily as he carried her over to the teacher's desk at the front of the room. "MH, have I been naughty, Professor?" she asked huskily. "Very naughty," he said, setting her down on her feet. "In fact, I think I might have to give you a detention, Ms. Black." "Please don't, Professor," Narcissa said pleadingly as she dropped down to her knees. "I'll do anything to make it up to you." Harry's cock pulsed as she reached for his belt. With quick, nimble fingers, she opened the front of his pants and reached in to pull out his mostly hard length. Stroking his shaft lightly, Narcissa opened her mouth and swallowed half of him. Keeping her eyes locked with his, she sucked hard as she pulled back to the tip, then paused to swirl her tongue around his swollen glands. By the time she pulled back off of him, his cock was rock hard and throbbing in her hand. Palming his wand, Harry vanished both of their clothes, leaving them neatly folded on a desk a few feet away. Narcissa smirked, took his head between her lips, and ran her hand from her stomach up to her jutting breasts, pushing them up and presenting them to him. Moving one of her hands back to his shaft, she started bobbing her head, taking him deeper and deeper each time. "If you take it all, I'll give you extra credit," Harry told her. Looking up at him challengingly, Narcissa grabbed his thighs and used them as leverage to pull herself forward. Her chest heaved as she gagged and her eyes squinted closed. Pulling back slightly, she sucked in a deep breath before driving forward again, forcing a good couple inches of his cock in her tight, spasming throat as she choked and gagged loudly. Long, thick gobs of saliva fell from her lips while she pulled on his legs, slowly and determinedly pushing her lips closer to his base. Harry stared down at her in disbelief, not expecting her to go that far. She was absolutely determined to swallow his entire length, and the sight of her quite literally fucking her own face on his cock had him harder than a bar of steel. As she drove forward again, his hands reached out and ran through her long, blonde hair while he let out a deep groan. Over and over, Narcissa gagged herself on his length, her lips stopping just an inch short of his base. Pulling off completely, she glared at his shaft and spat on it before stroking his slimy, spit-covered length with her hand. Parting her plump lips, she drove herself forward again, her other hand gripping his ass and pulling her forward. Even as she shook her head side to side, she just couldn't get the last inch down her throat. "Need some help?" Harry asked, pulling back just far enough to take a breath, the cool air chilling his soaked shaft. Narcissa looked up at him and nodded. Gripping the back of her head with both of his hands, Harry waited until she started pushing forwards again before pulling her towards his base. Narcissa had her eyes shut tight, tears leaking from the corners. A river of saliva ran down her chin as she choked around his girth. When she reached the point she couldn't go any further on her own, Harry planted his feet and shoved her head down, forcibly driving the last half an inch down her throat and pressing her nose against his pelvis. Harry groaned at the exquisite feeling of her tight, hot throat spasming wildly around his cock as he held her in place for several seconds. As soon as she started to pull back, he relaxed his grip, and she slowly pulled all the way back off. Narcissa's breasts shook and jiggled as she sucked in deep breaths and coughed to clear her abused throat. 10 points to Slytherin, Harry said. She chuckled at his joke and looked up at him with a bright, lustful gaze in her dark blue eyes. "Merlin, I feel like such a whore," she said excitedly. Opening her mouth, she wrapped her lips around his head, one hand buried between her legs as she looked up at him expectantly. Smiling incredulously, Harry grabbed her head before thrusting into her mouth and down her throat. Starting slowly, he gradually picked up speed until he was brutally fucking her throat. Narcissa took it all willingly while fingering herself furiously. More tears ran down her eyes, smearing her makeup as a loud, wet gagging filled the classroom. Occasionally, Harry would hold her down with his cock buried to the hilt in her gullet until she squirmed before letting her up to take a quick, deep breath. His movements grew faster and more aggressive as his climax built. Narcissa's eyes remained closed, looking like she was in her own little world as he continued to use and abuse her tight little throat. Eventually, Harry couldn't hold back any longer. "Where do you want it?" Harry asked roughly as he pulled out of her mouth, gobs of thick, slimy saliva dripping from his shaft and her bruised lips. "Anywhere," Narcissa gasped shortly, panting for breath as she continued to finger herself. Smiling, Harry fed his cock back between her lips and drove straight back into her throat. With short, fast thrusts, he held her head in place and hammered her throat ruthlessly. He continued, desperately chasing his orgasm as she started squirming from lack of air. A moment later, Harry buried himself as deep as he could and came straight down her throat. Narcissa squirmed and shook wildly, not trying to escape his hold, but from reaching her own climax. Harry pulsed twice more before he finally pulled back, yanking his length out of her mouth. Narcissa gasped desperately for air, her mouth open wide in a silent scream as she rode out her orgasm. He stroked himself roughly, his cock continuing to pulse as long. Thick jets of cum painted her face and landed in her mouth. By the time they were finished, both of them were breathless, and Narcissa's face was a spit and cum-covered mess. Just the sight of the prim and proper pure blood, which in such a state had him hard again in moments. Calling the Elder Wand back into his hand, Harry cleaned her off before tossing it back to his robes and helping Narcissa to her feet. Kissing her passionately, he grinned and spun her around to bend her over the desk. She moaned in anticipation, wiggling her full, firm ass at him temptingly. Without hesitation, he thrust in her flooded depths from behind, causing both of them to moan. Using her ponytail like a handle, Harry began thrusting with long, deep strokes. One hand reached under her to grope one of her hanging breasts as the other pulled her head back. "Oh, Harry," Narcissa moaned. "Fuck me." Harry picked up his pace, driving into her hard enough to make her body lurch and the desk groan in protest. Narcissa let out a grunt each time his long cock bottomed out in her tight, sweltering depths. Letting go of her breast, he stood straight and smacked her ass just hard enough to sting slightly. She shocked him by coming on the spot with a loud cry. "Shit," Harry grunted as she tightened and fluttered around him. He smacked her ass several more times throughout her climax, turning her pale globes light pink. When she came down from her peak, Harry pulled out of her and turned her around to face him. Lifting her up, he sat her on the desk and slipped back into her. Narcissa kissed him passionately as he caressed her luscious curves and slowly thrust into her. He knew from their time over the summer that this was what she liked most of the time. As much as she enjoyed the rough stuff on occasion, what Narcissa really craved was affection, something that he strongly suspected was severely lacking in her home life, and something he was more than happy to give her. Holding her closely, Harry continued kissing her passionately, all over her lips, neck, and chest, while thrusting in her gently, almost tenderly. Narcissa panted and moaned constantly, her lips kissing and sucking at his neck and lips while her nails raked lightly across his shoulders. Over the next half an hour, he slowly drove her to 2 more trembling orgasms before starting the slow, steady climb to his own peak. "I'm close," he breathed into her ear. "In me," she begged. Fighting the urge to speed up, Harry eventually reached his end and spilled inside of her. Narcissa moaned contentedly as he flooded her depths. Gradually, they caught their breath and talked a bit more before finally getting dressed. "Can we do this again on Thursday?" Narcissa asked as they got ready to leave. "Sure," Harry said with a grin. Smiling, she gave him one last kiss before slipping out of the door. Harry spent the rest of the evening studying and relaxing with Lily and her friends in the common room. Just before curfew, the Marauders walked in, talking and joking boisterously. James gave him a glare when he spotted him sitting next to Lily on the couch, and Harry sighed. After bidding the girls goodnight, he went up to his dorm and found James and the others were all huddled around Peter's bed. They whispered to each other and glanced over at him on occasion as he got ready for bed. Chapter 5. As classes picked up and the homework began to pile on, Harry solidified his plan to take out Voldemort. As much as he wanted to just destroy the Horcruxes and take the fight straight to Tom, he knew it was too dangerous at that point in time. Harry didn't yet know where all the Horcruxes were, and if Voldemort discovered someone was after them, he would go to any lengths to hide the rest. Even though it galled him to do it, Harry would have to just bide his time until he knew where all of them were before doing anything. It also meant he was going to need Dumbledore's help. While he lost quite a lot of trust in the old man over the years, in the end, they were still on the same side, and Dumbledore had the connections they would need to find all of the Horcruxes as quickly as possible. That didn't mean Harry couldn't do anything, however. The diadem was still in the school and could easily be destroyed without Voldemort knowing about it. On top of that, he had a plan to start taking the fight to Voldemort. During the months he'd spent on the run with Ron and Hermione, Harry had spent a lot of time thinking about how they could have done things better. One thing he had come up with was turning the taboo on Voldemort's name against the Death Eaters. Dumbledore hadn't been too happy with his plan, but Harry had made it quite clear that he was his own man now. He wasn't going to sit back and do nothing while waiting for information on the Horcruxes. That was why, on a Friday night, while the rest of his classmates were sitting in a nice warm common room, Harry was standing in the freezing rain out in the middle of nowhere. "Voldemort," he said softly. Tightening his grip on the Elder Wand, there was only the sound of his shivering breath and the patter of rain for several long seconds. Then, just as he was starting to wonder how long it would take, a pair of loud cracks broke the quiet of the night. Two people in black robes and distinctive, skull-shaped masks appeared in front of him. Harry struck fast and hard, his wand lashing out like a whip as he fired a barrage of spells at the cloaked figures. It was clear they hadn't expected an attack by the way they cowered as his spells crashed against their hastily erected shields like hammer blows. One of them dropped his shield and twisted on the spot, only to wince when they hit Harry's anti-apparition wards. A split second later, he dropped to the ground stiff as a board from a blue lance of magic. "Avada Kedavra!" the other figure shouted in a deep voice. Harry slipped out of the way and fired back a spell of his own, a bolt of red that hit the wizard's wand hand with the sound of shattering bone. As the Death Eater's wand fell from his ruined hand with a scream, Harry silenced him with a stunning hex to the chest. Panting from the adrenaline coursing through his veins, Harry bound the two figures, collected their wands, and removed their masks. He didn't recognize either of them, but that didn't necessarily mean much. There were a lot of important Death Eaters from the First War that Harry didn't know just by looking at their faces. Grabbing them by the shoulders, he apparatted them to Hogsmeade, just outside the Shrieking Shack, floating them inside the rundown building. Harry picked up his cloak from where he'd stashed it under the broken couch and tossed it over their bodies before making his way through the secret tunnel. When he got back to the castle, he took them straight up to Dumbledore's office, where he was surprised to find Connie sitting across from Dumbledore. "What happened to you?" Connie asked while eyeing his dripping, wet clothes. Harry looked to Dumbledore, who gave an uncharacteristic shrug. Sighing, he reached out and pulled the cloak off of the two Death Eaters. Connie's eyes went wide as she stared at the skull-shaped masks on their chests. "Do you recognize them?" Harry asked. Dumbledore stood and walked around his desk. "This one is Frederick Dorsey, a low-level clerk at the Ministry," he said, pointing to one of the men. "The other is Morton Avery, Marcus Avery's father and head of the Flynn Network Authority." He remembered a conversation with Sirius about people stepping into the Floo and disappearing during the First War. It hadn't been until after Voldemort's fall that the Ministry realized just how deeply the Death Eaters had penetrated into the government. "That's good, isn't it?" Harry asked, wondering why Dumbledore looked so concerned. "Possibly," he said. "Let us hope that Voldemort does not decide to retaliate. What are we supposed to do? Just sit around and let Voldemort do whatever he wants?" Harry asked frustratedly. "He's going to attack people no matter what. Doing nothing isn't going to help." "Am I missing something?" Connie asked tentatively. "I'm using the taboo on Voldemort's name to capture Death Eaters," Harry told her. Connie blinked several times as she stared at him nonplussed. "I don't know if that's brilliant or insane," she said eventually. "Why hasn't anyone in the Aurors thought of that?" "They have," Dumbledore told her. "The idea was turned down because of the risk of Voldemort himself turning up." "So, definitely insane then," Connie confirmed, turning back to Harry. "It's a risk I'm willing to take," Harry stated defiantly. "Voldemort nearly won last time because people saw him as unbeatable. If they see someone taking a stand, even if they don't know who it is, it might give them the courage to fight back." I still think you're taking too much of a risk, Dumbledore said with a tired sigh. You and I are the only ones that can handle Voldemort if he shows up. Waiting for one golden opportunity is far riskier than standing up to him now, before it's too late, Harry argued. And if you're killed? He asked, arching a bushy white eyebrow. You know as much as I do at this point, Harry said, referring to the Horcruxes. Connie looked between them with a furrowed brow, realizing there was something going on she wasn't privy to. That's not all I'm worried about, Dumbledore said. I know, Harry told him. Do you need me to stick around for the Aurors? It was a blatant change of subject, but thankfully, Dumbledore let it go. No, I don't think that will be necessary, he replied with a small shake of his head. You were out of the castle on personal business and defended yourself when you unintentionally activated the taboo on Voldemort's name, correct? Exactly, Harry said with a grin. I'm going to go get dry. Good night, professors. Good night, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry left the headmaster's office and used his wand to dry himself off once he was in the drafty hallway. He'd only made it halfway to the corridor that led to the main staircase when he heard the sound of running footsteps behind him. Turning around, his hand rested lightly on his wand until he saw that it was Connie rushing to catch up with him. Why do I get the feeling that there's more to you than what I was told? She asked, falling in a step next to him. Harry sighed and cast a Muffliato charm around them as they walked. What exactly did Dumbledore tell you about me? Harry asked in return. Just that you were sent back in time after an accident, Connie told him. Harry nodded and thought for a moment on how much to tell her. He liked Connie, and he trusted her. She worked alongside Amelia Bones quite a lot as an Auror, and Kingsley had always spoken highly of her. To make a really long story short, Voldemort lost his powers when I was a baby and then came back years later. I'm the one that killed him, he told her. You beat him? Connie asked, her eyes wide. Yeah, Harry said, wondering if she would even believe him. Wow, she breathed. I take it there's more to it that you can't tell me about? Sorry, Harry said apologetically. Understand, Connie said. They fell into silence for a long moment as they climbed the stairs. Harry was lost in thought, wondering if he should tell her more. Not about the Horcruxes, obviously, but he could safely tell her something about the other parts. Well, I guess that explains what happened in class, Connie started, causing Harry to turn and look at her questioningly. I know when someone is holding back. Everyone else in class was trying as hard as they could to beat me, yet you did better than any of them, and you looked like you weren't even trying. I thought Fiendfire might be a bit much, Harry joked. Connie laughed, and they talked a bit more until they reached her office. If you need a hand next time you go Death Eater hunting, let me know, all right? I will, Harry promised as they parted. As the week passed, Harry decided to wait on going after any more Death Eaters until he saw how the Ministry reacted to arresting one of their own. There was no point in risking his life if they were just going to get off with a bribe. During that time, he noticed Remus looking more and more ill with each day. After giving it some thought, Harry came up with an explanation and waited until the end of Ancient Runes to approach him, a class none of the other Marauders took. Remus, Harry called out. Telling Lily he would meet her at lunch, he jogged up to Remus. Can we talk for a minute? He asked. Remus nodded and followed Harry as he led him to an empty classroom. Silencing the door, he pulled a small wooden box out of his pocket. Here, this is for you, Harry said. Remus looked at him suspiciously before cautiously opening the box to reveal 7 vials filled with a blue and pink speckled potion. What is it? Remus asked as he held up one of the vials and eyed the potion inside. It's called Wolfsbane, Harry said, licking his lips nervously. My uncle created it. If you take one a day the week leading up to a full moon, it lets a werewolf keep their human mind while transformed. Remus went deathly pale and nearly dropped the potions as he stared at Harry fearfully. I am not Dash, Remus stuttered. It's all right. I won't tell anyone, Harry assured him. Look, my uncle was a werewolf. I know what the signs looks like, and I know you're just a normal person outside your monthlies. Harry's joke fell flat as Remus stared between him and the potion in his hands, his eyes shining with fear and hope. "If this is some kind of joke," he said. "It's not," Harry told him. "You can ask Professor Slughorn if you want. I already showed it to him." He'd known that it was unlikely that Remus would believe him, so he'd asked Slughorn to vouch for him. He also talked the professor into publishing the potion under his own name in exchange for his silence. Harry didn't want the attention like Slughorn did, and there was very little money to be made with a potion like Wolfsbane. Werewolves weren't known for having money. Plus, it was always good to be owed a favor from Slughorn, even if he didn't really like the man. "You're serious?" Remus asked. "This will stop the wolf from taking over." "It will," Harry said with a smile. "I know you don't know me that well, or really have any reason to trust me. Just talk to Slughorn. He'll be able to tell you more about it than I can." Seeing that Remus still looked quite shocked, Harry turned to leave so he could have some time to think about it. "Wait," Remus called out, causing Harry to turn back with his hand on the doorknob. Thanks. "Don't mention it," Harry said with a grin. They didn't have potions that day, but from the way Remus and the rest of the Marauders kept glancing at him throughout dinner, he thought Remus had probably spoken to Slughorn. Harry hoped it also might ease some of the tension that had been growing between them in the dorm. James was understandably jealous of the amount of time he spent with Lily, and Sirius seemed to dislike him for reasons Harry wasn't really sure about. He made comments about Harry spending time with Narcissa because she was a Slytherin, despite the fact that she was also his cousin, but Harry didn't think that was the whole reason. Perhaps he felt Harry was an intruder, or maybe he just disliked him on principle because James did. Maybe it was a combination of the two, or it was for a different reason altogether. Either way, it still hurt to know that they didn't like him. Unfortunately, there wasn't much he could do about that. Finishing his dinner, Harry wiped his mouth and turned to Lily. "I'll see you back in the common room," he said. "Where are you going?" she asked. "I'm helping Narcissa with her Patronus charm again," Harry told her. "Could I come?" Lily asked hopefully. "I'd love to learn the Patronus charm." Harry cursed as he tried to think of an excuse. "I don't mind, but I'm not sure how Narcissa would feel about that. How about we work on it tomorrow after dinner?" Harry asked. "Okay," Lily said with a smile. "Great," Harry said, relieved his evening with Narcissa wouldn't be ruined. With a smile and a wave, Harry left the table, completely unaware of the conversation that immediately started up in his absence. "You don't think there's anything going on between Harry and Narcissa, do you?" Dorcas asked thoughtfully. "You think they're sleeping together?" Mary McDonald asked with a giggle. "They do spend a lot of time together," Alice added. "He's just teaching her a spell," Lily said, rolling her eyes. "They've been at it for a while, though," Mary pointed out. "It's a difficult spell," Lily said defensively. "Harry said it can take months to learn." "So, they'll be going off together, alone, for months?" Dorcas asked suggestively. Lily huffed and shook her head at Mary, and Dorcas continued speculation on other couples as they began walking back to the common room. Lily fell to the back of the group, lost in thought as she trudged through the halls. Alice noticed and stopped to wait for her to catch up. "You okay?" Alice asked. Lily jerked her head up. "Yeah, I'm fine," she said. "Really?" Alice asked doubtfully. Lily was quiet for a moment, nibbling on her bottom lip thoughtfully. "Do you really think there's something going on between Harry and Narcissa?" she asked quietly. "It's possible. They do spend a lot of time together. Why?" "Oh, Merlin," Alice gasped with a grin. "You fancy him, don't you?" "What? No," Lily denied instantly. "I can't believe I didn't see it before," Alice said. "I don't fancy Harry," Lily protested, folding her arms over her chest. "Oh, come on, Lils," Alice pressed, nudging Lily's shoulder with hers. "It's me you're talking to." Lily sighed, and her shoulders slumped. "Fine, I like him," she admitted. "I knew it," Alice said excitedly. "He's like James Potter, but without any of the arrogance to go with it." Lily turned and slapped Alice's shoulder. "What was that for?" Alice asked indignantly. "For implying, in any way, that I find James Potter attractive, Lily huffed. Both girls were silent for a moment before they giggled. As they calmed, Lily lost her smile. So, you think there's something going on between Harry and Narcissa? She asked. Well, it's possible, Alice admitted. But if there was, surely they would have started dating by now, right? Maybe, Lily said, not looking too convinced. And even if if they aren't dating by now, then that just means it isn't serious, Alice continued cheerfully. Right, Lily said, looking a bit more cheerful. Tell you what, how about I ask him tomorrow? Alice offered. I don't know, Lily said uncertainly. It'll be fine, Lily, Alice soothed while wrapping her arm around her friend's shoulders. Wouldn't you rather know for sure, instead of just guessing? I suppose, Lily admitted nervously. But what do I do? Should I just tell him? What if he doesn't like me that way? He'd be a bloody idiot if he doesn't. I mean, look at you, Alice said with a grin that finally got a smile out of Lily. Tell you what, there's a Hogsmeade visit coming up at the end of October. What if we drop a few hints and see if he asks you? If he doesn't, then I'll just beat him over the head until he does. Lily laughed as they stepped into the common room and walked over to one of the small tables so she and Alice could talk privately while they studied. 20 minutes before curfew, Harry walked Narcissa back to the Slytherin common room, as he had done every night they studied together. Although, to be honest, they hadn't gotten much studying done that night, he thought with a grin. Giving her a kiss on the cheek, he bid Narcissa good night before she gave the password, and the bare stretch of wall in front of her morphed into a tunnel leading to the Slytherin dorms. Smiling to himself, Harry turned and started walking back towards Gryffindor Tower. As he walked down an empty stretch of hall in the dark, dank dungeons of Hogwarts, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Feeling as if he was being watched, Harry gripped his wand and clutched it in his hand. Suddenly, on pure instinct, he spun around just in time to see a twisting, writhing bolt of purple magic flying towards his legs. With a flick of his wand, Harry shattered the spell into 100 sparkling pieces. Before the sparks had completely burned themselves out, a shockwave pulsed outward from his body. For disillusioned figures, hiding in alcoves and behind suits of armor, were thrown backwards roughly into the stone walls, knocking the breath out of them and dispelling their disillusionment charms. Harry easily recognized their faces as they shimmered into view. Lucius Malfoy, Rudolphus and Rabaston Lestrange, and Marcus Avery. As the four of them scrambled to get to their feet, Harry scowled furiously and swiped his wand, the tip pointing downwards. All of them grunted and fell to their hands and knees, his spell making it feel as if the weight of a hippogriff was holding them down. In reality, it was Harry's own magic pressing down on them. Another wave of his wand ripped theirs from their hands and left them scattered along the hall. Cowards, Harry spat angrily. Hiding in the shadows, attacking when someone's back is turned. Now which one of you idiots wants to tell me what this is all about? Malfoy looked up and glared at him impotently. Before Harry could say anything else, he heard a set of footsteps walking up behind him. Turning around, he saw Bellatrix walking up to him, wand in hand and a smirk on her lips. They're upset you're spending so much time with my sister, she said, her violet eyes glinting in the light of the torches along the wall. Don't just stand there, Malfoy growled, gritting his teeth at the strain of holding himself up. Deal with him and get us out of here, you stupid bitch. Ah, you think I'm here to help you? Bella asked tauntingly before laughing at them. Then why are you here? Harry asked. I wanted to see how you'd handle them, she replied with a grin, her eyes raking up and down his body. I knew there was something special about you. I just wanted to see it for myself. Shrugging off her heavy cloak, Bellatrix dropped it to the ground and smiled expectantly. I really don't think you want to do this, Harry said, preparing himself for another duel. Oh, I think I do, Bellatrix answered, smiling. Glancing over at the four boys behind him, she licked her lips excitedly and looked back at him. Harry could see a trace of that obsessive light that he'd seen when she looked at Voldemort sparkling in her eyes as she looked at him. It worried him for a moment, But he couldn't help but think how much better off the world would be if Bellatrix were obsessed with someone like him instead someone like Voldemort. Could he really save Bellatrix Black? Harry wondered. It was worth trying, he decided. I never did like dueling without a good reason, Harry said conversationally. How about we make a bet? What kind of bet? Bellatrix asked suspiciously. The winner gets to do anything they want with the loser for 24 hours, Harry said. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow, then grinned a moment later. Deal. The second the word left her lips, she went on the attack, spell after spell, spitting from the end of her wand. Harry deflected them, but it was clear she was much more powerful and skilled than the vast majority of their classmates. Unsurprisingly, quite a few of the curses she sent at him were dark in nature and would be incredibly painful if they hit. Behind him, Harry could feel Malfoy inching his way closer to his wand, but he was moving so slowly it wasn't a concern. Waving his own wand, he knocked Bellatrix roughly against the wall. Like most witches and wizards, if the spell wasn't visible, she had a hard time knowing how to deal with it. She wasn't far enough along to sense magic yet, but he knew she would be one day. As Bellatrix moved to stand up, Harry used the same trick he had on the others to pin her in place. She was much better at fighting it than her male housemates, using her magic to push back rather than brute strength, but she was still no match for Harry. Holding her in place, he ripped her wand from her hand using a powerful summoning charm, and then used her own robe to tie her up by transfiguring it into a long black rope. Slithering like a snake, it wrapped around her arms and waist, just under her large breasts. Harry walked forward to stand in front of her, his crotch just inches from her face. Bellatrix panted as she looked up at him, her violet eyes sparkling excitedly before she glanced behind him. Smirking, Harry twitched his wand, moving Malfoy's wand further away from his hand just as he reached out to grab it. I don't know why you even bothered, Harry said. Even if you got to it, it's not like it would do you any good. Malfoy growled angrily as he panted exhaustedly from his crawling. You'll pay for this, he spat furiously. Somehow, I doubt that, Harry said, then reached out to run a hand through Bellatrix's hair while putting up a powerful aversion charm on the hallway. If they don't like me spending time with your sister, I wonder how they'll feel about it when I take 2 of the Black sisters. He pulled Bellatrix's head closer to him, and she looked up at him with a hooded gaze as she understood what he wanted. The moment the ropes around her fell free, she reached up, quickly tearing his pants open excitedly. With a quick tug, she pulled down his underwear and freed his rapidly hardening cock. Good girl, Harry said. It was quite a powerful feeling to see a beautiful, powerful witch like Bellatrix Black looking up at him with a nearly worshipful look in her eyes. Harry could easily understand how someone could become addicted to this. Taking him in hand, she stroked his length while taking the head between her full, pink lips. Harry hissed as she nursed on the head until he was completely hard. His free hand joined the first in her long, curly black hair, and he held her in place as he pushed himself deeper into her mouth. Bellatrix took him willingly as she stared up at him, her hands moving to his hips. Based on what he'd seen both here and in his time, Harry knew Bellatrix needed a firm hand to guide her. Someone strong and confident that she could devote herself to. He just had to make sure to show her affection as well. For now, though, he just needed her to know he could dominate her the way he knew she wanted. Holding her head in place, Harry sawed his hips back and forth, fucking her mouth as her lips stretched wide around his girth. It didn't take long for him to learn an interesting fact. Bellatrix didn't have a gag reflex. Her eyes sparkled as he quickly buried himself to the root in her tight throat. Fuck, Harry grunted. Smiling with her eyes, Bellatrix sealed her lips around his shaft and sucked as he slowly pulled back until his head came free with a pop. His glistening length bobbed in front of her as she smirked up at him. I bet my sister can't do that, she said rather smugly. What? Lucius Malfoy growled. Harry had nearly forgotten the 4 Slytherin boys were there. Still pinned by his magic, all of them had collapsed onto their stomachs, too tired to hold themselves up any longer. Bellatrix's eyes glittered maliciously as she leaned to the side to look past Harry's leg with a smirk on her lips. "Didn't you know Harry was fucking her?" she asked mockingly, then laughed when they all glared at her. "Sissy's been fucking him for weeks. She comes back to the dorm and brags about how big his cock is and how good it feels inside of her. Much better than any of your tiny pricks." "And how do you know that?" Harry asked sharply. Bellatrix's eyes snapped up to look at him, the smile falling from her lips as she began stroking him again and rubbing his length against her face. "Electo Caro told me," she said. "She's fucked every Slytherin within 2 years of her. I never let any of these pathetic fools touch me." With one hand, Harry let go of her hair and stroked her cheek. Bellatrix leaned into his touch. "Good," Harry said, causing her to smile. Moving his hand back to her hair, he guided her lips back to his tip. Eagerly, she took him back into her mouth and began sucking him again. Quickly, Harry was back to thrusting in and out of her throat. Despite not having a gag reflex, obscene squelches and gas still left her mouth as his thick cock battered and stretched her gullet. Knowing he could be caught at any minute if someone discovered his spell, Harry mercilessly used Bellatrix for his own pleasure. Tears gathered in the corners of her eyes as she continued to stare at him despite the pounding her face was taking. A copious amount of thick, stringy saliva leaked out of her mouth and dripped down on her top. Her white shirt turned transparent where it landed, revealing the edges of her black bra underneath. Feeling himself getting close, Harry pulled himself out of her mouth to catch his breath. Bellatrix gasped for air. It was only then that he noticed that her hand was buried under the waistband of her skirt. She stared up at him with a lustful, hooded gaze and panted lightly with her mouth wide open, waiting for him to continue using her as she played with herself. Smiling, Harry thrust himself back into her mouth and down her throat. His cock throbbed as her tight throat convulsed around him, rapidly pushing him towards his peak. With just a handful of thrusts, Harry tipped over the edge. His shaft pulsing, the first jet of cum fired straight down her throat. Pulling back slightly, Bellatrix sucked on his hard-on as the rest of his climax flooded her mouth and coated her tongue. Going limp, he pulled out of her mouth completely and tucked his spit-covered member back into his pants. She looked up at him and swallowed with a moan as her body trembled. Closing her eyes, Bellatrix reached her own climax just seconds after his ended. "We'll get you for this, you little mudblood. You and your stupid whore." Rudolphus barked furiously as he tried in vain to reach for the wand that was several feet away from his outstretched hand. Bellatrix's eyes snapped open and narrowed angrily. "What did you call me?" she hissed dangerously. Grabbing her wand off the ground, she stood up and stalked over to him. Lestrange's glare fell away as he looked up at her. Despite the tears and spit covering her face, Bellatrix still looked as fearsome as ever as she stood over the defenseless wizard. "I asked you a question," she barked. A bright red stinging hex shot from her wand and hit Rudolphus in the back. Yelping in pain, his muscles strained as he tried to scoot away from her. "Bella," Harry called out sharply. She froze as he walked up behind her, her tense shoulder relaxing slightly as he wrapped his arms around her waist. "Don't waste the effort. There are much better things we could be doing with our time," Harry said quietly. His hands trailed up her flat stomach until his fingers rested on the underside of her breasts. As she relaxed against him, he tilted his head and kissed the side of her neck. "Traitor," Rudolphus grumbled bitterly. "Bella," Harry said sternly as her arm shot up, her wand pointed at Lestrange's face. She froze again, but her body shook with barely suppressed anger. That anger only got worse when Rudolphus smirked at her. "Don't use anything that leaves a mark," Harry said, changing his mind. The smile on Rudolphus' face fell, and now it was Bellatrix's turn to smile. He winced as a blue spell washed over him, then cautiously opened his eyes when nothing obvious happened. "What did you do to me?" he asked fearfully. "An impotence hex," Bellatrix said with a satisfied grin. "Don't bother trying to reverse it. This one's a special family spell." "You bitch," Rudolphus spat. I can cut it off, if you prefer, Bellatrix said threateningly. Rudolphus, shut up, Malfoy told him, then raised his eyes to look at Harry with a glare. Harry ignored him. Let's go. There's a special room I'd like to show you, Harry told Bellatrix quietly, his fingers running along the underside of her thin bra. Unless you'd rather go with them. Bellatrix scoffed and lowered her wand. I don't like weak men, she said. The four wizards on the floor scowled as Harry and Bellatrix turned to leave. Have a good night, gents, Harry said without looking back. Check out the link in my profile for more stories like this. Chapter 6. Harry led Bellatrix straight up to the 7th floor, using secret passages to avoid professors and prefects who were just starting their nightly patrols. Telling her to wait next to the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy, he paced in front of the room of requirement 3 times. Bellatrix watched him closely, her eyes hooded with excitement. As soon as the door appeared, he waved her over. She wasn't the least bit curious as to how Harry knew so much about the castle. Her only concern seemed to be to follow him, no matter where he went. The room was nothing fancy, just a small, cozy room with a fireplace and a bed in it. Harry barely gave it a glance before closing the door behind Bellatrix and pinning her against it. He stood a good 4 inches taller than her as she looked up at him, her violet eyes sparkling excitedly while she panted lightly with anticipation. Reaching up, Harry tucked a stray ringlet of hair behind her ear, then traced his fingers along her jaw and the side of her neck. Suddenly, he gripped her slender neck firmly, though not tightly enough to restrict her breathing. He could feel each trembling, excited breath she took through the palm of his hand, and her racing pulse pounded against the pad of his thumb where it rested on the side of her throat. Leaning forward slowly, Harry paused with his lips a hair's breadth away from hers. Bellatrix, her eyes closed in anticipation, thrust her chin forward, trying to meet him even though his hand held her in place. Smiling, Harry closed the remaining distance and kissed her firmly. As their lips opened so their tongues could meet, he pressed his body firmly against hers. Bellatrix's soft curves gave way to his hard muscle, her breasts flattening against his chest as he pinned her between him and the door. Pulling his lips back from hers breathlessly, Harry let go of her neck and trailed his hand down to her shirt. Grabbing the front with both hands, he jerked them apart, ripping her shirt open and sending button flying across the room with a clatter. Without any hesitation, he gripped and squeezed her large, full tits through her thin, lacy black bra. Bellatrix bit her lip and looked up at him with a hooded, lustful gaze as she arched her back against the door and slipped her arms out of her shirt. It dangled from her skirt as she reached back to unclasp her bra. Harry yanked it off of her, exposing her perky mounds and puffy, light pink nipples to his hungry stare. Squeezing the firm orbs roughly, he leaned forward and kissed Bellatrix heatedly. His mouth devoured hers as his fingers pinched and rolled her small, engorged nipples. Moaning into his mouth, she scrambled with impatient movements to pull off his tie and unbutton his shirt. Feeling his own patience reach the breaking point, Harry pulled back and snapped his fingers. Both of their clothes were torn from their bodies and flung across the from by his wild magic. Bellatrix gasped at the display of power, her nails digging into his skin as she pulled him closer with a hungry stare. As their lips met, Harry grabbed her bum and lifted her up. Bellatrix wrapped her arms and legs around him tightly as he carried her over to the bed. Her wet folds dragged along his shaft, leaving a glistening trail along his length as he set her down on the soft mattress. Standing at the foot of the bed, Harry lined himself up with her dripping entrance. Without any preamble, he gripped her shoulders and buried himself to the hilt in a single, powerful thrust. Bellatrix's eye rolled into the back of her head while arching her back. A long, low moan left escaped her lips as Harry pounded into her with short, sharp thrusts. With her legs bent and dangling in the air, her jutting tits bounced wildly on her chest. As Bellatrix gasped and panted, Harry grabbed her breasts tightly and bent down to wrap his lips around one of her pink nipples. Yes, Bellatrix hissed as hairy teeth scraped over her swollen nub. Smirking against her breast, he straightened up. Pinching both her nipples between his thumbs and forefingers, Harry pulled up sharply, distending her globes as they continued to bounce from his merciless pounding. Bellatrix's face screwed up in a mixture of pain and pleasure until a gasp left her lips when the light pink flesh slipped free from his grip. More, Bellatrix begged breathily as her depths fluttered around him and her back ached. Harry took the opportunity to squeeze one of her tits roughly while slapping the other, the pale globe turning pink where his hand connected. His hips snapped forwards brutally, thighs slapping loudly against her ass as her legs tightened around him. Bellatrix cried out as she squirmed under him, her hips bucking as she leaked around his thrusting length. Feeling her nearing her peak, Harry reached up and stroked her cheek. "Come for me," he said commandingly. Bellatrix panted heavily, her nails leaving fiery lines across the back of his shoulders, and her eyes closed as her face scrunched up. A second later, her eyes flew back open, and a gasp left her lips. Harry chose that moment to grab her throat and squeeze tightly, cutting off her air just as she tipped over the edge. Bellatrix opened her mouth in a silent scream as she writhed wildly under him. Her depths gasped his still hammering cock in a death grip while her eyes rolled into the back of her head. Harry grunted from the incredible feeling, but still wasn't close to his own end, because off his earlier releases with both Narcissa and Bellatrix. Clawing at the sheets, Bellatrix had a wild look in her eyes as her orgasm just kept going. When her face turned red, he finally let go of her throat. She sucked in a desperate breath before throwing her head back and screaming out her pleasure to the room. Even as she collapsed to the bed exhaustedly, a light sheen of sweat covering her flawless skin, her walls still fluttered spasmodically around him. Pulling out of her, Harry rolled her over onto her stomach and crawled onto the bed before lifting her up by the waist and dragging her fully onto the bed. Bellatrix started to push herself up onto her hands and knees, but he stopped her by putting his weight onto her. With her legs together, Harry used his hand to pull apart her lush cheeks to find her entrance. As he pushed back into her, he wasn't able to go as deep in this position, but she felt impossibly tight. Sinking into her, Bellatrix suddenly gasped when the head of his cock bumped into the small bundle of nerves along the top of her soft, hot folds. Harry groped her ass as he began to move, each pump of his hip drawing a deep, pleasure-filled moan from her lips. Watching his thick length saw in and out of her tight lips, he raised his right hand and then brought it down on the pale globe of her ass. Bellatrix grunted from the hard spank, and her folds tightened around him. With his left hand, Harry reached up and grabbed a handful of her thick, curly black hair. Tugging her hair, her neck arched back, allowing him to hear her pleasure-filled cries as he smacked her ass hard, alternating between cheeks. It didn't take long for Harry to become frustrated at not being able to thrust properly from the slightly awkward position. Leaning forward, he stretched his legs out behind him and laid his weight down on top of her. Bellatrix groaned as his length sank slightly deeper into her tight depths and his body pinned her to the mattress. With his hand still in her hair, Harry pulled her head back to kiss and suck at the side of her neck as he began driving his throbbing cock down into her. While he worked on leaving a large, purple love bite on her delicate skin, his hips pummeled Bellatrix's bum from his powerful thrusts. Each time he entered her, Harry used his weight to drive into her depths. His thick head battered against her walls, drawing little grunts from her when he hit that sensitive bundle of nerves deep in her core. Slipping one hand under her body, he reached across her chest to palm her breast as he increased his pace. Despite her recent climax, Bellatrix moaned as the constant stimulation of her G-spot was quickly pushing her towards another. "You're mine, Bella," Harry said possessively. Turning her head, Bellatrix looked at him with the same look expression of complete and utter devotion he'd seen in his time when she spoke of Voldemort. "All yours," she panted. A moment later, She closed her eyes and gave a short scream as she tipped over the edge. Harry smiled and kissed her lips, chin, and neck as her muscles trembled and she drenched his cock in her arousal. "What would you do for me?" Harry asked, his lips brushing her ear. "Anything," Bellatrix said instantly. "Would you fuck your sister?" he asked, his cock swelling at the thought. "Yes," she hissed, causing Harry to smile at the lust-filled tone in her breathy voice. "We've experimented with each other before." "Really?" Harry asked, fucking her harder and drawing a whine from her throat. "You haven't been experimenting with any men, have you?" Bellatrix's eyes sprang open. "Never," she panted pleadingly. "Good," he praised her. Harry stroked her cheek, the tender gesture in complete contrast to the brutal pounding he was giving her. Still, Bellatrix closed her eyes and leaned into his touch. Feeling his peak starting to build, he stopped talking and focused on reaching his own climax. Under him, Bellatrix rolled from one orgasm into the next as he used her body for his own pleasure. With just a few more thrusts, he buried himself as deep as possible as he came hard. Bellatrix moaned deeply when she felt him explode within her depths. Gripping the sheets tightly, she shook as he flexed his hips with each pulse of his cock. When Harry finally pulled out of her a minute later, he looked down and watched as his cum slowly dripped out of her flooded core. As he rolled over onto his back, Bellatrix followed him despite her exhaustion and curled up against his chest. As much as he would have liked to stay in the room of requirement with her all night, he knew they couldn't. After just an hour of rest, Harry and Bellatrix got dressed, and he used his invisibility cloak to walk her back due to the Slytherin dorms. "I want you to protect your sister," Harry told her as they stood just outside the entrance. "Make sure Malfoy and his friends don't cause her any problems. If they do, tell me as soon as you can." "I will," Bellatrix assured him. Still under the cloak, Harry smiled as he pulled her close and kissed her heatedly. "Don't tell her anything about tonight until I've had a chance to talk to her tomorrow. And don't tell anyone else about us just yet," he said, then leaned in so his lips were next to her ear. "I want to keep you as my little secret." Bellatrix smiled excitedly as she stared up at him worshipfully, nodding her head. "Good girl," Harry said, stroking her cheek. "I'll talk to you tomorrow." From the glare Narcissa gave Harry at breakfast the next morning, he guessed that someone, probably Malfoy or one of his friends, told her about him and Narcissa. He sighed tiredly as he tried to think of what he was going to do. He still felt like he owed her from lying to Voldemort for him. It was hard to forget the argument he overheard when he was a prisoner at Malfoy Manor, where Narcissa had told Lucius how much she hated her life with him. At the time, Harry had bigger concerns to worry about. Perhaps that was still true even now, but he still felt the need to help her. Hopefully, she would at least give him a chance to explain. "Did something happen between you and Narcissa?" Alice asked, pulling him from his thoughts. I'm not sure," Harry said. "What do you mean? You don't know?" she asked curiously. "Well, she's obviously mad at me. I just don't know why," Harry lied. "Do you two have a row?" Alice asked. "No," Harry said honestly. Lily was watching them closely, her eyes bouncing between them like she was watching a tennis match. Harry had the sudden feeling that he was missing something, a feeling he was familiar with after being friends with Hermione for so long. Of course, just thinking about his best friend made him miss her awfully. "So, are you two dating?" Alice asked. "Sorry, is who dating?" Harry asked, having lost track of the conversation. "You and Narcissa," Alice said. "Are you dating?" "Oh no. No, we're just friends," Harry told her. Alice smiled happily and shared a look with Lily. Harry finally caught on to what was happening and swallowed nervously. "Neville's mum fancies me. Brilliant," he thought to himself sarcastically. There was too much going on for him to even try and think about how to deal with that right now. Finishing his breakfast quickly, Harry made an excuse about forgetting his books and left the Great Hall. Instead of going back to Gryffindor Tower like he said he was, he wrapped himself up in his invisibility cloak and waited in the entrance hall. Thankfully, Narcissa left not long after he did, and before most of the students left for class. Taking off his cloak, Harry walked up behind her. "We should talk," Harry said quietly. Narcissa glared at him but allowed him to steer her into an empty classroom. "You slept with my sister," she said accusingly as soon as the door was closed. "I can explain," Harry said, holding his hand up in surrender. "You slept with my sister," Narcissa growled through gritted teeth as she punctuated each word with a smack on the shoulder. "Look," Harry said, "you know your sister can get quite obsessive, especially when it comes to someone who's powerful, right?" "So," Narcissa asked angrily, "so, wouldn't you rather her become obsessed with someone like me, rather than someone like Voldemort?" Harry asked. Narcissa folded her arms and eyed him suspiciously. Before she could say anything, the door opened, and Bellatrix walked in with a grin on her face. "Have you two kissed and made up yet?" she asked. "No," Narcissa said angrily. "How did you even find us?" "I saw you leave after Harry, so I followed you," Bellatrix said unrepentantly. "Haven't you caused enough problems already?" Narcissa spat. Bellatrix rolled her eyes. "Stop being such a little princess, sissy. There's no reason we can't share," Bellatrix said. "I don't want to share," Narcissa yelled petulantly. "You didn't mind sharing when I bought that dildo from the Muggle shop," Bellatrix said with a salacious grin. Narcissa blushed heavily and resolutely avoided meeting Harry's eyes. "That's different," she said. "Don't be so selfish," Bellatrix said. "Besides, you said you weren't dating him. Why does it matter?" "That's only because Mother and Father are set on selling us to someone like Malfoy or Lestrange," Narcissa said bitterly. Cautiously, Harry wrapped his arm around her waist. Surprisingly, she leaned into his embrace and hugged herself to his side. "Why can't we just be like everyone else and date who we want?" she asked miserably. Harry felt horrible for her, and even Bellatrix patted her shoulder sympathetically. "Don't they consider the Potters purebloods?" Harry asked. "Yes, but not proper purebloods," Narcissa sneered mockingly. "They think of any family that's married Muggleborns as blood traitors." "What if I told them I was from a line of the Potters that stayed pure?" Harry asked. "I didn't know the Potters had a pure line," Bellatrix said. "They don't," Harry said with a grin. "But your parents don't need to know that." Bellatrix smiled as her violet eyes sparkled, and Narcissa snorted in laughter. "I don't think they'd fall for that," Narcissa said doubtfully. "It's a try thought, isn't it?" Harry asked. "You're really willing to talk to them?" Narcissa asked in return, looking quite vulnerable as she looked up at him. "For you?" "Of course," Harry told her. Smiling brightly, she hugged him around the middle and buried her face in the crook of his neck. "Are you okay now?" Harry asked. "Yes," she said, then pulled back and looked at her sister. "I'm sorry, Bella." "It's all right," Bellatrix said. Pulling away from Harry, Narcissa hugged her tightly. Harry smiled in relief that things had worked out. The bell for the start of classes rang, and they left the classroom to join the crowded halls. After parting with Narcissa at Charms, Harry and Bellatrix continued to their own class. As they reached the Transfigurations class, she pulled him off to the side in a little alcove. "Did Bella do good?" she asked coyly. Harry smiled down at her. "Bella did very good," he told her. Kissing her hard, he gave her breasts a quick squeeze before they broke apart and headed to class. After dinner, Harry showed Lily to an abandoned classroom to teach her the Patronus charm. She nearly skipped through the halls in her excitement to learn a new spell, and it made Harry smile to see that. With how proficient she was at charms in general, it wasn't surprising that she got a thick mist on her first try. From there, she struggled the same as everyone Harry had ever taught. Quickly, her frustration started to get the best of her. "It takes a while to get a feel for it, but once you get it, it's a lot easier," Harry told her. "I just don't understand what I'm doing wrong," Lily said, then blew out a breath loudly. "It's all about finding the right thought to hold in your mind. One that makes you happier than you've ever been," Harry said. "I thought it had to be a memory," Lily said, her brow furrowed. Not necessarily, Harry said slowly as he thought of the best way to word his explanation. It just has to be something that makes you feel happy. Memories work best because you've already experienced it and the feelings are stronger. What memory do you use? Lily asked curiously. My mom, Harry said softly. Dementors made me remember the night she was killed. It's the only memory I have of her voice. Just hearing it and knowing she loved me enough to sacrifice her life for mine, it makes for a powerful memory. Of course, that's part of what took me so long to get the charm to work properly. Even though it was a horrible moment, I liked hearing her voice, so a part of me didn't want it to work. That's a big part of it as well. You really have to want the charm to work to be able to cast it. I'm sorry, Lily said, reaching out to hold and squeeze his hand. It's all right, Harry said with a smile. He looked over at Lily, and once again, it was almost impossible for him to see her as the woman who would one day be the mother that gave her life for his. Lily practiced for another hour before they finally called it night and headed back to the common room, talking and laughing as if they'd know each other for years. Check the link in my profile for more stories like this one and more. Chapter 7. A week after giving Remus the Wolfsbane potion, on the night of the full moon, Harry deliberately went to bed early so the Marauders could sneak out without having to worry about him. An hour after they left, he climbed out of bed, grabbed his Clean Sweep 7 and cloak out of his trunk, and flew out of the window. The night air was cool as he slowly made his way towards the shrieking shack. Perching on a limb high up in a tree, Harry sat down and waited. As the bright, full moon peeked over the treetops, a horrific scream of pain emanated from the shack. Harry winced in sympathy for Remus as the screams continued for a couple of minutes, the sound growing more inhuman with each passing second. What started as a pained human cry ended as an angry, bestial howl before trailing off into complete silence. It was almost a minute later when the back door to the shack burst open and a werewolf shot out toward the tree line, followed closely by a stag and a big black dog. As the three large animals ran around playfully on the edge of the forest, Harry noticed the grass rustling. It was almost like playing Quidditch, he thought, flying on a broom, looking for an almost imperceptible target. Looking closer, he finally spotted the small brown rat standing on its hind legs to peek over the top of the tall grass. Despite all of the pain Peter had caused him and countless other families with his actions, Harry couldn't help but smile at seeing the four friends together, young, happy, and alive. It was such a powerful thing for him to see, that tears welled in his eyes. Just then, Remus paused and looked straight up at him. Grinning, Harry gave him a quick wave before Remus' attention was drawn by Sirius, who barked and took off at a sprint into the forest. Remus turned back to look at Harry just as he mounted his broom, while Peter climbed aboard James' antlers and followed Sirius. Still smiling, Harry turned and flew back to the castle. The next morning, as Harry left the Gryffindor common room for the Great Hall, Remus ran up to him. He looked around to make sure they were alone before speaking. Thank you, Remus said gratefully, his voice thick with emotion. I can't believe it actually worked. I was in control the whole time. It was incredible. You're welcome, Harry said, patting him on the shoulder. Suddenly, Remus turned and hugged him tightly. Harry froze for a second in surprise before returning the hug and patting his back. When Remus pulled back, he looked away and wiped at his eyes. Sorry, Remus muttered. Don't worry about it, Harry told him. I'm just glad I could help. Things between Harry and the Marauders got better after that. They weren't the best of friends, but they were at least friendly now. The rest of the lead up to Halloween was fairly quiet, with classwork continuing to increase and Harry spending time with his friends. The only other incident of note was when James and Sirius decided to prank some Slytherins, including Snape, by sticking them to their seats in the Great Hall. It took Flitwick over an hour to find a way to undo the charms, which in and of itself was impressive. Of course, there was no way to prove who did it, but Harry saw the knowing looks and sly grins the Marauders gave each other. Halloween fell on a Saturday, which also ended up being the first Hogsmeade visit of the year. The whole week leading up to it, Alice kept asking Harry if he planned on taking anyone as a date. He made his excuses about not looking for a relationship at the moment, and it felt incredibly odd to have Neville's mum hitting on him so blatantly. Even though he knew he wasn't doing anything wrong, it still felt like he was betraying his friend, in a way. Although Harry nearly did burst out laughing when he imagined the look on Neville's face if he were to see what was happening. Finally, Saturday morning rolled around, and Harry walked down to breakfast with Lily and her friends. As they sat down and talked about where they wanted to go first, Alice and Dorcas were determined to show Harry the whole village. James walked past with a bust of Hufflepuff, his hand slipping down to cup the smiling blonde bum just as he passed Lily. The girl gave a playful yelp before giggling. Harry rolled his eyes at the rather blatant attempt to make Lily jealous. She wrinkled her nose as they passed and turned her attention right back to Harry. "You ready to go?" she asked everyone. Getting nods all around, they stood and left as a group. Climbing into a single carriage, Harry smiled politely as Mary McDonald and Dorcas Meadows told him all about the shops in Hogsmeade. Sharing a look with Lily, she covered her mouth as she laughed silently, knowing he was quite familiar with the village. "Let's go to Honeyduke's first," Mary said. Harry had a lot of fun chatting and laughing with the girls as they moved from shop to shop. Quite often, the other girls would disappear for a bit, leaving him alone with Lily. He didn't have a problem with that, since Lily was his best friend in this time he was trapped in. It was a bit odd, though, he thought. The only downside was James following them around, snogging his date at every opportunity in an attempt to make Lily jealous. As lunch rolled around, he even followed them to the Three Broomsticks, where he sat down at the table next to them with Sirius and his date, Remus and Peter. Harry spotted Rosmerta serving drinks to a table in the packed pub, and she gave him a bright smile before making a beeline for them. "There's my favorite customer," she said with a wink. "How's the school year treating you so far? It looks like you haven't had any problems making friends." "It's been great," Harry said with a smile. "Good. It's about time something went right for you," she told him with a pretty smile. "So, what can I get for all of you?" They gave her their orders, and Rosmerta gave him a pat on the shoulder and a wink as she left. Harry wished he could have spent more time with her. He really did enjoy talking with Rosmerta. Not to mention the sex was great. Unfortunately, the pub was always too busy on Hogsmeade weekends for them to get more than a few seconds of talk. He'd have to sneak out and stop by for a visit soon, he decided. "So, how's your Patronus coming along, Lily?" Dorcas asked. "Good," Lily said. "Harry's a really great teacher. The charm's just kind of tricky." "Do you know what it is yet?" Mary asked. "Not yet," Lily replied. "It won't be much longer," Harry assured her. "You'll figure it out soon." "I know it." Lily smiled at him as Rosmerta began handing out their drinks. As she reached over to place a butterbeer in front of Dorcas, who was sitting on the inside of the booth, she gave Harry a great look at her impressive cleavage. From the sparkle in her eyes, he knew she'd done it intentionally. "Enjoy," Rosmerta said with a grin. As the girls went back to their conversation, Harry noticed something felt off. Before he could put his finger on what it was, there was a loud crash next to him. Looking over, he found Snape sprawled on the ground with butterbeer spilled all over him. Sirius and James howled with laughter as Snape sprang to his feet with a snarl on his face, seething at them. Seeing Sirius holding his wand in his lap, it didn't take a genius to figure things out. Harry sighed disappointedly and palmed his wand as Snape drew his. "Don't even think about it, Snivellis," James said, drawing his own wand with a smirk. "Put those away," Rosmerta barked sternly. "I won't have you lot fighting in here." "You'll pay for this, Potter," Snape spat. "I know it was you." "Actually, it was me," Sirius admitted gleefully. Snape snapped his eyes over to glare at Sirius murderously as Rosmerta walked over and magicked up the mess on the floor in Snape's robes. "That's enough now," Rosmerta said. Growling, his face red with anger and embarrassment as everyone stared at him, Snape spun around, his cloak billowing as he stormed out of the pub. Sirius and James high-fived each other as the door slammed shut behind him. "Nice one," James said with a grin. "Nice one," Lily asked disgustedly. "You two are despicable." "Ah, come on, Evans. He deserved it," James said, grinning crookedly as he swept a hand through his hair. "He didn't do anything to you," Lily shouted. "You wouldn't understand," James told her. Harry missed Lily's reply as he stared at his glass of butterbeer, a sinking feeling growing in his stomach. "Everyone be quiet," Harry said. "You don't know him like I do," James yelled back. "Quiet," Harry yelled, his voice projecting magically throughout the pub. Everyone suddenly fell completely silent and stared at him in surprise. Harry ignored the looks he was getting as he continued to stare at his glass. As he watched, the still surface suddenly rippled in waves while he felt a light, barely noticeable tremor through his feet. After a beat, he saw and felt it again. "Harry," Lily asked in concern. "Get back to the castle," Harry said, standing up and drawing his wand. Rosmerta looked at him worriedly as he walked up to her and leaned close to her ear. "Get everyone back to the school, everyone. Giants are coming," Harry whispered. Rosmerta gasped and put a hand to her chest as her eyes went wide. Giving her a serious look, Harry left the 3 broomsticks. Just before the door closed behind him, he heard Rosmerta beginning to tell the students to get back to the castle. With a flick of his wand, he sent off a Patronus to Dumbledore. "Shit," he cursed as he watched it leave not for the castle, but in the opposite direction. The sound of birds squawking loudly drew his attention towards the forbidden forest. As a second flock of birds took to the air, Harry saw the tops of the trees bending outwards from each other. The ground trembled under his feet again, more noticeable this time. More trees were pushed aside, and then more still, moving closer and closer to the village. Harry turned around and touched the tip of his wand to his throat. "Attention all students, return to Hogwarts immediately," Harry intoned. "Giants are approaching Hogsmeade." As people began popping out of shops and looking at him strangely, Harry turned and ran towards the end of the village where the giant was coming from. "Harry!" Lily yelled from behind him as she ran to catch up. Harry turned but never slowed. "Get everyone back to the castle," Harry shouted back. Coming to a stop near the stile at the end of the village, he took a deep, calming breath while rubbing his thumb along the shaft of the Elder Wand. He waited for the giant to reach the edge of the forest, steadying his breath. There were roughly 100 yards between the edge of the forest and the end of the village where Harry stood. Racking his brain for some kind of plan, he heard several sets of footsteps running up behind him. Turning around, he found Lily, Amelia, and the marauders sprinting up to him. "What are you doing?" Harry asked frustratedly. "Get the students together and get everyone back to the castle now." Sirius snorted. "Yeah, like you can stop a giant by yourself." "I know what I'm doing," Harry said impatiently. "We need to get Dash." Harry broke off when he heard the crack of a tree being snapped in half. Spinning around, he spotted a massive hand snapping a full-grown tree like it was a twig. The giant, wearing only a loincloth and an angry scowl on its face, roared as it peeked out of the edge of the forest. "Holy shit," Remus gasped. Twirling his wand, Harry caused the trees to stretch and twist as they wrapped around the giant. It roared furiously while ripping its arm away from one tree, only for another to take its place. Harry grunted under the strain of the tremendous amount of magic he was using to hold the giant in place. "Get out of here," Harry said in a strained voice. "Get everyone out of the village." "Yeah, right," James said, ready to teach Big Ugly here a lesson. "Padfoot." "Oh, I'm always ready," Sirius replied. Strutting forward, they raised their wands. "What are you doing?" Harry grunted, his frustration building. "Bombardum Maxima," they shouted in unison. "No," Harry yelled, but it was too late. 2 large explosions hit the giant and the trees Harry was using to trap it. The trees were blown apart, shattering into a shower of massive splinters. The giant roared, but the spell did nothing to damage its magically resistant skin. With the trees destroyed, it began ripping itself free. "Shit!" Harry yelled while desperately trying to entrap the giant again. "You idiots!" Lily yelled. I didn't think it would do that," James said, paling as the giant managed to rip itself free of the trees. Gritting his teeth, Harry jabbed his wand at the exposed bedrock near the stile. The stone cracked and shattered into boulder like chunks the size of Hagrid's hut. With a twirl of his wand, the boulders rolled into a pile and stacked themselves, quickly forming a human-like shape roughly the same size as the giant. Halfway between the forest and the stile, the giant paused and roared at the rock golem, its muscles and tendons flexing under the skin. Harry heard gasps behind him. He didn't like showing this kind of magic in front of them. It was going to bring on a lot of questions he didn't want to try and answer, but he had little choice at the moment. When the giant took off his sprint towards Harry's stone golem, the ground shaking with each thunderous step, he directed his golem to do the same. They clashed in the middle, both coming to a complete stop while fighting for control. "Get out of here," Harry grunted, sweat beading on his brow. But Lily started. "Lily, please," Harry begged. "I don't know how long I can hold it off. I need you to make sure everyone gets back to the castle." "But what about you?" she asked in concern. "I'll be fine," Harry assured her. "I'll disapparate if I need to." Biting her lip, Lily nodded. Walking up to him, she rested a hand on his back and surprised him by kissing his cheek. "Bombarda Maxima," James shouted again. Harry strained as the giant roared furiously and fought harder against his golem. "Stop it," Lily shouted at him. "You're not helping. We need to get the students back to the school." "What? And let him take all the credit?" James asked, pointing at Harry. "This isn't about taking credit," Harry yelled angrily. "This is about saving lives." "I didn't mean it like—" "Oh, just shut up and come on," Lily barked. Harry gave her a grateful look as she and Amelia grabbed James and Sirius respectively and began to pull them away. "Lily," Harry called when she got a few steps away. "One of you go on ahead and tell McGonagall Dumbledore said to get everyone behind the wards but not to let them into the castle. This could be a trick to slip someone in under Polyjuice. The rest of you need to check every store to make sure there isn't some scared kid hiding somewhere." "Okay," Lily replied. "Be careful." Harry nodded as she left before turning his full attention back to the giant. Getting an idea, he raised his wand and quickly sent a blue spell high into the sky. The lapse in concentration caused his golem to lose some ground, but he reasoned it was worth it. While his golem continued to wrestle with the giant, the white clouds above his head slowly faded to a dull gray. Moments later, the first drops of rain began to fall, and a low rumble of thunder could be heard. As Lily and the rest reached the village, she sighed in relief as she saw several of her teachers rounding up students and sending them back to the castle. Quickly, she ran towards Professor McGonagall. "Professor," she called out loudly. "What?" the professor asked briskly. "Harry said Dumbledore wants you to get everyone under the wards, but not let them into the school. He's worried someone might try to slip in under Polyjuice," Lily said. "Very well," McGonagall said grimly. "Now, all of you up to the castle. We'll help make sure everyone's out of the village." James jumped in. "I appreciate that, Mr. Potter, but we have everything under control," she told him sternly. "I'm sure Professor Dumbledore can hold the giant off until the Aurors arrive." "But Professor Dumbledore isn't fighting the giant." "Harry is," Lily said worriedly. "What?" McGonagall asked, her eyebrows narrowing. "Ms. Evans, I can see his golem from here." "It Harry's professor," Amelia told her. "We just spoke with him." "Dear Merlin, I thought—" "All right, Ms. Bones, as head girl, I'm putting you in charge of doing a head count. Get the list of students visiting Hogsmeade from Mr. Filch and make sure every student is accounted for. Professor Sprout is at the castle. Tell her not to let any students or residents into the castle." "Yes, ma'am," Amelia replied, taking off at a run towards the castle. While McGonagall turned to talk to Professor Flitwick, Lily was getting more and more worried about Harry. She knew evacuating the village was important, but she felt like one of the teachers should be going to help him as quick as possible. Just as Professor McGonagall finally turned to go help him, several pops rang out around them. Lily jumped in surprise, and several people screamed. For a brief moment, she feared Death Eaters might be attacking, but then she spotted the bright blue robes and gray beard of Albus Dumbledore. A sigh of relief escaped her as she took in the dozen aurors surrounding him. "Albus," McGonagall called out in relief as she ran up to him. "Professor, Harry needs help. He's fighting the giant." Lily jumped in impatiently. Just then, there was a loud crash of thunder, and the light rain became heavier. Dumbledore looked at her sharply and then took in the scene around him. "Minerva, continue evacuating the village while we go assist Harry," he said. "Yes, sir," she replied. As McGonagall turned away to speak with Professor Flitwick and Dumbledore left with the aurors, Lily bit her lip thoughtfully as she hesitated. After a moment, her worry over Harry won out, and she took off after the aurors. "Lily, wait!" James yelled. He ran up behind her, his shoes slapping wetly on the rain-soaked cobblestones, trying to grab her arm. Angrily, Lily ripped her arm out of his grasp and glared at him. "Don't touch me," she hissed. "It's too dangerous. You could get hurt," James protested. "I'm not going to fight it. I just want to make sure Harry's okay," Lily snapped. James grumbled, but Lily ignored him as she tried to look around the aurors to spot Harry. Relief flooded through her when she finally spotted him, still fighting the giant. A bright flash of lightning bloomed overhead, followed by the loud crack and rumble of thunder. Suddenly, when they were still a couple hundred feet away from Harry, Dumbledore came to a halt. "Shields!" Dumbledore shouted over the pounding rain. A huge, transparent blue shield popped up in front of him. The aurors, too, threw up shields in front of themselves. "Protego!" Lily enchanted. Looking through her shield, Lily watched Harry thrust his hand up into the air with his wand aimed at the giant. She gasped in fear when his golem crumbled into a pile of boulders and the giant roared in triumph before rushing at Harry. "No!" Lily gasped. A split second after the word left her lips, a blinding bolt of lightning shot from the sky. Instinctively, Lily closed her eyes while the giant let out a roar so loud it rattled her bones. Peeking her eyes open, she saw the bolt of lightning still arcing from the sky to Harry's raised hand. As if channeling the lightning through himself, another bolt shot from the tip of his wand, striking the giant in its chest. "Bloody hell!" James gasped. The giant stumbled backwards before toppling over backwards, a large, smoking scorch mark in the center of its chest. The ground shook as it crashed to the wet earth, nearly knocking Lily off her feet. The lightning ended and Harry dropped to his knees. Dumbledore and the aurors lowered their shields and rushed forward. "Surrounded!" Dumbledore shouted. "Stunning spells when I say." While the headmaster and the aurors stunned and bound the giant, Lily sprinted over to Harry. Harry, are you all right?" Lily asked. "I'm fine," he panted tiredly. As he started climbing to his feet, Lily grabbed his arm and helped him up. Pointing his wand into the air, he let off a yellow spell, high into the air. Like a tap being turned off, the moment it hit the clouds, the rain stopped, the clouds thinned, and the sun began to peek through. "Is everyone all right?" Harry asked. "Yes, everyone's fine," she replied with a smile. "Good work, lad," an auror said, walking up to them alongside Dumbledore. "Thanks, Moody, right?" Harry said, shaking his hand. "Aye," the man said with a nod. "Indeed, excellent work," Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Let me guess, you got called away for an emergency at the ministry that didn't actually exist," Harry said. "MHH," Dumbledore hummed with a nod. "And it seems the person who supposedly sent the owl has no memory of sending it." "Forgery, imperius, or lying?" Harry asked. "I suspect forgery. However, I can't rule anything out," Dumbledore said. "Great," Harry said sarcastically. "I had Lily tell McGonagall not to let anyone into the castle yet." I was worried this might be an attempt to sneak someone into Hogwarts using polyjuice. A wise decision, though unlikely, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. I suspect this was merely Voldemort's way of testing our response to a threat while spreading fear. It's likely he had someone watching to report back to him. Harry and Dumbledore exchanged a meaningful look before Harry sighed and shrugged. Lily had the feeling she was missing something and decided to ask him about it later in private. It was bound to happen eventually, Harry said cryptically. Dumbledore nodded, and then there was another series of loud pops. Harry regained his strength out of nowhere, grabbing Lily by the arm and yanking her behind him while leveling his wand in the direction of the sound. Half a second after Harry, James scrambled to get his wand up and moved in front of her as well. Harry relaxed a moment later when he realized it was just more aurors showing up. "Sorry," he said to her sheepishly. "It's fine," Lily told him with a smile. Lily rested her hand on his arm, feeling it tremble under her touch. James scowled and crossed his arms as he glared at Harry's arm, as if it had offended his mother. "Ms. Evans, why don't you, Mr. Potter, and Harry head back to the castle?" Dumbledore asked. "Harry, we can speak more on this tomorrow. Get some rest." Harry nodded. "All right. Nice meeting you, Auror Moody." Moody nodded. Then Harry, Lily, and James turned to leave. "I like that kid," Lily heard Moody say. Harry looked utterly exhausted as they walked back towards the castle. Considering all the magic he used, she couldn't blame him. She'd never seen magic that powerful actually cast before. Truthfully, she was a bit in awe of what he had done. When they got back to the castle, Harry immediately went back to the dorm for a nap. He woke back up just in time for dinner, where he ate a lot more than he usually did. Of course, the entire school was talking about what he'd done by the time he woke up. Fortunately, Lily and her friends seemed determined to keep the gossipers away from him, something he was extremely grateful for. That didn't stop them from asking him questions of their own, however, but their questions were more about the magic he'd used than anything else. Lily and Amelia were especially interested in the golem he'd made. Harry tried to explain it the best he could, but even he didn't know that much about it. The Elder Wand had done most of the work, and the information he did know about it, he didn't know where it came from. Harry was really starting to think Dumbledore was right about him becoming one of the Deathly Hallows. As he talked to Lily and Amelia, he spotted Bellatrix staring at him from the Slytherin table. Her violet eyes sparkled with lust and a level of devotion that was almost frightening. And she wasn't the only one. Are all Slytherin girls obsessed with power? Harry wondered. As they left the Great Hall, Narcissa came up to him and, under the pretext of thanking him for stopping the giant, slipped a note into his pocket. Harry slipped off to the bathroom on the way back to the common room so he could read it. 7th floor, after curfew. Harry smiled to himself. It was a good thing he'd had that nap earlier, he thought. It was late by the time Harry finally slipped out of Gryffindor Tower. Quickly, he made his way to the room of requirement where the door appeared the moment he approached. When he entered, he was a bit surprised to find both Narcissa and Bellatrix waiting for him. Bellatrix ran up to him, dropping straight to her knees and frantically opening his pants. "Bella," Narcissa said with a sigh. "What brought this on?" Harry asked, although he had a good idea. "We both saw you fight the giant today," Narcissa said as she slipped down off the bed and sauntered up to him, her hips swaying. "We hid behind the apothecary. You were incredibly impressive. I've never seen magic like that before." Harry wrapped his arm around her waist just as Bellatrix took him into her mouth. Looking down at her sister, Narcissa smirked. Bella couldn't contain herself. "She started masturbating as soon as you created that golem," she told him. Harry smiled as he looked down at Bellatrix and reached out with his free hand to stroke her cheek. "Were you being naughty, Bella?" Harry asked. With his rapidly hardening cock still in her mouth, she looked up at him with a hooded gaze and nodded her head gently. Chuckling, Harry shook his head amusedly. Looking at Narcissa, he figured it wouldn't hurt to show off a little bit more. Snapping his fingers, all of their clothes shot off of them and scattered across the room. Narcissa gasped in surprise while Bellatrix moaned around his length. Pulling Narcissa close, her kissed her hard while caressing one of her large, perky breasts. Meanwhile, Bellatrix repeatedly choked herself on his cock. She made obscene, wet gagging sounds each time she forced him in her tight throat. With two girls to take care of tonight, Harry didn't want to finish too soon, so he pulled back for Narcissa and regrettably removed his length from Bellatrix's suckling mouth. Bellatrix pouted up at him like he'd just taken away her favorite toy. Smiling at her, he held out his hand to help her to her feet. "So, who's going first?" Harry asked. "Me," Bellatrix said immediately. Narcissa sighed and shrugged her shoulders, which did wonderful things to her breasts. "Fine, I'll wait," she said. Grinning, Bellatrix pulled Harry over to the bed and bent over in front of him. Harry shook his head with a smile and smacked her ass while lining himself up with her entrance. She was absolutely soaked as he sank into her. He couldn't help but groan as he filled her tight depths. Pinning her head to the mattress, he pulled out of her slowly before slamming back in. Next to them, Narcissa crawled onto the bed and posed on her side as she played with herself. Grinning, Harry grabbed a handful of Bellatrix's hair and pulled her head back as he looked at Narcissa. "Why don't you let Bella take care of you?" Harry asked. Bellatrix moaned and tightened around him while Narcissa looked at her thoughtfully. After hesitating for a long moment, she shuffled over to her sister. Harry throbbed with excitement, surprised she was actually going along with it. As soon as she got into position, Bellatrix didn't hesitate to attack her folds. Narcissa gasped before throwing her head back with a sultry moan. As her hands tangled in Bellatrix's hair, Harry let go and gripped her full, round cheeks as he plowed into her. As he pulled her cheeks apart to watch his cock slide in and out of her, he ran his thumb over her wrinkled hole. Bellatrix moaned and bucked back against him, her walls tightening around him. "Fucking whore," Harry said, smacking her ass hard. "But you're my whore, aren't you?" "Yes," Bellatrix hissed before going back to licking Narcissa, who arched her back and groped roughly at her own breast. Holding out his hand, Harry wordlessly summoned the Elder Wand. With a single tap, he lubricated her back door and made sure she was loosened enough he wouldn't hurt her. Tossing his wand aside, he pulled out of her depths and pressed his engorged head against her wrinkled hole. Pushing firmly but slowly, her tight hole gave way to his swollen head as he sank inside of her. Bellatrix let out a deep gasp and Harry paused, worried it might be more pain than she could handle. As she squirmed and moaned, he realized she was coming from just that small penetration. Snorting, Harry held her hips still and continued pushing into her. By the time he was halfway in, Bellatrix was a moaning, panting mess. Narcissa resorted to holding her by the hair and rubbing her folds against her lips to get her own pleasure. As Harry began sawing back and forth, slowly sinking deeper with each new thrust, Bellatrix gradually came back to the present and returned to licking her sister's glistening slit. When he finally sank to the hilt, he paused to enjoy the incredible heat and tightness surrounding his cock. Pulling completely out of Bellatrix, he held her cheeks apart and watched as her hole gaped open before slowly closing back up. Pressing his head against her back door, he drove all the way into her roughly. Bellatrix writhed as she came again, screaming into Narcissa's mound. Harry wondered if it was wrong that he was really starting to love this crazy bitch. Grabbing her shoulders, he focused on his own pleasure as he pounded into her hard and deep. "Bella," Narcissa gasped suddenly. Harry grinned as he watched her climax while grinding her mound all over Bellatrix's face. Watching Narcissa's breasts bounce enticingly as her body trembled, he sped up his thrusting into Bellatrix's tight bum. Bottoming out, he groaned as he filled her rear with several powerful jets of hot cum. A low moan left the tired witch under him. After catching his breath, Harry pulled out a Bellatrix and gave her ass a light swat before climbing onto the bed and lying down. Narcissa kissed him as she curled up against his side. "You're cleaning that before it goes anywhere near me," Narcissa told him, pointing at his wilting length. "Fair enough," Harry said, shrugging with a grin. Reaching down, he grabbed Bellatrix by the hair and pulled her head up to his crotch. Without complaint, She opened her mouth and began cleaning him with her tongue. Narcissa smiled and shook her head at her sister before leaning into Harry and kissing him passionately. He cupped her breast with one hand and caressed it, knowing Narcissa preferred being treated more gently than her sister. It's going to be a long night, Harry thought as he smiled against her lips. Check out the link in my profile for more on my work. Chapter 8. The day following the attack on Hogsmeade, there was a large picture of Harry looking admittedly heroic as lightning shot from his hand to take down the giant. He wasn't too happy to be the center of attention again, but the 6th and 7th year Gryffindor girls had seemingly decided to band together to keep the gossip hounds away. It made him wonder if they had all decided to do it on their own, or if one of them had come up with the idea and shared it with the others. Harry suspected Lily was behind much of it, but he wasn't planning to ask her about it. Besides, he thought with a smile, who was he to complain about being surrounded by such lovely company? Of course, James and Sirius didn't seem too happy by all the attention he was getting. They were quite used to being popular, especially among the witches of Hogwarts, and to see a new student swoop in and steal the limelight had to be a blow to their egos. Harry didn't think it would take long before they did something to regain the school's attention. He just hoped no one was hurt in the process. Near the end of breakfast, Dumbledore stood from his seat at the head table and tapped his goblet with a spoon to garner everyone's attention. "Good morning, everyone. If I could have just a moment of your time," he said, waiting for everyone to pay attention. "Thank you. Now, in lieu of yesterday's attack on Hogsmeade, we have decided to implement a few small safety measures for the next visit. First of all, the Ministry has agreed to send Aurors to patrol the village while students are visiting. We hope this will deter Lord Voldemort from attempting any further attacks. Secondly, your professors and I will be coming up with a plan to evacuate students as quickly as possible before the next Hogsmeade weekend. Within the week, each house will have a mandatory meeting for all students 3rd year and up to go over everything with you. Anyone who fails to attend will not be allowed to visit Hogsmeade, regardless of whether they have a signed permission slip or not." As Dumbledore paused, there was quite a bit of chatter and whispering amongst the students. Personally, Harry was just relieved that they hadn't canceled Hogsmeade visits altogether. On a related note, Dumbledore said loudly, pausing until the hall had quieted, "It is my pleasure to announce the formation of a new defense focus club called the Defense Association, or DA for short, led by our very own Mr. Harry Potter." The girls around Harry all looked at him in surprise as he smiled back at them and shrugged. He'd only just spoke to Dumbledore about it that morning, and he figured it wouldn't hurt to let him make the announcement. Given the nature of this club, only students 4th year and above will be allowed to join, the headmaster continued. There was a lot of loud grumbling from the younger students. "That's not fair," one brave Ravenclaw shouted. "Indeed, it is not," Dumbledore agreed, causing the students to fall silent, which is why Professor Hammer has agreed to hold a club of her own for the lower years. "But we want Harry to teach us," a young Gryffindor girl no older than 2nd year yelled. Harry blushed heavily and hid his face behind his goblet while the girls around him giggled. Glancing at the head table, Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling brightly, and Connie hid a laugh behind her hand. Unfortunately, as Mr. Potter is still a student himself, his time is rather limited. However, he may be able to lend Professor Hammer a hand on occasion, Dumbledore told the girl with a grandfatherly smile. Now, DA meetings for the upper years will be held in the Great Hall on Tuesdays and Thursdays directly after dinner, while meetings for the younger years will take place on Wednesdays. The first meeting will take place this Tuesday, and for those wishing to join, please see Professor Hammer. "Thank you. Why didn't you tell us you were starting a defense club?" Lily asked immediately. "Honestly, I just talked to Dumbledore about it this morning," Harry said. Lily frowned slightly but nodded. "I can't wait to see what Professor Potter will teach us," Alice said excitedly. "Don't call me that. I'm not a professor," Harry said, though he smiled at her teasing. "Are you going to give me detention if I do?" Alice asked playfully. Harry shook his head as he smiled. After sneaking out on Sunday night to spend an extremely enjoyable evening with Rosmerta, Harry's mood took a quick downturn. The DA and his defeat of a giant single-handedly were all anyone could talk about for the next 2 days. By lunch on Monday, Harry's nerves began to grow, and by Tuesday, they were almost completely frayed. It must have been pretty obvious because after his last class of the day, defense, Connie asked him to stay after. Smiling excitedly, Lily said she'd meet in the Great Hall before leaving with her friends. Nervous? Connie asked with a gently smile. A bit, Harry admitted. They're going to be expecting me to teach them all this powerful magic, but there's a lot to get through before I can start teaching that, if at all. I'm just worried everyone's going to leave when they see what the club's really like. That's how I felt teaching first years, Connie said with a smile. You just need to give them a goal. Keep telling them what they're going to learn next. It gives them something to look forward to. Thanks, Harry said, giving a weak smile. Hey, you've run a club like this before, haven't you? She asked. Yeah, but that was different, Harry said. Ow, Connie asked. Harry opened his mouth and then closed it with a click when he couldn't think of a reason it would be that different. Exactly, Connie said. You've got nothing to worry about. Just do what you did in your old club, and everything will work out fine. Trust me. This time, Harry gave her a much more genuine smile. Thanks, Connie, he said. You're still coming to the meeting, right? Yeah. Dumbledore wants a professor there, just to keep an eye on things, she told him. Okay, good, Harry said. Smiling, Connie stood up and grabbed her cloak. Come on, she said, wrapping an arm around his shoulder companionably and leading him towards the door. Let's get something to eat. In the Great Hall, Harry sat and picked at his dinner. Despite Connie's reassurances, he still felt nervous, like he did before a big game. Lily, Alice, and Dorcas did their best to cheer him up, but nothing they said really helped. Still, it was nice to know they supported him. As dinner came to an end, Harry smiled at Lily and her friends gratefully before standing up and making his way to the head table. As most of the professors left, he took a seat next to Connie and waited for the Great Hall to empty. Surprisingly, Dumbledore, Flitwick, and McGonagall stayed as well. I hope you don't mind, Harry, but a few of us are curious about this club of yours, Dumbledore said. Not at all, Harry said, his leg bouncing rapidly under the table. Leaning over, Connie whispered, You should probably get started. Looking up, Harry saw that all of the younger students were gone, but most of the older students remained. It was by far the largest group of people he'd ever tried to teach, easily twice the size of the old DA. Swallowing thickly, Harry stood and walked around to the front of the head table. Excuse me, can I have everyone's attention? Harry called out, silencing the crowd. Can I have everyone please stand in the middle? As his classmates squeezed together in the middle of the Great Hall, he waved his wand, sending the house table to stack against the walls on either side of the room. With much more space to move, everyone began to spread out. Right, so we're going to start out pretty simple today, Harry began. I need to see where everyone is at and what we need to work on. For today, we're going to be sticking with the basics, which means speed and accuracy. Twirling his wand in a complicated motion, he conjured a dozen wooden shields. The shields spaced themselves out evenly and hovered at chest height. First, let's start with some target practice, Harry continued. Line up in front of the shields and, starting with your wand down, cast the stunning hex 10 times. You should be able to do this without missing. Seriously, scoffed an older Ravenclaw. Target practice? That's first-year stuff. Harry was tempted to tell him that if he didn't like it, he could leave, but he saw a number of people nodding in agreement. Sighing, he knew he had to do something. Sorry, what's your name? Harry asked. Joshua Bamford, he said pompously. Right, come the front, Josh, Harry said, deliberately shortening his name. Bamford grimaced and walked to the front of the group, while Harry stood in front of one of the shields. Well, go ahead, Harry said. You want me to cast at you? Bamford asked, eyeing him derisively. Yes, Harry said. Start at a low ready, then cast. Smirking, Bamford got into an awkward stance that left him leaning forward aggressively. After a couple of seconds, his arm snapped up. Stupefy, he yelled. Harry stood stock still as the red, sizzling, stunning hex flew toward him, only to pass safely over his head by about a foot. Bamford scowled, his face reddening as the people around him chuckled. "You just missed a stationary target less than 20 feet away," Harry said calmly. "In a real duel, your opponent rarely stands still, and neither will you." Grumbling, Bamford folded his arms and walked to the back of the group to sulk. "Right, if you can cast silently, do it," Harry continued. "If not, I want to start working on it in your free time. Nonverbal spell casting is essential to improving you dueling. If you need help, ask me or Professor Hammer after the meeting. Any questions?" There was a bit of mumbling, but no one raised their hand. "All right, let's get started," Harry said, clapping his hands together. No matter how many times he taught this lesson, it always shocked him how bad his classmates' aim was. Not one person was able to hit the target all 10 times, and most of them barely managed better than half. For the next hour, Harry walked around, giving advice and correcting people's stance and wand movement. Seeing how discouraged some people were becoming, he decided to add an incentive. The first person to hit the target 10 times without missing get a Honeyduke's girt card worth 5 galleons, Harry announced. Spurred on by the potential reward, everyone began working that much harder. By the time he called them to a halt, no one had won, but they all improved noticeably. "Right, good work, all of you," Harry said. "Thursday, we'll be working on the same thing, and the reward still stands, so practice. Starting now, for the last half hour of each meeting, we'll be working on the Patronus charm." Several students looked quite nervous at the prospect of learning a notoriously difficult spell, but most just looked excited. "This is one of the most important spells that I'm going to teach you," he continued. "Not only are the Dementors a very real threat, but the Patronus can be used to send messages quickly. The flu can be blocked, wards can stop you from escaping, but a Patronus can always get through." "But aren't the Dementors under the control of the Ministry?" Amanda Hawthorne, a 6th-year Hufflepuff that looked suspiciously like Susan Bones, asked tentatively. "For now," Harry said with a nod. "The Dementors follow the Ministry because that's the only choice they have. You have to understand, Dementors live to feed sorrow and pain. If Voldemort offers them a better deal, one where they can feed at will, they will join him." His classmates shared nervous looks with their neighbors at the thought. "I'm afraid Harry is correct," Dumbledore added. "The Dementors are indeed a very real threat. I know it might seem daunting, but I promise you, if you work at it, all of you can learn the Patronus charm," Harry said. "Lily, Narcissa, could you two come up here, please?" Narcissa marched forward proudly, while Lily looked a bit nervous to be standing in front of such a large group of her peers. "I've been working with Narcissa on the Patronus charm for about 2 months, and Lily about half that," he told them. "Ladies, if you would." Lily hesitated for a moment, then raised her wand. "Expecto Patronum," she intoned softly. Silvery mist poured from the tip of her wand and formed a blob in front of her. Harry thought he could make out the beginnings of 4 legs and a head, but he couldn't be sure. With a look of focused concentration on her face, Lily held the spell for several seconds before letting her arm drop, causing the mist to dissipate quickly. "Impressive," Narcissa said genuinely. "Great job, Lily," Harry said with a smile. "Thanks," Lily said proudly. "Narcissa," Harry called. Straightening her shoulder, Narcissa raised her wand. "Expecto Patronum," she incanted confidently. Silver mist poured from her wand and coalesced into the form of a crow. The bird looked a little fuzzy as it flapped its wings, but for only 2 months' practice, it was impressive to see a corporeal Patronus at all. Narcissa let the crow fly around the hall in a wide circle before dropping the spell. Most of his classmates clapped politely, but some, mostly Gryffindors, refrained. "Excellent, Narcissa," Harry told her. Narcissa smiled at him, lifting her chin proudly. "Thank you, ladies. As you can see, with practice, you can learn this spell," Harry said as Lily and Narcissa walked back over to the main group, talking quietly. "The most important part of casting the Patronus charm is the memory you use. It has to make you feel real joy. Superficial pleasures and short-lived happiness won't cut it. Unfortunately, for some of you, you may not have a good enough memory that will allow you to cast a corporeal Patronus. That doesn't mean you shouldn't still learn it. Even just a shield can buy you valuable time for help to arrive. Now, close your eyes and focus on the happiest memory you have. Let it fill you up. Don't just remember it. Feel it. Relive it. When you feel ready, hold out your wand and say the incantation Expecto Patronum. The Great Hall was filled with the sporadic shouts as everyone tried the Patronus charm for the first time. Some got nothing, but most were able to get at least some kind of mist. Harry walked around, helping where he could. With the sheer number of people he was trying to teach, Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Dumbledore, as well as Connie, all came over to help. By the time the meeting was over, everyone was able to produce some kind of weak mist. Despite some of the reservations his classmates may have had in the beginning, everyone looked quite happy by the time they left. "You were brilliant," Lily said, a wide smile on her face. "Indeed," Professor McGonagall said, coming up behind him. "Very impressive, Mr. Potter. Have you ever thought of teaching as a career?" Not really," Harry said, running a hand through his hair. "Then perhaps you should," Professor McGonagall said with a rare, if brief, smile. As she walked away with Dumbledore, Connie came up and patted him on the back. "You really did do great. In fact, I might steal your idea for accuracy practice for my first and second-year classes," she said, then shook her head. "After training for the Aurors, I forgot just how bad most people's aim is." Harry smiled. "The first time I did this lesson, I was in a room surrounded by enchanted mirrors. I thought it would help if people could see themselves casting, but they also reflected spells all around the room. I did learn to sense when a spell was coming real fast, though." Connie laughed and squeezed his shoulder before bidding him goodnight. Together, Harry and Lily left the Great Hall. He smiled as she gave him a glowing review of their first meeting. Rather than return to the common room, where he would no doubt be bombarded with questions about the next meeting and when he was going to teach them so real magic, Harry decided to wander the castle for a bit. Lily joined him, and the conversation changed from talk of the DA to something a bit more personal. "Harry, what were your friends like before you came here?" Lily asked tentatively. Harry smiled sadly as he thought of his friends. "I didn't have a lot of friends, but the ones I did have were like family," Harry said, careful not to give too much away. "Ron was my best mate. He could be a bit flaky at times, but he always came back. Hermione was my closest friend, though. She was always there for me, even when I probably didn't deserve it. You'd have liked her. She was absolutely brilliant." "Were you two together when you got sent back?" Lily asked quietly. "No," Harry said, shaking his head. "Hermione was like a sister to me. I loved her, just not in a romantic way. Besides, with everything going on in my life, I never really had much time to worry about dating." "What about now?" Lily asked. "What do you mean?" he asked in return, brow furrowed. "Do you have time to worry about dating now?" she asked. "Is there anyone you're interested in?" Harry looked at her out of the corner of his eye, wondering if she was just curious, or if, perhaps, she was asking for Alice, who seemed interested in him. As they reached the top of the astronomy tower, he looked out over the grounds, so familiar, yet slightly different in almost every way. "There are a few girls I'm interested in," Harry admitted. "It's just difficult when I can't tell them who I really am." "But you told me," Lily said quietly, standing just behind him. "That's different," Harry said with a sigh. "Harry," Lily said softly, tugging his arm. Touring around to face her, Lily reached up and rested her hands on his shoulders. Harry thought she was leaning in for a hug, as she'd done many times before. His eyes widened when she leaned in further, her eyes closed and lips puckered. Before he could react, her soft lips were on his. Without thought, Harry kissed her back, his hands going to her hips. Suddenly, his mind registered who he was kissing, and he pulled back sharply. Lily blinked in surprise and looked at him with a hurt expression. I thought," she stammered, her neck and cheeks going red out of embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I should go." "Wait," Harry said, louder than he had intended while grabbing her hand. Just give me a minute to explain. It's fine, really, Lily said, refusing to look at him. As she pulled away from him, Harry ran around in front of her. Lily, please. It's not what you think, Harry said. Then what is it? She asked, finally looking up at him. Looking into her shimmering green eyes, Harry finally understood why everyone told him he had expressive eyes. Just from a single look, it was like he could feel her hurt and embarrassment mixed with curiosity. It's complicated, Harry said, his thoughts running a mile a minute. In the end, there really was only one choice he could make. Pulling out his wand, he locked and silenced the door to the tower. Have a seat, he said, sitting on the parapet surrounding the edge of the tower. Hesitating for just a moment, her arms crossed over her chest tightly, Lily walked over and sat next to him, her eyes glued to the floor. You're one of the few people that knows I'm from the future, but there's some things I haven't told you. Harry paused and took a deep breath while running a hand through his hair. Always planned on telling you eventually. I just wanted you to get to know me first without who I am getting in the way. Harry snorted and shook his head. I never thought this is how it had come out. What are you saying, Harry? Lily asked impatiently. Sighing, he took a deep breath. My name is Harry James Potter, he said. I was born July 31st, 1981, to James and Lily Potter. Lily looked up at him, her brow furrowed. As their green eyes met, he could see the moment it clicked as her eyes widened and she covered her mouth with her hand. No, she gasped. Harry smiled sadly and nodded. I'm Dash, she started, then broke off. My mother, Harry said, where you would be if I hadn't come back. Wait, are you saying I have to marry James Potter? She asked incredulously. No, Harry said, suppressing a laugh. Look, when I was sent back in time, I went so far back that the timeline split to protect itself. It's why I can't go back. Dumbledore could probably explain it better, but basically, I created a completely different timeline. This world's future is still being written. You don't have to do anything that the Lily Evans in my time did. But won't that mean you won't exist? Lily asked. No, because I already exist, Harry said, causing Lily to tilt her head in confusion. I know, it makes my head hurt just thinking about it. I think the best way to look at it is that it's more like I'm from an alternate universe rather than the future. This timeline and my old one no longer have anything to do with each other. But Dash, Lily started, then stopped and shook her head. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair again. I wanted to know what you were like, Harry admitted quietly. I never got to know my mom before she was killed. All I had was the memory of the night she died and a few stories people told me. I wanted to know what you were like as a person. I was worried that if I told you everything, you'd act different around me. I know it was selfish, but I understand, Lily said, resting her hand on his arms while looking away thoughtfully. I really am sorry, Harry said. It's all right, Lily said. It's a lot to take in. I can understand why you didn't want to tell me. Harry sighed in relief that she wasn't angry at him and gave her a small smile. I can't believe I married James Potter, she said suddenly with a grimace. Harry couldn't help but laugh. I know he's pretty immature right now, but he's not really a bad person, he said, his smile fading. Apparently, he changes a lot over the summer when his parents die. Something else I need to try and stop. What happens to his parents? Lily asked. Voldemort goes on the offensive over the summer, Harry explained. A lot of people that oppose him are killed, including the Potters. James was out visiting Remus when they attacked. Sirius told me it took over 20 Death Eaters to finally take them down. Oh, Lily said quietly. I didn't realize things were that bad. No one does, he told her. That's part of the problem. No one in the Ministry took him seriously until it was too late. The Ministry was weeks, maybe even days away from falling when he came after me. That's when you stopped him? Lily asked, remembering the small parts he'd told her before. Maybe, Harry said with a shrug. I think it was my mom that stopped him. It was her sacrifice that protected me and made his killing curse rebound. I just happened to be your son. So do I, Dash? No. Harry said sharply, causing Lily to startle. That's not going to happen this time. I'll make sure of it. Lily smiled at him and nodded. Both of them fell silent, and Harry couldn't stop from wondering what she was thinking. It was a couple of minutes until she finally spoke. So what does that make us? Lily asked. Friends, Harry asked hopefully. I mean, it's really hard to look at you as my mom, and I don't think you're ready to have a son. Lily snorted and shook her head vigorously. But, Harry continued, I do care about you. It's hard not to. Lily smiled and leaned against his side. Friends and, she said. Smiling in relief and joy, Harry wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Later that night, Lily laid wide awake in her bed long after her roommates had gone to sleep, her mind still reeling. Harry was her son, she thought, or would have been if things had been different. Part of her wanted to be angry, but it was hard to be mad at someone who had been through so much. She couldn't imagine how he dealt with it all, or what she would have done in his position. Still, despite everything she'd learned, one thing lingered on her mind more than anything else. Reaching up, she touched the tips of her fingers to her lips. Even hours later, she could still imagine what it felt like to kiss him. For that brief moment, everything had felt right. Now it was all so confusing. They were related, yet they weren't. She was his mother, and yet at the same time, she wasn't. Despite the chaotic thoughts running through her mind, her body was much more certain, and it wanted Harry. Biting her lip, Lily let her hand slowly run down her body. Heat poured off of her excited core as she cupped it lightly. Even with the conflicting thoughts and emotions coursing through her, she couldn't stop from touching herself more firmly as she imagined what might have been had Harry not stopped himself from kissing her. Lifting up the oversized shirt she wore to bed, Lily slipped her hand under her panties and traced a finger along her hot, damp slit. A muffled whimper left her lips as a pleasurable tingle ran up her spine. Closing her eyes, she pictured Harry holding her close as their lips met, his tongue caressing hers. Reaching under her shirt, she cupped her full, perky breast, imagining it was Harry's large, calloused hand gripping it roughly. Slipping 2 fingers between her taut lips and into her dripping folds, she ground her palm against her throbbing clit as her digits sank deeper. Lily's teeth sank into her lip painfully, desperately trying to keep a needy moan from escaping. Images of Harry pressing her up against the wall of the astronomy tower, his thick finger plunging into her depths as he groped at her chest, sent a shudder through her body. The thrill of the taboo, of knowing that they were in some strange way related, only made what she was doing that much more exciting. Grabbing the hem of her shirt, Lily pulled it up and stuffed it into her mouth as she pumped her fingers in and out of her sweltering core. A muffled whimper left her throat while images of Harry continued running through her mind. Her palm brushed her engorged clit, causing her to gasp and thrust her bared chest towards the ceiling. What would Harry do if he saw her now, she wondered. Would he turn away in disgust? Or would it excite him as much as it did her? Would he join her on the bed, replacing her fingers with his mouth? Lily clenched her teeth so hard it hurt as she fingered herself furiously. Eyes still closed, she pinched her nipple hard with imagining looking up to see a pair of bright green eyes, nearly identical to her own, staring back at her. She could practically feel the weight of his body on hers, the warmth of his breath on her neck as he sat poised at her entrance, ready to ravish her. Pushing a 3rd finger into her depths, Lily whimpered as she stretched her tight folds. Thrusting her hips up in her hand, she shook her palm back and forth, so fast it felt like it was vibrating. Her body hunched in on itself, her large, perky breasts trembling as her body shook. As she climbed ever closer to a tremendous peak, green eyes, dark, messy hair, and a crooked smile filled her mind's eye. Harry, Lily gasped in a desperate whimper. Throwing her head back, her mouth open in a silent scream, Lily's breath caught in her throat as she tumbled over the edge. Her arousal gushed out of her, soaking her fingers and the sheets below as her body went rigid. A powerful spasm ran through her as she experienced the most powerful orgasm of her life. Writhing on the mattress, Lily panted heavily as she desperately tried to stay quiet. Her firm breasts bounced wildly as she shook, her hips bucking rhythmically. After riding out her climax, Lily fell limp, her breath coming in short gasps. Despite the scent of her arousal permeating the air within her curtains, she was too spent to try and change her drenched panties. Pulling hand back and fixing her shirt, she rolled onto her side. Unable to keep her eyes open, Lily drifted off to sleep with thoughts of Harry still running through her mind. Find more stories like this through the link in my profile. Chapter 9. All right, everyone, just take a seat for a bit while we set things up. Harry told the large group of students in front of him. We're going to be trying something a bit different today. Finally, James said, sitting on the floor and leaning back on his arms. It had been over a month since Harry had started the DA, and with winter break nearing, he decided everyone was good enough at the basics to move on to something new. As had become the norm, Dumbledore, Flitwick, and Connie sat at the head table, watching the lesson while chatting amongst themselves. McGonagall was usually with them as well, however. Today, she had agreed to help Harry. After moving the tables out of the way, they began pulling random bits of furniture out of a magically enlarged trunk he had filled earlier using what he found in the room of requirement. There were chairs, dresser, a wardrobe, broken lamps, and a few other tattered odds and ends that they spread about the hall. "Okay," Harry said, clapping his hands, which sent up far more dust than he expected, causing a round of chuckles as he coughed. "Now, since Professor Hammer has been teaching hexes and curses in defense, I thought we could work on incorporating charms and transfigurations in dueling. Professor McGonagall has been kind enough to help me with a bit of a demonstration to show you what I mean." The students sat up and stared at him interestedly. "We're going to be having a duel. One where the only spells we can use are transfigurations or conjurations," Harry continued. "We can use charms on something we transfigure, like an animation charm, but we can't cast them directly at each other." "What's the point of that?" Bamford, who had taken to questioning practically everything Harry said after his embarrassment on the first day, asked snidely. "You'll see," Harry told him, "and pay close attention, because once our duel is over, you'll be breaking up into pairs and doing this yourselves. If you're ready, Professor." Professor McGonagall nodded and took up a position opposite him with her wand held at her side. "Lily, can you count us off?" Harry asked. Nodding, Lily stood while Harry got into position. As Lily raised her wand, Harry and Professor McGonagall bowed at each other. Even though this was just a mock duel, he still felt adrenaline race through his veins at the challenge in front of him. McGonagall was one of the most talented witches in the world, and while he doubted he could beat her in a setting that favored her so heavily, his competitiveness was driving him to at least put up a decent fight. The moment sparks left Lily's wand, Harry went on the offensive, turning McGonagall's black robe into solid gray stone. Without missing a beat, and before he could even think of a way to try and relieve her of her wand, her robe became slightly transparent as it turned into smoke. With her arms no longer restricted, McGonagall thrust his hands forward, sending the smoke towards him. As the smoke shot across the great hall, it morphed into a white cloth that wrapped around his wrists and ankles. McGonagall then turned her wand towards a broken lamp, transfiguring it into a trio of crows that took to the air. Harry quickly changed the cloth, holding him still into water that fell to the floor with a splash. Ducking a diving crow, he further changed it into two garden gnomes made of ice that immediately rushed toward his professor. Without waiting to see how they did, he turned to the side and changed the drawers of a dresser into 3 house cats. Landing on the ground, the cat yowled and leapt at the crows that continued to harass Harry. He turned back to Professor McGonagall just in time to see his gnomes being turned into a virtual cloud of butterflies. With incredible speed, they traversed the distance between them and enveloped him like a tornado. Harry Cats became distracted by the colorful cloud of swirling insects, allowing one of the crows to dive through the mass. A hiss left his lips as its claws dug into his hand, just missing his wand. With a flick, the crow became a rat. Falling to the floor, It took off, running, and hid under the wardrobe. A swish caused the butterflies to burst into a cloud of pastel-colored dust that flew towards McGonagall. Her view obscured for the moment. Harry rushed to turn a lumpy jumper into an equally lumpy rope. It may not have looked good, but it had the intended effect. As McGonagall compressed the dust into a single, solid sphere, the rope snaked around her and bound her arms to her sides. The floating, brightly colored ball fell to the floor, the half-finished transfiguration disintegrating into sand as she struggled to get her wand in a better position. Harry mental cheered and, with a smile, raised his arm to make another gnome to send after her wand. Motion out of the corner of his eye caused him to stop mid-move and jerk his hand away as another crowed dove for his wand. A flick of his wand turned it into a ball of harmless feathers that fluttered to the ground. Suddenly, his heart dropped into his stomach when the floor under his feet disappeared. Harry felt shockingly cold water envelope him as he fell. Taking a deep breath just before he was completely submerged, he desperately swam up as soon as his downward momentum stopped. His head had just broken the surface to suck in a sharp breath when the water was turned back into stone. With his wand arm extended upwards, he tried to shift it around in his hand to free himself, only to have it snatched from his grip. Harry looked up and watched helplessly as the final crow dropped his wand into McGonagall's waiting hand before landing on her shoulder. "Do you yield, Mr. Potter?" she asked. "I yield," Harry said, grinning despite his loss. At the head table, Dumbledore stood and clapped, followed soon after by the rest of the professors and then the students. With a rare smile, Professor McGonagall waved her wand and turned the floor back into water. Harry gasped at the shock of the cold, scrambling to pull himself out. "You could have used warm water," he said, standing up with a shiver. "Consider it an incentive not to let that happen again," Professor McGonagall told him. Thankfully, she quickly dried him off before fixing the floor. Harry smiled as he walked towards her, his hand extended to shake her. "Great duel, Professor," he said, shaking her hand and taking his wand back. "You as well, Mr. Potter," she said. 20 points to Gryffindor for an excellent use of transfigurations. Still grinning from the rush of the duel, Harry turned to students who were talking excitedly amongst themselves. "What's the point of using transfigurations in a duel when you can just use a curse?" Bamford asked snidely. Sighing, Harry resisted the urge to call him up for another demonstration. "Because no matter how good you are, there's always the chance you'll run into someone better," Harry explained. "Sometimes, you need to do something unexpected to gain an advantage against someone that's just better than you. This exercise is all about being creative and thinking outside the box. Any other questions? All right then, pair up and let's see what you can come up with." Just as a reminder, Professor McGonagall interjected, "I don't want anyone attempting to use any human transfiguration during this exercise." "Why?" James asked, looking disappointed. "Imagine if instead of changing Professor McGonagall's cloak into stone, I'd done that to her lungs," Harry said, causing several people to look at him startled. "Or if instead of turning the floor into water, she did that to my blood." Make no mistake, while this exercise is supposed to be fun, transfigurations is just as dangerous in the wrong hands as any curse. "Precisely," Professor McGonagall agreed. "All right, let's pair up," Harry said, clapping his hands. With some students looking a little worried after that warning, everyone began to break up into pairs and spread out around the Great Hall. What was meant to be a bit of fun quickly turned into an exercise of patience for Harry and Professor McGonagall. While everyone was a fair hand at casting transfigurations, not everyone was so skilled at reversing them. They spent most of their time darting around the room, fixing spells gone awry, instead of helping their students get better at casting like Harry had expected. One of the worst offenders was James, who was paired with Peter. Sure, it might have been rather satisfying to see the rat get mummified by his own robes, but Harry really didn't need to see him in a white flowing dress and gaudy makeup, especially when James didn't know how to fix it on his own. Despite his best efforts, It was nearly impossible for Harry to see Peter as anything other than a traitor. "Right, I'm splitting you two up," Harry said after having to stop and free Peter for the fifth time. What? James asked. "Because neither of you are going to learn anything when there's such a big difference in skill," Harry said. He immediately regretted those words when James puffed out his chest smugly. Shaking his head, he looked around the room for a pair to mix them up with. The problem was there weren't that many people as skilled at transfigurations as James. Bellatrix would end up trying to kill him, and Narcissa would put him in the hospital wing if he managed to embarrass her, leaving just Lily and a few seventh years to choose from. "I'll be right back," Harry told them. Turning around, he walked over to Lily and Alice. "Hey," he said. "Hey, Harry," Lily said with a bright smile. Listen, I need a favor," Harry said, scratching the back of his neck nervously. "I need you to work with James, and I need Alice to work with Peter." "Please tell me you're joking," Lily said, her smiling falling instantly. "I am sorry. I could pair them with a couple of seventh years, but they just outduel Peter as bad as James does." "I'm not saying you're bad," he told Alice placatingly. "I'm just saying you're closer to his skill level than they would be." Lily groaned and ran a hand through her long red hair. "Look on the bright side," Alice said. "This gives you a chance to embarrass the Burke and not get in trouble for it. And I promise to get you something really nice for Christmas," Harry added. "Fine," Lily said, though she didn't look happy. "Thanks," Harry said with a relieved smile. "You owe me," she told him. Nodding, he watched as she and Alice walked over to James and Peter. James looked ecstatic to have Lily as his new partner, and Harry prayed that he wouldn't regret this. Before he could see how things went, he was distracted by a loud scream. Walden McNair, who was working with Molly Pruitt for some reason, had managed to turn her top into a swarm of angry bees. Molly screamed as she swatted them away from her face, leaving her huge, bra-clad breasts to bounce around wildly. Growling angrily as McNair and the other Slytherins laughed, Harry fixed her shirt while Professor McGonagall stormed over, demanding answers. "It was an accident," McNair said carelessly. "I was aiming for a tie." McGonagall looked doubtful, but Harry knew she couldn't punish him without proof that he meant to do it. Molly looked mortified, her face and ears glowing red. Harry was not going to let him get away with this. "All right, I think we need to split you two up as well," Harry said, getting a relieved look from Molly and a sneer from McNair. "Bellatrix, you work with McNair. Narcissa, could you work with Molly?" Narcissa nodded, while a dangerous smirk stretched across Bella's lips. Harry grabbed her hand and pulled her to a stop just as she passed him. "Be subtle," he whispered. Bellatrix licked her lips excitedly and nodded, her eyes locked on a now nervous-looking McNair. For a moment, Professor McGonagall looked like she might object, but after a moment, she turned away to help someone else. A yelp drew Harry's attention back over to James and Lily. Surprisingly, it was James who'd yelped and was wiggling oddly while Lily smirked. "Everything all right?" Harry asked. "We're fine," Lily told him, her bright green eyes glittering with suppressed laughter. "I was just showing Potter that holding back just because I'm a girl is a bad idea." Harry snorted at the idea of anyone holding back in any kind of duel against Lily. Charms and potions may have been her best subjects, but that didn't mean she wasn't highly skilled in her other classes. "What did you do?" Harry whispered while James was still distracted. He wondered if Molly was wearing a thong under her skirt, so I gave him a pair of his own to worry about, Lily told him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Harry coughed to cover up a laugh while looking back over at James, who was still wiggling his hips with an uncomfortable look on his face. Patting Lily on the shoulder, he left her to it and started moving around the room again. Things settled down after that, and Harry and McGonagall were able to finally get some Real teaching done. Watching Bellatrix play with McNair was probably the highlight of the night for everyone. Anytime Professor McGonagall wasn't looking, and Harry thought she intentionally turned a blind eye a number of times, Bellatrix would transfigure his clothes into increasingly revealing and slutty outfits that would viciously attack him before changing them back before McGonagall saw anything. McNair was furious, but lacked the skills to put up much of a fight. As always, they spent the last half hour working on the Patronus charm. By now, more than a dozen people were able to get an indistinct blob, and most others could produce a strong mist. It was slow going, but everyone was steadily improving. Soon, he would need to find a boggart for them to practice on. As the meeting ended, Harry caught Bellatrix looking at him expectantly. In return, he sent her a small smile and a nod. Violet eyes lighting up in excitement, she sauntered out of the great hall, several eyes being drawn to her swaying backside. A moment later, Harry caught sight of James waddling his way to the door, pausing to shake his leg before continuing on his way with the rest of the Marauders. "Quite an eventful night," Dumbledore said, stepping up beside him. "And a very interesting lesson." "I just hope they got the point," Harry said. "I'm sure at least two of them learned a very valuable lesson this evening," the headmaster said, his blue eyes twinkling and drawing a chuckle from Harry. "Harry, are you coming?" Lily asked. "You go ahead," he told her. "I have to clean up." "Do you want help?" Lily offered. "No, that's all right. It shouldn't take me long," Harry said. Lily hesitated a moment before nodding and walking with Alice, Mary, Marlene, and Dorcas back to Gryffindor Tower. Harry bade Professor Dumbledore good night before starting to clean up the Great Hall. "An excellently prepared lesson," Professor McGonagall said. "Thanks, Professor," Harry replied as he levitated the furniture back into the trunk. "Next time, however, I would appreciate it if you didn't ruin a perfectly good robe," she added, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, right. Sorry about that," he said with an apologetic smile. "I'll chalk it up to the cost of teaching this time," Professor McGonagall said. "Good night, Mr. Potter." "Night, Professor," Harry replied. As Professor McGonagall left, Connie followed her after smiling and giving him a thumbs up. Waving, he turned back to finish packing everything away. After all, there was a very naughty witch waiting for him just outside the Great Hall. Lily was walking from Gryffindor Tower to the library to pick up a book she needed for homework when she spotted Harry walking with Bellatrix Black. Over the last few weeks, she'd noticed how the normally strong-willed, independent witch looked at him with a nearly worshipful gaze at times. Of course, she'd known that Harry was friends with Narcissa for quite a while, but seeing him being so friendly with Bellatrix was quite surprising, given the Slytherin's reputation. Out of curiosity, Lily changed direction and followed them from a distance. At first, she thought Harry was simply taking another path to the common room, but when they passed the 6th floor and headed for the 7th, it piqued her interest even more. What were they doing up here, she wondered. Peeking around the corner, she watched with a furrowed brow as Harry paced back and forth in front of a bare stretch of wall. Amazingly, the wall melted into a door, revealing a room she'd never known about before. Before she really had a chance to think through her actions, Lily slipped out her wand and cast a quick sticking charm, preventing the door from latching closed behind them. Biting her lip, she really thought about whether she should be following Harry and spying on him like this, but in the end, her irrepressible curiosity got the better of her. Tapping the top of her head with her wand, Lily disillusioned herself and crept up to the door. Cautiously, she slowly cracked the door open to peek inside. She barely managed to stifle a gasp when she spotted what they were doing. Harry had his back to the door while Bellatrix knelt in front of him. Though she couldn't see anything, the movements made it clear what she was doing. Lily felt a mess of jumbled emotions run through her as Harry ran his fingers through Bellatrix's curly black hair. "MMH, good girl," he said in an affectionate tone, "though I'm not sure how this is supposed to be your reward." Bellatrix pulling back a surprisingly long way as she stared up at Harry. "I love sucking your cock," Bellatrix said. Lily's loins throbbed at the filthy words. Despite the jealousy she was admittedly feeling, she couldn't deny the arousal she felt at what she was witnessing. She just wished that Harry would turn so she could get a better look. Just as that thought passed through her mind, she heard footsteps quickly approaching behind her. After a second's hesitation, she moved out of the way just as Narcissa strode purposefully around the corner. Lily waited with bated breath as she walked straight up to the door and pushed it wide open. "You should at least lock the door if you're going to start without me," Narcissa said, much to Lily's surprise. "I thought I did," Harry replied. As he turned to look at Narcissa, Lily got her first glimpse of exposed erection. Long, thick, and glistening with Bellatrix's saliva, she felt her cheeks flush and her folds dampen as she stared at it. Without realizing what she was doing, Lily slipped into the room to get a better look a moment before Narcissa closed the door. As the lock clicked into place, she realized too late she was now trapped inside. There was no way she could unlock the door and slip out without one of them noticing. "What took you so long?" Harry asked, still looking at Narcissa while fisting his hand in Bellatrix's hair and guiding her mouth back to his length. It was quite surprising to see such a normally strong witch kneeling so submissively in front of him and staring up with an almost reverent look on her face. Though not nearly as surprising as it was to see someone as kind and gentle as Harry so carelessly shove his length down her throat. Lily bit her lip to hold back a moan as she rubbed her thighs together as she watched Bellatrix's lips stretch wide to accommodate Harry's impressive girth. "I had to deal with Malfoy and McNair," Narcissa said, shrugging off her robe and loosening her tie. "Did they give you any trouble?" Harry asked, his protectiveness coming through even as he roughly dragged Bellatrix's lips up his length by the hair. The kneeling witch moaned long and low as she continued to stare up at Harry with a hooded, lustful gaze. "Nothing I couldn't handle," Narcissa assured him with a smile as she stripped out of her school uniform. Lily couldn't help but compare herself to the busted blonde as she dropped her bra to the floor and stepped out of her panties. She was happy to note that her own breasts weren't much smaller than hers, but Lily thought her bum was better. Bending down, Narcissa picked up her wand and, with a flick, sent her sister's and Harry's clothes flying off to land in a neatly folded pile. Licking her lips, Lily's eyes raked over Harry's athletic frame. His muscles were much more defined than she would have expected, and the various scars marring his skin gave him a rugged look she found hopelessly attractive. Why was this turning her on so much? She asked herself. Sure, she knew she was attracted to Harry, but shouldn't she be more jealous seeing with not one, but two other women? Shouldn't she be desperate to leave, rather than desperate to touch herself? Realizing there was no escape, and there was no controlling the reactions of her own body, Lily put her back against the wall and slid down quietly to sit on the floor. Careful to move slowly, she slipped a hand under her skirt and rubbed her heated mound through her panties as Narcissa stalked towards Harry with a smirk on her lips. Running her hands up his chest, she grabbed the back of his head before pulling him down for a searing kiss. With their bodies pressed together, Bellatrix was trapped between them with Harry's length buried to the hilt in her throat. Neither of them seemed to notice or even care as she began to gag, her face turning red from lack of oxygen. Lily bit back a moan as she rubbed herself firmly, her eyes locked on the brunette as she began to squirm. When Harry and Narcissa finally parted, Bellatrix pulled back sharply to suck in a desperate breath. Long, thick strings of saliva dripped from his long shaft and swollen head as she caught her breath. With a smirk, Narcissa brushed the single of blonde hair behind her ear before dropping to her knees behind her sister. Gathering Bellatrix's hair up into one hand, Narcissa trailed the other up her stomach to grope one of her slightly larger breasts roughly while guiding her mouth back to Harry's member. Narcissa held her at the tip, leaned forward to kiss her cheek while looking up at Harry, then shoved Bellatrix forward. Her battered throat let out a loud squelch before she gagged hard while Harry groaned. Narcissa gave the nipple between her fingers a sharp twist, then slid her hand up over Bellatrix's throat. For the first time, Lily noticed the distinct bulge in the pale, delicate skin of her neck from Harry's length. Slipping her hand inside her damp panties, she bit her lip and shuddered as her finger ran between her wet lips. With the other hand, Lily reached up, loosened her tie, and undid the top 3 buttons. With a tight grip on Bellatrix's hair, Narcissa jerked her head back and forth rapidly. The room was filled with the sound of loud, wet gags and squelching as she willingly choked on Harry's shaft. Streaks of mascara ran down her cheeks as tears fell from her eyes, and thick, slimy strands of spit dripped from her lips to her heaving chest. Yet, despite all of that, she never took her violet eyes off of Harry's face. Yanking her sister's head back, Narcissa leaned forward, kissing her throat and squeezing one of her large, pale breasts as Bellatrix panted and coughed. Bending down, Harry kissed her on the lips and, with his hands on her rear, lifted her from the floor with shocking ease. Lily felt her core throb with need as he carried her over to a bed that had suddenly sprouted up out of nowhere. Harry tossed Bellatrix onto the mattress, then caressed her cheek in a surprisingly tender gesture before his hips snapped forward, burying all of his considerable length into her depths with a single thrust. Bellatrix cried out and arched her back while Narcissa crawled onto the bed and laid on her side next to her sister. Despite everything she'd seen so far, Lily was still shocked to see them pull each other into a heated, tongue-filled kiss. As she watched Narcissa's long-fingered hand grope Bellatrix's swaying breast, her green-painted nails teasing over the stiff, puffy pink nipple, her own fingers followed a similar path under her bra. Biting back a whimper, she sank 2 fingers into herself before she realized with a jolt what she was doing. Why was she watching them instead of Harry? She wasn't interested in witches, Lily thought. Shaking her head, she turned her eyes back to him as he drove into Bellatrix with long, powerful thrusts. Her eyes moved slowly from the point where he penetrated her, her taut inner lips clinging to his thick shaft, up his body to his face. Seeing the way his bright green eyes lit up in a combination of desire and affection sent another bout of conflicting emotions washing over her. Lily couldn't help the excitement she felt, but a part of her, growing ever larger, wanted to see him staring at her with that same expression. Oddly, the jealousy she felt earlier had waned, totally eclipsed by her own excitement and lust at what she was seeing. Suddenly, Bellatrix ripped her lips away from Narcissa with gasp. Arching her back, a low, trembling moan escaped her throat as her body tensed. Narcissa slid her hand up and gripped her slender neck as Bellatrix began to shake and writhe. Lily panted through her nose, her palm grinding against her clit as she watched the other which climaxed hard. The slapping of skin on skin from Harry's hips, colliding with her thighs, and ass took on a wet tone as she drenched his shaft in her arousal. As Bellatrix panted for breath, her eyes closed in bliss, Harry pulled out of her, his shaft rock hard and his head engorged to a menacing red. Narcissa smiled sultrily as she reached out for his hand and pulled him onto the bed. Sitting up, she pushed him onto his back where she had been a moment earlier, then swung her leg over to straddle his waist. Lily had a perfect view as she watched Narcissa lean forward, line him up with her entrance, then sink down, driving him into her depths. Meanwhile, Bellatrix rolled over and curled up against his side. Harry ran his hand over her hair, caressing her head like a favored pet. It was then that Lily realized a large part of the excitement she felt was derived from seeing 2 powerful, strong-willed witches essentially giving themselves to him. Especially seeing Bellatrix act so submissively towards Harry was something she found extremely and unexplainably arousing. As a virgin in every sense of the word, what Lily was watching had her questioning everything she thought she knew about what she liked and wanted. She unconsciously found her fingers moving in time with Narcissa's hips as the brunette, which began bouncing on his waist. In almost a complete contrast to the rough, animalistic pounding he had given Bellatrix, Harry and Narcissa's movements were far slower and more sensual. With a hand that wasn't absently stroking through Bellatrix's long, curly hair, Harry caressed Narcissa's body with a light, almost teasing touch. The witch riding him tilted her head back and moaned, her long nails leaving light pink tracks on his skin as she drew them down his chest. Against her will, Lily found her eyes constantly darting back to Narcissa's fully, perky breasts, her tight, fit bum, and her taut folds as they stretched to accommodate Harry's thick length. "What would your parents think if they saw you like this?" Harry asked, his low, almost growling tone sending a shiver down her spine. "Riding a half-blood's cock." Narcissa's only answer was a moan and an increase in the speed of her hips. "Mother would be furious," Bellatrix said, smirking at the thought. "Aunt Walburga would disown us, and Father would only care about the money he couldn't make from selling us." Narcissa whimpered, her hips rolling as she bottomed out. Lily could tell from her movements that she was getting close, and she felt herself nearing the edge. "Maybe you could cuckold him," Bellatrix suggested excitedly. "Show Mother and Father what a real wizard looks like." "Oh, Merlin," Narcissa gasped with a shuddering breath. "Then Harry could do whatever he likes with us," Bellatrix continued. "Imagine how the portraits would react to seeing him fuck us all over the house as he pleased. Show them just how pathetic our parents have become." "Fuck," Narcissa shouted. Lily bit her lip hard to keep from doing the same as they climaxed in unison. The thought of seeing Harry completely dominating one of the pure blood families that hated her simply for existing pushing her over the edge. As warmth and pleasure exploded through her body, she watched as Harry grabbed Narcissa's ass in a tight grip while driving his hips up in her. After just a few thrusts, he buried himself inside of her with a deep groan. Lily shivered as she watched his balls contract and the root of his shaft pulse, knowing he was coming inside of the witch on top of him. Closing her eyes, Lily rested the back of her head against the wall as she rode out her climax. It was a good few minutes before any of them moved. "Don't you have an essay to finish?" Narcissa asked. Lily's heart leapt in her throat as her eyes sprang open. A wave of relief washed over her when she found Narcissa looking not at her, but at Bellatrix, who glared at her. "Don't look at me like that," she said. "It's not my fault you procrastinate." "You should go finish your homework," Harry said. Bellatrix's glare instantly vanished as she pouted up at him. Harry chuckled and ran his hand through her hair, causing her to close her eyes and turn toward his touch. "Go on. I'll see you tomorrow," he told her. Sighing, Bellatrix gave her sister one last glare before kissing Harry on the lips and climbing out of bed. All eyes in the room turned to watch her curvaceous figure as she quickly got dressed. Trotting back over to the bed, she leaned over to kiss Harry again. Sneakily, while their lips were locked, she reached out and twisted one of Narcissa's nipples, causing her to yelp. "You bitch!" Narcissa yelled, rubbing her reddened nub. Bellatrix smirked as she tried to pull back, but Harry's arm wrapped around her waist. The smug expression on her face faded quickly under his stern gaze. She stared at his face, seemingly not daring to move as he reached down and lifted her skirt. Harry's hand raised, and both Lily and Bellatrix both waited with bated breath. Suddenly, his hand flew down and smacked her full, round cheek hard enough to make the flesh ripple. Bellatrix yelped, then moaned even as a pink handprint began to appear on her pale globe. "Behave," Harry growled. Bellatrix looked up at him contritely while swaying her ass in the air as if hoping for another spank. Shaking his head, Lily saw the corners of his lips twitching into a smile. "How am I supposed to punish you when you enjoy it?" he asked rhetorically. Bellatrix gave an impish grin and continued to wiggle her hips. Harry fixed her with a stern gaze, and Lily nearly gasped as she felt his magic envelope her like a warm, heavy blanket. "Go finish your homework, or tomorrow I'll tie you up and make you watch as I spend all night with Narcissa," he threatened. Bellatrix bowed her head before climbing off the bed and walking quickly from the room. As the door closed, Harry's magic vanished, leaving Lily feeling a bit empty in its absence. "You were right," Narcissa said softly. "About what?" Harry asked, looking at her curiously. "Bella," she answered. "She was heading down a dark path before you came into her life. I just wish there was a way we could be with you without being disowned." Lily blinked, shocked that the two of them were willing to be kicked out of their families just to stay with Harry. It meant things were much more serious between them than she thought. Despite that, She couldn't bring herself to feel as upset or jealous as she thought she should. "We'll figure something out," Harry assured her. "My father is already in negotiations with several families from me and my sisters," Narcissa told him. "I suspect we'll all be under contract by the beginning of the next school year." "Don't worry," Harry said, kissing the top of her head. "I have a few ideas." Harry and Narcissa talked for a while longer before finally getting dressed and leaving the room. Once she was alone, Lily stood up and rubbed her bum, sore from sitting so long on the hard stone floor. Fixing her clothes, she dropped the disillusionment charm hiding her and snuck out into the hall. With so little foot traffic on the 7th floor, she walked over to one of the windows, cast a cushioning charm on the sill, and sat down to stare out at the grounds, thoughts racing through her mind. "Are you okay, Lily?" Marlene asked the next morning at breakfast. "You've been really quiet." Harry looked up in concern as Lily smiled. "I'm fine. Just stayed up a little too late studying," she replied. Nodding, Harry turned back to his breakfast only for a moment before his heart leapt when he caught sight of a white owl winging its way into the great hall. For just a brief moment, he thought it was Hedwig, but that hope died quickly as the owl ignored him completely as it flew to the head table, dropping a package wrapped in plain brown paper in front of Professor McGonagall. Pushing his morose thoughts aside, he watched as she opened it to reveal a black, silk-lined robe. Immediately, her eyes landed on Harry, who smiled and gave her a wink. With a small smile of her own, McGonagall took off the robe she'd worn to breakfast and put on the new one while Connie and Professor Sprout gushed over it. It had cost a good bit of gold, but Harry had ordered it from Madame Alkin's, complete with several protective charms. Fortunately, she'd had Professor McGonagall's measurements on file, so it hadn't taken long to make. Thought he did have to pay extra for the rush delivery. "Please don't tell me you fancy Professor McGonagall," Alice said teasingly. "Alice," Mary whined, wrinkling her nose cutely. "I owed her a new robe after I ruined one during our duel last night," Harry explained. "That was really nice of you," Lily told him with a smile. "So, what's everyone doing for Christmas?" Dorcas asked. "Probably just staying home with my family," Lily answered. "Same," Alice said. "My parents are taking us to France to go skiing for a week," Marlene replied with a grin. "What's that?" Mary asked. "It's a muggle sport where you put long sticks on your feet and ride them down snow-covered hills," Lily explained to her pureblood friend. Both Mary and Alice looked at her oddly, causing Harry to smile. "I'll see if I can find a picture to show you," Lily said. "Okay," Mary said. "Anyways, I'll probably spend time visiting family. Nothing too exciting." "What about you, Harry?" Alice asked. "I'm staying at the castle," he answered with a shrug. The girls fell into an awkward silence after his reply. "I can ask my parents if you can stay with us," Lily offered. "I don't want to be a bother," Harry said, shaking his head. "You're not a bother," Lily told him firmly. "I write them tonight. I'm sure they'd be fine with it." Harry could tell just by the look in her eyes that Lily had already made up her mind, and, to be honest, he did quite like the idea. "If you're sure," he said. "Positive," Lily said with a nod. "Thanks," Harry said. The two of them shared a smile before Mary asked her a question about skiing. Harry sat back with a smile as he watched her, suddenly having a reason to look forward to Christmas this year.